Fu, the long-time owner, big-time fan of Samsung, obviously. I mean, at this point, if he's not, I'd be very surprised. But of course, big-time, I want to say veteran. I want to say of our grassroots scene, being the owner, of course, of the Weekend Warriors and the Weekday Warriors. But it's cool for Foreman to sit down, do the jungle challenge with him, get his thoughts and opinions on some things happening and coming into the split one season of the 2021 season, I should say, of the Summoners Invitational Circuit, and see how fast he can quickly clear the jungle. See if he can set that time. Think Top Gear with Star Regional Price car, but you got to play a champion and clear AI monsters on a map really quickly. It sounds better than what it sounds. Check it out.
Don't be slow.
All right, hello everybody. Formal here joining me. It is the team captain of the Weekend Warriors, yet the top laner of the Weeknight Warriors. Surely not a conflict of interest. It's Canna Kung Fu, and he's about to go into uncharted territories. That's right, I'm dragging him into the jungle to get a piece of the action. It is our second jungle race, our first on stream. And Can, what sort of time are you looking for?
I'm just hoping not to die before I recall. In terms of time, I have no idea. Let's aim for a good. I'm gonna go for a 6-minute and 45-second clear, I reckon.
Okay, well, Ewan, Midnight, broadcaster Midnight, prominent bronze player, he got 5:36.
Oh, jeez. Who did he play?
I'm not at liberty to say that he played Olaf. I can't tell you that Olaf was his selection. What I can tell you, though, is he completely failed at using Olaf, took no damage preemptively, and then had a very slow clear. So
I think I'm going to use the Ivan tech.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
I'm feeling the Ivan tech, yeah.
All right, well, if you're good to go, I'm going to lock in my pick as well. Don't worry, I won't get in your way. But so how does it feel, as a top laner? Obviously, jungles tend to ignore you. This is your time to go into the jungle and see what it's like. Are you nervous, or do you just know it's easy and that these junglers never have an excuse?
Junglers just cry all the time for no reason. All they're doing is hitting AI, and that's all they do. I don't know why they complain on their role being so hard. All you got to do is gank my lane and I'll carry you, But we're about to find out how hard it is.
Yeah, exactly. You might be in for a shock, all right? I mean, part of the reason why I came up with this idea is because I just wanted to help show everyone what the jungle is well and truly like. So maybe you're going to figure that out. Similarly, things you're figuring out, you get to play against your own team today.
Yeah, I do.
Are you nervous at all about that? Are you excited? Did you give them orders to throw just so you can look good? Like, what's the game plan here?
So I'm actually not playing today. I got benched for Arcaden. He's going to be playing the top lane for the Weeknight Warriors. It was a last-minute decision. It happened last night. It's because it was a bit awkward because I know all the Weekend Warriors prep and I know all the Weeknight Warriors prep. So I didn't really want to get in the middle of that, because I would be like, yes, they're going to pick X-Champ and White Champ, so let's ban that, and it would just be a messy, disgusting game. So that's how that went. So I'm glad I got out of the firing line, but it would have been pretty awkward if I had to play.
Well, who makes that decision? Because you're still like the team owner. So did you actively choose to bench yourself, or was it a team mutiny?
It was kind of a team decision. It'd just be a bit too awkward for me to play on one team and the other team. Flop's the manager of the Weeknight team. I had to talk with him, and we had to talk with Alex, who's Arcaden, and we came to the decision of Alex is probably a better fit for the meantime, and we chucked him in.
All right, fair enough. No egos, good to see. Now, obviously, you do want to beat your own team, I guess, although I'm not really sure which team you'd be rooting for. But I want to look at the other teams in this sick tournament. And are there any in particular that you want to beat? Any that, might be starting things up on Twitter right now? I don't know. Who are you looking out for in this event?
Look, we're not that spooked of anyone. We prep a lot. Boring answer. We do prep a lot for most teams. But I'm really interested in the MCOM roster. We versed them in scrims not too long ago, and they weren't too bad. We were a bit surprised with their performance, and they have been trying to get a bit lippy on the Twitter, which is good to see. We like to see other teams trying to have a crack at us on Twitter. So probably MCOM, I think, is on our watch list at the moment. The rest of the teams, we're kind of vibing with those. We're not that spooked with other teams.
All right, so I'm noticing already the Ivern tech coming out. You're getting quite low here. Are you nervous at all about the execute at all, or,
No, I can't die to minions, so it's fine. It shouldn't be too bad. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just pressing camps and hoping for the best, but it looks like my bot side's just about to respawn. So we'll walk down and collect those camps, and
All right.
I know why Jungle Man says pick me Ivan. This is kind of fun. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do anything, right? You just
Right,
walk around. And I mean, the good thing about this challenge, obviously, you know, there's going to be no other jungler to invade you as you're going through this, but you are where you've got to do both sides, right? Like, so far you're doing a good job clearing one side. You've kind of had to double back. There's still an entire half of the map to deal with.
Yeah, look, I don't think I'm gonna have a good time of what did I say? 6 minutes and something.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's not looking promising, but I believe in the Ivan tech. I think I'm gonna make it.
All right, well, you got the double buff, so that's good to see. Let's go back though to but the two teams that you're looking at, weekend, weeknight. If you had to pick one to come out on top today, I kind of want to hear what your prediction, because now I can ask that, seeing as you're not playing. Who's winning today?
I think the experience on weekend is a bit too much for weeknight. Weeknight, they're a bit of a dark horse roster. They have a lot of potential on their roster, but they struggle to show it sometimes. But if they're on form, they're very hard to beat. And the weekend team, we all know the names. We've seen them before. It's just an experienced lineup where we know will do their job properly. That's why we went with that roster for weekend. But I'll probably give it to weekend to answer your question for tonight.
All right, and well, I guess speaking on the Weekend Warrior roster as well, as you just, I'm starting to see the folly in the Ivern. I mean, it's pretty healthy. Oh my god. Well, it's mostly healthy, but when you take 2 tower shots. But I noticed there are some pretty significant changes to the lineup. In particular, you know, one of the big breakout players last year, Jungle Man, not on the starting lineup. Are you willing to comment on what exactly is going on there?
Yeah. So Jungle Man's actually playing ESL.
Yep.
The LCO, this split. So
I believe
he's obviously
Mammoth?
gone up. Yeah, he's playing for
Yep.
Mammoth. Yeah. So it's good to see. You know, one of our players has finally left the nest and moved on to another league, which is the main goal of the org. We want to funnel players into the pro scene. So we're gonna miss him. Everyone loves Jungle Man, especially in amateur. So it's gonna be a bit different. The team dynamics feeling a bit different already. But it's a welcome change. You know, he was the last standing OG player of our roster. So it's a complete facelift now. We don't have an OG player from the early days playing.
I just kind of wonder what Jungle Man would be thinking about this clear right now. I mean, technically you have finished, you know, that first quadrant down in the bottom, about to finish the second one right here. You still have half of the map to go. 5:36 was the time to beat, and unless you can somehow get the speedy boots on Ivern, I think you might be letting Jungle Man down a little bit right now.
Look, I'm not that scared of Jungle Man's opinion because I've seen the man play the game. All he does is full clear. He doesn't gank. He can play Ivan and he still do nothing. Jungle Man's opinion is invalid.
Is there anyone then whose opinions, I guess, you know, would be valid at this stage? I mean, this is sort of an odd question to ask, but coming into this, you know, is there any player we should be looking out for? I think that's what I'm trying to get. Like, who should we be watching out for as you're actually about to clear right now? So, kind of last question, who's the big name? Who's up next? Who is the next Jungle Man?
We got Candyman. We got Candyman. He's come back from a little hiatus. We really like his potential. He has really good comms, which is one thing we look for in our junglers, is really good comms, and he seems to fit that bill. So let's hope he becomes the new Jungle Man. But it's big shoes to fill.
Yeah, very big shoes. Well, your final time was 5:52, so didn't quite hit that mark. I mean, pretty solid. Unfortunately, not in first place, but we'll see how you go in the season. Who do you reckon we should try to get in on this, by the way? Just last question, because I have some interesting names lined up in the future, but who do you want to see make this jungle challenge? Who would you be issuing out to?
Oh, I think I want to see our fellow foes, Kraken. I want to see Mr. Lawrence. Show us his jungle clear. That's what I'm feeling. All
right, I'll try and reach out. We'll try to get Lawrence in the near future. Either way, thank you very much, Can, for joining me, and good luck in the upcoming SICK tournament. I know you're on the bench today, and I know you're going to be torn rooting between your two babies, but only one can survive, so we will see how that go. That is going to be our first match today. I'm excited to it, but we're going to throw back to the desk for now and get ready. Well, I got to get ready to prep, and I think, Can, you probably do too. So we'll be back in just a few moments.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the League Down Under. Of course, episode 2 so far. We're still running. I'm not sure how we are so far after the first half, but there you go. Of course, if we just watched the Jungle Challenge, unless you're an audio listener, in which case, anyway, so there you go. So again, you did the audio part. The audio part was fine. Here's what you missed. Ken played Ivan, which you would have heard. He cleared absolutely spectacularly with a 5 minute 52 clear time. Maybe not the best, I want to say, clear time, because you'll see in just a moment, unless you're an audio listener, in which case you won't see it. Ha! Times two.
Bullying the audio.
Yes, I have to. We're a really funny cast, so we have visual graphics. Okay, this is just what happens. The audio listeners' pain. They know this with other podcasts. They'll get through it. It's okay. It's okay. Unless they can't. In which case, I'm not doing the bit again.
That's what everybody turned it off. So,
but so far, Ken has challenged Lawrence from Kraken for the next jungle challenge. We'll have to see if he does accept the challenge and takes the jungle challenge. Of course, some hard-hitting questions from Formal himself. But now we're going to bring up the current standings for you guys here so far. And here's what I mean about it. Can's time, yes, 552. Sounds kind of good. But there's a certain person here with a 536 that G'day guys, and welcome here now to the second episode of the 2021 season now of League Down Under. We're very excited to be back here, bringing us a second episode. We didn't get cancelled off the first episode. Big surprise. I honestly thought we were going to, but luckily, thanks to our man Tico down here, he edited out all the bad parts. So we're all good. We're okay. We're back for the second episode. Not cancelled yet. We'll have to see about next week. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But you're joining once again. What was that, Tico?
I feel like it was the bad parts that kept in that made it so humorous for us to be able to stay live for the second episode.
Bad parts, good. I don't know. We'll run for as long as possible before we get shut down. We can't promise anything, guys. You're back here once again with Baz as your host here for the podcast. And you're also joined again here by one Midnight and one Tico, joining us once again because apparently they loved this so much they wanted to come back for a second episode. I don't know why you guys think that this show sucks. I don't know why you're here. Why did you want to come back? I don't
Stockholm syndrome.
Fair.
I want to be on Spotify.
Also fair. Yeah, there you go. Two perfectly good reasons. And I should also add this time, Midnight is in his own room. We put him back. He teleported back to his room. But you're out of teleports now. You've used them all from last episode. So he's kind of stuck here. So now you get Echo Room with his nice bed in the background. All the good stuff that we're used to seeing. But I should also add, there's also another person down here, at least for me. Hopefully I'm getting this right with the editing part. But you might recognize him from such things such as a League Down Under 1.0. So some smaller league events, winning a mystery skin in a marble race last year because it was rigged, and some other crap about being some regional final winner in the Meta 2020 South Australian Northern Territory League or some crap like that. I don't know. You got a lot of you guys. If I've been watching League Down in the past, you know this man. Anyway, of course, about Rhaegor, the man of the Apple laptop watching Twitch chat has now evolved to the man in his bedroom
with a computer.
Yeah, with a computer watching us idiots, listening to us idiots instead. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How you doing, Baz?
Not good, to be honest, because I'm stuck here doing this again. So I got to play-by-play cast 2 games this week for the first time in a year, and now I won't get it again because Midnight won't let me. We're here for episode 2. I'm not letting you.
I mean, you're not wrong, but
yeah, it's not true. We lost Mendrix already. He's already been booted out. He guessed all the games wrong, and now I'm being back to host duty. I mean, what's next? We're going to replace another one of the Samsung team with another random person from LDU. We don't want that. They suck. We're back with better production quality. We should probably move on. We're going to move on throughout the day, of course. We've got tons of stuff to cover here for our second episode. Of course, the coverage of week 1 for Split 1 for the 2021 season of course, the Summoners Invitational Circuit. An amazing week we had here to kick things off. A huge amount of upsets, of course, the land of upsets being the Invitational Circuit, with some big new orgs coming in and basically putting themselves right out of the gates here against some of the toughest competition in the amateur OCE scene. So keen to cover some of that action for you guys. We have some thoughts, of course, about the new OPL, the new OPL, I should say, the LCO coming through, because that's happening at the time of our recording. Day 1 was yesterday. Day 2 is actually happening right now during this recording. So we've got some thoughts about that, and again, getting our great hot takes, obviously takes that no one's thought of because we're very original. Our third topic will be the Jungle Challenge rerun. Once again, if you guys missed it, we do have Formal who's doing interviews with some of the players, the managers, the coaches, the guys behind the scenes of these awesome teams. We did an awesome interview with Ken of Kung Fu that we're going to show you guys as well. And also get some insight to Mr. Midnight here as well, who was actually the first person to do it, but with some lost footage. So we'll get to that in a bit as well. And we'll wrap things up with, of course, one of our special segments that you get to see at the end where it might get a little bit heated. more so than the caster introductions. In which case, that's going to be a thing, but we'll have to wait and see. But lads, here we are, episode 2 of League Down Under. I've already obviously, of course, asked at Midnight Taker their thoughts, but regular, how does it feel to be back here? League Down. It's been almost, I think, 5 years since we've done this.
Out of doing league stuff, you just dragged me back. Thought I was gone. Thought I was done.
So if I get dragged back into stuff, you have to go dragged back into stuff. All right, that's just how it works. We have to do it. We need to have an LD episode now every time with some old member coming back, and it's probably just going to be Regal, I think, because I don't know if we're going to get the others good to come back or not. I'll be surprised if they do, to be honest.
Look, I don't think you can pay them enough to get them to come back.
Now, there's one in particular who definitely won't come back. Big sad. But you never know. If we ever do the live version of it, we could always have the live Twitch Q&A, because that'll definitely go well. Definitely never had any issues with that. That's the easiest way for it to get crashed down. I should probably bring up as well. We might have seen us premiere, of course, the first episode on Twitch. We'll be doing that again, but also, of course, we're uploading the stuff up on YouTube. So if you missed any of the live stream from the premiere or want to watch this again for some reason, you can do so over on YouTube. If you want to see our somewhat beautiful faces, I mean, that's up for debate, but that's fine, I guess. But if you also rather audio version, fair enough, to be honest. If you do prefer that, we are up on Apple Music and on Spotify as well. Thanks to Tico, the man, once again, carrying League Down Under once more with the editing and the audio uploads and the YouTube upload and the Twitch premiere. Is there anything you're not doing at this point? Like, it's basically your show, I think.
Yeah, casting.
Tico, color caster. And like very tiny text down at the bottom of the page, because the whole page at this point just says, what, producer, streamer, just edited everything else but what you're doing it for. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm always behind the scenes, and next week is the first time I'm going to be casting in a while, so I might be a little bit rusty, but we're going to try and work on that.
I think that might actually depend on how this final segment goes for tonight, though, because if you think they're a little bit too heated, I don't know. Are we gonna see a tug of war between powers? We're gonna have a civil war happening. Who's gonna be Midnight side? Who's gonna be on Tico's side?
I wouldn't call it a civil war. I'd call it a minor dispute where Tico gets to learn his place. That's what
Here, take some money. I did it in like 5 minutes.
Because it isn't. I'm pretty sure you build tank on him.
You can. But in jungle, it's Predator, Night Harvester.
That's just the jungle.
But that's...
You just run out of... All right, now I'm going to throw one more thing at you for my third and final argument, and it is only one bit of information. Well, technically 3, but it's one essence of information. Now, the LCK is considered one of the best regions in the world. Now, yes, I know some will argue LPL with China, but LCK is considered the front runner when it comes to strategies. The LCK players come up with a strategy, and the rest of the world copies. That is why Udyr came out of nowhere. An LCK player came up with the idea, played it, suddenly it exploded, and the rest of the world mimicked that. So it is fair to say that the LCK comes up with ideas. Gragas is within the 10 most picked champions in the LCK at this current moment. He's been picked 81 times out of 122 games. He's been played in top, mid, and support. I don't know why he's being played mid, but kudos, it's credit. He's not being played jungle on the competitive setting, at least not within the LCK. And you cannot tell me a champion with a 65.9% pick ban rate in the forerunner of regions that decides or finds out what is meta and what is not are doing the wrong thing. This man deserves to be on Summoner's Rift.
But the pick ban rate doesn't necessarily reflect on how well it's doing, because the win rate is below 50%.
I regret telling you that. I regret telling you that it's at 45% in the LCK right now.
So, in saying that, that's really my only point against that.
Well, I just want to see here, Mr. Rhaegar, man. We just had a champion debate, or we're in the midst of a champion debate. But what are your thoughts here so far? You think one side's winning over the other? Yeah, care for either? Yeah. What do you reckon?
Let me just check my PayPal real quick. The money's not right. Yeah, I think Midnight's winning, definitely, by a lot. His arguments are sound, but there's still some counterpoints that Tika hasn't made.
That's true. That's true.
There's just so much that Kragus does that other champs do better.
Oh yeah, true. Oh, true. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Seamus, you make that point, eh?
I'm going to tell them, Baz.
All right, you guys have one more point, and I'm going to hand it to the audience, and they can leave it in the comment section or whatever if they want to get involved in who they thought won. You get 1 point. It can be a serious point or a meme point, but you got to make it count. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Starting with Midnight. Go.
There is a reason why Gragas is the best, and that is because Baz is the best, and Baz looks like Gragas. Therefore, Gragas is the best. I'm trying so hard to get favoritism here. I'm just blankly trying to...
I will admit...
Midnight called Gragas fat.
Well, I do have a Mastery 5 in Gragas. That is true. I'll give you that. But Tico, it is now your turn. You have 10 seconds. A serious or a meme point. Go.
I have 4 words. Rhaegar, what's your PayPal?
Well, once we get that sorted, who do you think at home, ladies and gentlemen, won that one? This is a work in progress, clearly. But we had a lot of fun doing it and getting it organized anyway. Personally, I didn't care for either point, mainly because Midnight called me fat, and Tico didn't make the funny joke of telling Gragas to get on a treadmill. But that's fine. We'll get that going afterwards. You know, we're gonna promote the healthy body positivity, whatever it is. We're done. We're done here for episode 2 of League Down. I hope you guys did enjoy this one as well. Again, we're going to keep going until we inevitably get cancelled because, let's be honest, it's going to happen probably. Hopefully not. Fingers crossed it doesn't, but we'll have to wait and see. I hope you guys, anyway, did enjoy this one, of course. League Down is in association with Summoner Society, so I'm actually contractually obligated to tell you guys to follow Summoner Society on Twitter, on Facebook, on Twitch, join the Discord server, subscribe on YouTube so you can catch up with everything Summoner Society related. Of course, things like the Summoners Invitational circuit that's happening right now, being a part of other awesome community events all throughout the year for all major holidays, for example, all throughout the year, and some other cool events like some cool 1v1s and some cool just community get-togethers like for Clash and those sorts of things as well. So tons of cool Samsung stuff that you can be a part of. All you have to do is follow us and stay tuned and you know, keep up with the latest news and updates for everything Summoners Society. And while I'm saying that, go check out the Samsung store as well. There's plenty of awesome merch. A lot of the artists in Samsung have been putting together for you guys to check out, some cool swag for you guys to pick up. And if you pick up the really cool circuit gear, that's limited time, limited edition, that's out right now, you are directly supporting the circuit as all proceeds go towards the prize pool for the circuit as well. And like we said, during week 1 of the circuit as well, what's more cooler than supporting your favorite teams by giving them more money to fight for and fight over and try and get in first place, get as much of that as possible. So you not only get some cool swag, some cool merch. I did this, but I'm not actually wearing any. You get my point. And if you're not a listener, you don't even know what I did, so it's fine. You can check that out and support the teams going forward as well. So guys, we had a great episode here so far. Before I wrap up entirely, is there any other comments you guys want to try and sneak in before I don't let you talk anymore?
He's putting his hand up like we're in a class.
Tico, yes, Tico. Tico, yes, you.
I was debating against the meta, so I feel like I should have had like an upper hand.
I don't care. Rhaegar, do you have anything? Any last comments? Yeah, of course, being back here on League Down Under after, like we mentioned, for 4 years, I think almost now. How did you enjoy being back here?
Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Fair. Accurate reaction. And Ginger 2, your thoughts on episode 2, League Down Under? How you feeling?
As much of dumpster fire as episode 1, Baz. It's been great.
We're good. There you go. Seal of approval from Boss Fair. There you go. But that's it, guys. Of course, remember to check out week 2 of the circuit as well on the 1st of March, which should hopefully be tomorrow. if this comes out on time, of course, on Sunday for you guys to check out again. Schedule will be going up on Twitter. There's some awesome matches heading your way. And of course, we want to check out everything League Down Under. Episode 1 is already up on YouTube, on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts. Got it right this time, Tico. There you go. Did I get it right? Apple Podcast. Did I get it right? There you go. Apple Podcast. I'm not an Apple man, so I wasn't too sure. It's always Apple Music for me. But there you go. Apple Podcast coming through. What was that?
Why Midnight called you fat because you're not an Apple man.
That's right. That's exactly right.
That's a layered joke.
That's Rhaegar signing his deal of never coming back. So there you go. Episode 2 will be out as soon as possible. Of course, we have a premiere up on Twitch, and the upload will be not too long after that, of course, on our YouTube. Well, I say our YouTube, but it's on Samsung's YouTube. And G'day, guys, and welcome here now to the second episode.
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Welcome, everybody, to the Summoner Society Invitational, week number 3. My name is Ewan Midnight Reed, joined by Max Formal Von Newman and Nathan Mendrix Mendez for the third week, boys. How are we feeling today?
You know what? I'm feeling good. Everything is starting to come my way again. The internet is back. Got a new headset. It's apparently supposed to be really good at casting. I guess we're going to put that to the test later today. Got a new Yamaha soundboard, which I think I can be able to just quickly show off down there. Yep, there we go. Now my camera's going to be all messed up for the rest of the stream. No, I'm excited, and I'm also there's League of Legends happening, so I guess that's good as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm doing well. I'm doing great as well. I'm glad that you're doing well, Max. I think for me, though, I did lose a little bit of how well my day was going when that Ewan did that particular introduction. I mean, it's just kind of like we were sitting there going like, yeah, we're gonna go live soon. We're gonna go live soon, and he's just like, yeah. So I didn't see you there.
It's how everyone starts their YouTube videos now. Is
it actually? I didn't see you.
I don't know. I saw massive waves of people like that. Even like they start their videos by fixing up the cameras. Yeah. Or they act like they didn't know. I saw a ton of those videos like last week, and I still don't understand that method. So I figured we'll try it, right?
I feel like we should have actually just done a cold open and continued our discussion about, sacrificing the old for the old. I would have been down with that personally. I think that would have been a slightly more socially acceptable.
I mean, it would have been actually interesting because it'd be one of those things where it's like, yeah, so did we get that team? No, we haven't got that team yet. Let's just throw them into the pit. They can handle it. And we'll have some like League of Legends equivalent of the Sarlacc pit. I imagine this scenario that'd probably go down it very well.
Yeah, what happens behind the camera, uncut. That'll probably end up being a part of the podcast. But week number 3, boys, is hopefully going to be a good one. We've got some good games, some standard games. That's how I'm going to word them. I'm probably going to get flamed for that one again. But all in all, the first question I say is coming into week 3. If we do take a look at the standings, the teams are kind of already dividing themselves. You're seeing the likes of QUT, Exile, and Weekend Warriors leading the pack. MCOM, Desire, Kraken, and ZY are hanging out in the middle. And DIssonance, Era, and the Weeknight Warriors are bringing up the back end of it. Now, do any of these teams' positions coming into this week here surprise you by any chance?
Yes. I can say with great confidence, yeah, there are a couple interesting surprises. Some of it has to do with the schedule, though, that they've received. Kraken, I feel like, is an upper echelon team, but they had to go up against QUT in the first round. That's why they're in that 1-1 position. Exile, a team that's come in with a lot of question in my eyes, hasn't answered them, but has like played benefits to winning sort of scrappy, chaotic games that they probably should not have. Similar things with Zyzz, where they kind of lost their first game by playing overconfident, a little bit of a like awkward step out of the gates, but I imagine they're going to come screaming up the lineup as we're progressing. And also, not to mention, down there at the bottom, ERA is a team that on paper I feel like should be higher up. This is going to be a real test for them this week, and I might be sort of leaving the ERA train station if they can't pull off a victory in this one.
I'm in complete agreement with Max as well. There's a lot of things here, a lot of questions really that needs to be answered still going into the tournament. But we're into week 3 now. I would expect really these teams to finally be sanding down those rough edges. And when I look at it, what you mentioned before, the idea of Kraken not being leader of the pack, like you said, going up against that difficult member of QUT, and Exile as well, who seems to be up there. When I looked at most of their games, didn't actually seem too hot. I feel like they're just at the moment at the top there purely because they did have that lucky track, and they were actually at any point of those games actually having a chance of losing. So I mean, like when I take into account last week, they were actually down the Dragon Soul. That's something, and they managed to win the game, which is, I don't know if I can look at it and say, hey, is that actually them playing the game really well? The fact that they're down the Dragon Soul, they're able to win. That means their team fights are pretty good, but their control throughout the early stages of the game is lacking, and we need to see that get shored up. So I definitely think we have a lot of answers that need to be answered coming into the rest of these weeks, and I reckon that finally, now that we're in week 3, players had a chance to settle, the teams have had a chance to settle, we're going to start to see the teams that we expect to be up there start to take control.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, again, week 3 has some pretty good games, and we will have plenty of time to go through them. But before we do that, we have our Jungle Challenge. I believe we're now calling it, are we still calling it Top Clear? Is that now the name we're going with, Formal?
Is it? Top Clear is, I like Top Clear, actually. I think that's great. That's not what I called it in the video when I recorded before, but you know what? We could just like retroactively fix that. I like the idea of Top Clear. That's well done. You actually came up with a good pun for
I
us.
didn't. Baz did.
Well, you know what? You still suck at puns then. Baz, there's a reason why we're missing you as the desk host right now. I'm reaching out to you, Baz. Come back to us, please.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm just thinking about it right now. And I was like, I was sitting there going like, yeah, Ewan, that's pretty decent. You should have just taken it. You should be like, yeah, it was totally on me. I was really on point that day when I was thinking about it. The bad puns just rolled off me. Everything was all good in that sense.
I mean, I could, but then the moment that Baz takes over his desk, he's just gonna rip into me, and you can annoy the dragon, but you never challenge the dragon head on because he will eat you. But speaking of your jungle challenge, the Top Clear, there we did have Tico, fellow member of the broadcast team, challenge it. Now, I haven't been able to see it yet, unfortunately, but from what I recall hearing, he took a bit of an unconventional approach. So, any comments before we look at it?
I would say inspired. It was an inspired approach, taking note from the great can of Kung Fu and the Weekend Warriors. The rest will speak for itself, but if people do remember what happened that time, I think they're going to be entertained by what happens with this one. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Jungle Run, Jungle Race, name not really necessary. We know what the deal is by now. This time, it is going to be our producer / broadcaster / caster, a man who does pretty much a lot of work for us here at SumSock. It is Tico, going to be making that run, and while I know, Tico, you're probably looking to come in first, more realistically, I think the goal for you is going to be, it's like to beat Midnight, no?
Yeah, no, 100%. I want to make sure that I beat him, at least his time. And I'm not going to go all off. I'm still deciding on what I go, though. So,
yeah, I mean, it's a tough choice. I understand that. I mean, Tron last time just absolutely tore it up, and then when you compare that to the other player, the other top laner in this event, one Can of Kung Fu, who took that Ivern and chose the worst pathing I think you could possibly do. There's still a lot of space for this, and now you're looking to like top him, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I feel like I've got a better optimal pathing in comparison to what he had.
But the general consensus of everyone who's gone Ivern has been this is a cop out.
No. Watch. Watch is the optimal pathing of runes.
Yeah, this is a one-shot deal. If you take the wrong runes, that's on you. At least you have smites. Yeah, you got smite. Now the teleport's an interesting. Are we going to see the teleport strat?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking that I'd place a ward somewhere on the opposite side of the jungle and get a teleport going.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, as you run it, though, like, it's not just all about this jungle path. I am sort of curious, though. I think you can sort of explain a lot of the tasks and things you do behind the scenes better than what I did at the start. Like, what do you kind of see your role in Sumsock is, and why are you vital for this team's success?
Well, I feel like the way things are run in Sumsock, you definitely need someone that is in charge of setting up, making sure that everything's going to plan. And I know Midnight does a really good job in Team Leader, but there's also the behind-the-scenes things that you need to be aware of, like setting up the overlays, making sure everything looks pretty. You just need... I think there are some things that people aren't aware that goes into, like, the behind-the-scenes that...
Okay, so
necessary.
Hearing that you're the one working behind the scenes, then I have to ask, where's my catering? Because I've been waiting, I think, months now for this pizza that was, promised to me, said it was going to be delivered. Pretty sure by, I'm not sure it was you exactly, but they said you were going to be the one who hand makes it for me. I've been waiting.
Pizza?
Yeah, I want my pizza.
Wait, what pizza?
The one that was promised.
I don't remember a pizza that was promised.
Well, I do, and
False
so do all the
advertising.
cats. It's not just for me, it's for everyone. And I think, look, I'm just going to throw this out there, okay? If you don't beat Midnight's time, I think that means you're going to have to shout the entire casting team.
I don't know about that.
All right, well, you heard it here first. If Tico can't do this, not only will he shout the casting team, but how about 5 lucky viewers in Twitch chat as well? Yeah, no pressure or anything, just putting you on the spot right here. Are you sure this is the right camp where you want to go first, considering, you could lose a couple $100 now?
No, I'm doing it. We're going hard.
All right.
We're going ham. This is the only way that we're going to be able to do this quickly. And then we have a teleport war that we're going to get to at some point eventually. We're going to come back to this around at some point as well, but just watch.
All right, well, I am watching, and you're talking about being aggressive and being that fast jungler. I have to ask, from the junglers that we've seen so far in, this Sumsock event, which junglers are you looking to emulate the most? Who is that fastest and, strongest jungler in your eyes?
Ooh. It's a little bit hard because we've seen a lot of aggressive jungling. No one's really gotten into their own tempo or been given enough space for their own tempo. I want to say the higher weekend warriors, weekend night.
Jungle Man's no longer there, right?
Yeah, but his replacement.
I'm pretty sure his replacement might be getting subbed out. Look, that's neither here nor there. We're all entitled to our own opinions. I am kind of curious, though, right now. Your health's getting a little low, and you're going to probably have to run 2 laps. When does this teleport actually come into play?
It's coming. It's
coming?
So a recall strat here is how we do it.
All right,
So
well,
this
we're
is how you
seeing
get
it
the
right
health
now.
back.
Yes.
Easy.
All right. We'll see where we go from here. We're already 3 minutes in, and you're standing in Fountain. There's the teleport. New metas being developed. You didn't even wait till you had full health. You're just straight back into it.
Don't need it. Don't need full health. Full health's for plebs. See, we get red buff. We're going to go for a full clear strat. We're going to head towards bot side, probably. This is very not optimal pathing. I haven't actually practiced this very much.
No, this is awful, which is good for me because I really want that pizza. But looking at other teams right now, though, like outside of, the current favorites, what team has surprised you the most in this event?
I am going to say, even though they're at the bottom, Weeknight Warriors. No, Weeknight? Which is the bottom team? For the
Weekend Warriors.
Weekend Warriors. They have done
Also, you don't need to do Scuttle Crabs.
Oh, you tell me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, everyone else has done it and avoided the Scuttle Crabs, so...
Okay, well, the Weeknight Warriors, they've actually done a really good job, even though I don't have enough health for that. Even though they haven't been doing beautifully on the ladder, they still are doing really well in terms of being able to mount up against the big teams like the Weekend Warriors, like MCOM, DIssonance, all the big teams. So I'm just really proud of them just being able to stick it to the man, if that's one way that you want to call it.
For sure, for sure. You're not a jungle main, are you?
No, very, very much not.
Yeah, no, that's apparent. What role do you play? What would you consider your main role?
AD carry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is interesting, all right? Because when I'm jungling, AD carries are really, really good at coming in and taking my jungle. But now that we put you in the jungle, you're struggling. Would you like to elaborate as to why this is?
Because it takes minimal brain to last hit minions. Well, in comparison to the chess match that is the jungle, I think that AD carries have it easy up until the jungler comes to gank. So it would be a lot better if I was a little bit quicker and if I had teleport up again. Probably should have thought about this earlier, but
You also probably should have just gone to that top jungle right there instead of running through mid.
I should have, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm
well,
gonna hit 6
you know
minutes
what?
here.
Yeah, you are. You're gonna hit 6 minutes. This is worse than Kenna Kung Fu. I'm not gonna lie. I never thought we would see something worse than Kenna Kung Fu, yet here we are. Yet you shower his teams with praises now, as if to sort of appease the fact that you're getting spanked by him. Look, real quick, as we are coming to the end of this jungle, which sort of like what inspired you to actually get into casting? Probably a question we should have opened with, but sort of that last chance. Why are you a caster?
Well, actually, it was Mendrix. Mendrix did start me off into casting because he, on his stream, he did have like a casting 101 thing going, right? And yeah, so that's how I found out about. Oh, I should not have smited that.
No. Start autoing.
God. Yeah, he had a casting 101 thing, and so I felt like that was interesting. I might get into it.
There it is. Well, that was the time. It was 6:18, the final time. Although, I mean, look, you were slow enough that the wolf started to respawn.
Yeah.
That was a roughie for you. 6:18, the final time. I think that's the new slowest. So I suppose congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mendrix. Though I mean, now we can blame you for getting Tico involved and now exposing us to one of the worst paths I have ever seen. Teleports do not work in the jungle, especially on Ivern. Never run this build. And any final words, Tico?
I am really excited to see what week 3 is going to be like, because it is happening today. So I'm excited to see who's going to be different, who's going to have a massive difference in the ladder, where the differences are going to be between the teams.
All right, well, there you have it. Thank you for making the run. Hopefully, in the future, runs will be a lot cleaner than that. On that note, though, we're going to throw it back to whatever happens to be on the screen right now.
Well, that didn't go too well.
I think it went great. Look, it's not a pizza, but I got some chips out of it, so you know what? Retroactively, thank you to Tico. It could have been worse.
I mean, you say it couldn't have been worse, but let's bring up the schedule, like not the schedule, but the top clear ladder, if you will. It doesn't look brilliant for Tico when you take a look at the times on there, or Ivan for that matter.
No, I think Ivern's definitely not the right way to go. As you can see, I'm still working on my jungle clear. We haven't quite finished it yet, although I have been found, so maybe that can be updated in a bit. But yeah, Ivern, not the pick to go to. I know jungling is scary, and I know it's probably a lot easier if you're thinking you don't actually have to fight those jungle creeps. But if you want to do it quickly, probably avoid Ivern in the future.
It's all my fault. It's all me. I should have also done a crash course in jungle clearing, I think. On top of my 101 for commentating. What have I unleashed upon the world?
I like my favorite part of all of this is Kenna Kung Fu in Twitch chat saying, "Wait, how did you lose to Mike?"
I mean, it was impressive. It was impressive.
Tico's gonna get bullied for the next week purely on the back of that jungle run, which is heartbreaking.
Yeah, so I mean, as it stands though, Tron still atop, and I mean, deservingly so as well. After the performance he had in week 1, of course, he would have the fastest jungle. I am curious though, because we do have perhaps some unique players and things lined up if Tron's going to be able to hold on to it. I think that top time is going to be a tough time to beat, and so too will that bottom time now be a tough one to beat. I think we've got a nice middle of the pack moving forward from here.
It's going to
Yeah.
be even harder because if everyone's like, you know what, Udi is the way to go, Udi just got nerfed this patch. He just they just
Yeah.
like whacked his Phoenix stance a good way down. So now if you're trying to be like, well, maybe I can pick up Udi to try and eke a little bit more efficiency out of Tron's pathing, probably won't be able to do it because that Phoenix stance is not going to be doing the same amount of damage that it was prior. So now you really do have to look for something different and more unique than to just put your face against the wall with Udia because he just normally can do it.
Yeah. Well, if you are guys in Twitch chat, if you guys do want to take a part of the jungle challenge, let us know. We're always happy to have more people on the list to see who can become king of the jungle, who becomes the replacement to Mufasa after he falls off a cliff. All right, probably shouldn't have made that joke. All right, a few bit of bookkeeping. So this week number 3 is quite exciting. Viego is banned for all the players, unsurprisingly.
I wonder why.
Courtesy of the buff where you can have over 1,000 sacks on a Dark Seal and one shot literally everything. There are videos, you can watch it, it's awful. And the other fun thing, I suppose, this week is going to be the fact that we now have post-game interviews. So at the conclusion of the game, one of the players who did play in the game from the winning team will be sitting down having a little bit of a chat. So you can keep your ears open for that one. And the last little bit of bookkeeping, guys, is, of course, the store that we do have over at Summoner Society. Everything that you buy at it, the money does go into the prize pool of the Invitational. So if you want to support your players, that's a good way to do it. Or buy them pizza, like Tika's going to buy us pizza. It works either way.
Ooh,
Yes.
pepperoni, please.
Yeah, pepperoni is a good choice, but you need more. Like the pepperoni, the sausage, the mushroom, that triple threat. That's what you got to go for.
Ooh, okay. I like where you're at, Formal. We could probably be pizza buddies.
Ooh, yeah, I'm in. A good pizza, an interstate pizza party is in order. I believe.
Yeah, let's make it work. We'll do it.
Yeah, Tico shout. I'm sure flying
Tico.
me.
Tico's got it.
Yeah, he can fly me down.
It's the least he owes me for
Getting him casting, exactly.
getting me into the casting and everything, and make him a part of the family.
Yes.
Week number 3, lads, is going to be a little bit interesting. So, as you guys can see on our schedule, our first 2 games are Desire facing up against ZY, Era versus Exile, and Kraken versus the Weekend Warriors. Now, I'm going to focus on the first 3 games here, because, of course, we will see you two later tonight for games 4 and 5 of MCOM versus Weeknight and DIssonance versus QUT. So, out of these first 3 games, which game catches your eye as the game that, hey, this is going to be one that demands respect, demands focus from our audience?
I mean, when I look at these 3, 2 of them stand out actually a fair bit, at least in my eyes. And that is Era versus Exile and the El Clasico of some suck. Once again, Kraken doing battle with the Weekend Warriors. Always a great matchup between these 2 teams. So if you're a long-standing fan of everything that, Sumsock and, the amateur oceanic League of Legends scene has been about, that's probably the series for you. But don't overlook Era versus Exile because, yes, you might look at this and see 0-2 team versus 2-0 team. I see a team that's overperformed versus a team that's due, and that game might actually surprise some people.
Yeah, I could agree more with Max in that sense, and I really do want to just touch on the El Clasico for Kraken versus Weekend. The other thing to get, Kraken's got to be more hungry than Weekend. Weekend's actually come across with 2 victories over the last 2 weeks. Kraken obviously losing out against QUT. If they want to have a really good chance to feel a bit more safer going into the rest of this tournament, they need to get a win here. They need to actually begin to even it out, basically make sure that it's not going to be too much of a distance that they need to close into it. Otherwise, they probably will see Weekend beginning to move out of reach for them. They'll be in a little bit of stress coming into the final weeks of the tournament, and this is something that they definitely want to avoid. So I'm expecting Kraken to really put out a performance, and if they don't buckle under the pressure, they should be able to take something away. Weekend on the other side, I'd like to see them just play it a little more chill, a little more calm going forward with that. So it's going to be very good to see what actually comes out of that particular fight.
And
Yeah,
I mean, I'm even willing to go back to the first series a bit as well, which could be a bit of a sleeper fun one to have. I know when you look at the lineups and when you look at sort of our takes on these teams in the past, one might think this is going to be a ZYZZ or a Zyzz victory quite handily. I have a hunch, though, that Desire might be a bit more of a struggle for them than one might initially think. This team is a lot smarter than I believe we've been giving them credit for in the past. And if they can find that early game strategy and keep Zyzz down, we could be seeing an upset there as well. I'm not going to go so far as to pick Desire to win this one yet. All three of these first games have that potential to turn some heads and give us either surprising outcomes or just turn into, the chaotic fun that some SOC, OCE, and everything that we're about can be.
I really want to touch on that as well. When we look at it, Zyzz didn't have the most explosive game last week. It was actually a relatively low kill game. It was around I think it ended about 6-7, something like that. What they really had going for them was their ability to transfer any of their picks into objectives across the board, basically relying on Blue to really have a ton of split push pressure coming into it. So that's one thing we really need to take into account. Whereas Desire, they have excellent jungle control. All they have to do is just not lose out in that early to mid game, get to late game with a decent advantage. And if they have got that jungle control in place, playing through the bot lane, they can win this.
That they can, but I think you touched on it. Play through that bot lane. That's going to be the avenue for Desire if they are going to win this. Because when you look at the top matchup, you have to favor Zyzz. When you look at the jungle mid synergy, it's closer than people might think. Yet it's the bot lane that has been slow out of the gate so far for Zyzz. When they get going, we all know what Iano can do. Get past that 30, 35-minute mark. The dude knows how to team fight. The dude knows how to keep himself safe. But it's getting to that stage, which has been the issue for them in the past. And when I look at, Zingy as the support for Desire, typically I think of someone who actually likes to roam a bit more and maybe not be that in-lane playmaker. That needs to change for this series. If he can get that help from Akano, we can see good things from them. Again, though, I need to emphasize, this is their avenue to win. Whether or not they pull it off, I still don't really think so. I actually do still like Zyzz's mid, jungle, and top very much so in this matchup. So I still think Zyzz is probably going to take it, but you cannot overlook this first game.
And it's the first game, so let's focus on that one for a little bit. It's so easy to just simply say, oh, just ban Blue out. Like, we know that Zyzz love playing through Blue. He is that primary win condition a lot of the time. It was a lot last year, coming into this year. When they're not putting him on Malphite duty, they're giving him his top laners to push. But even if you do ban him out, which, first of all, good luck, the idea of just play through bot is a lot harder in practice than it is in theory. So if you were, and I'll pose this question to both of you. If you were Desire's coach, now as you said, Max, you think that maybe we're not giving Desire the credit for being as intelligent as you believe they are. How would you approach this game? Like, is it purely, as you said, go through bot, and how would you do it? Like, just ignore Blue? What would be your strategy?
I mean, for the most part, yeah, top's going to be an island. So you take someone like an Ornn or... Yeah, I think Ornn is really where you want to be looking. Again, a lane that's going to lose, but lose gracefully and still have that mid to later game impact. I think the key focal point should be mid game. And yes, playing through bot is helpful because that could be an avenue through. But I almost think it's more important to win that jungle mid showdown somehow. And I'm going to actually kind of run back what I said before. Yeah, Zingy can be that roamer. Look, if Zingy can still get those roams into the mid lane and accelerate the mid and then have the mid help down below, that's great for them. What you have to be aware, though, when you're going up against ZYZ is that for every step or 2 steps forward you take, something's going to be taken back. And as long as you are prepared for that, know that's going to happen, but know you can still keep out-tempoing them just as long as you're taking that little bit more. It might not matter if Blue gets a significant lead. You still are controlling the rest of the map. You still can be out in front. And I guess it's just keeping that calm mental, playing through mid, playing through bot, making sure you control at least half of the map, and good things can happen.
Yeah, the macro is really going to be the big key going forward with this game. If I had to really look into it, and it goes back to what Max was saying. That idea with Zyzz is you have to take into account. Well, if we're going to go for something, whether it be a pick, whether it be a tower, whether it be a neutral objective, there will be a trade somewhere. That's something that Zyzz is excellent at doing. And again, it always seems to be through Blue, especially when he's on that split pushing or that split pushing capabilities that he's able to pull out. And that's going to be one of the big keys. And again, like you said, that idea of banning out Blue just doesn't seem like a realistic way to go about it, especially with how ridiculous junglers can be at the moment. I know Udi has taken a hit, but to be honest, you just basically shift yourself from being Phoenix to Tiger. You still have excellent clear with that Phoenix basically being in the second move. So Udi is still going to be seeing some. I expect him to be either banned out or seeing some play because he's still got the ability to do it. But then you also have the Hecarim. You also have, if Shyvana ends up being played to good effect as well. There's some ridiculous power clears at the moment in the jungle that you can't really just go, yeah, well, let's just throw all our bans in top lane and hope their jungle is not going to play well. It's like, no. You need to take that into account as well. It's not just a matter of it's a blue fest for Zyzz. No, the whole team will be a critical component going into it.
Yeah, and the thing as well, which has me more concerned again for the Desire side, if they do want to play this big brain game and it turns into a more macro game, yes, I am saying Desire is a smarter team than we consider, but you mentioned it, I kind of hinted at before, Zyzz is always so good at finding trades that a bloody game probably is going to have to be what Desire needs to play for. And a lot of times that's sort of seen as like the less intelligent way to go, but they're going to have to accelerate the game. They're going to have to try and force kills at moments. And like, they're going to have to make this be a more violent game of League of Legends. Because if it turns into that slow macro chess match only type game, that's where Zyzz might thrive. As much as I've been saying Desire is a smart team, Zyzz might actually be smarter. Don't let that logo fool you down there. There is a big brain behind that shocked head. And Zyzz can be one of the best. I mean, I know people look at him and go like, how can they be this smart game? All they do is put blue top lane. All he does is push the entire time. Iano just power farms till 35. Yet this team, despite those stereotypes, always finds ways to trade, always finds ways to keep themselves in it, always finds way to nearly get that comeback. Yes, they did lose to MCOM at the start of the year, but that felt like more of an anomaly. That felt like the team didn't really play their usual style. And while we might bring that into question, this is the game where I feel like, no, Zyzz is going to stamp their foot of authority down. I'm leaning for them to win this game. I think it's going to be not as bloody as Desire needs, and that's why Zyzz is going to come out on top.
Oh, we'll see if your predictions are right, Formal. Because if you get this wrong, oh boy, the Twitch chat will let you know. I'll probably let you know as well while I'm at it.
I mean, well, you picked with me. I see the sheet, so
I did agree with you on that one. Mendrix, you're welcome back to the desk after what was
I know. After last week, I honestly thought I was going to be out. Remember, like for some reason, you called me up and you're like, "Mendrix, we need you to come back in." And I was like, "Oh my god, I've already died and come back."
I am a graceful god. I am a kind god. I'm a benevolent ruler, and it's I will give you a chance to redeem yourself, Mendrix. I will give you a chance. Just
remember, I didn't teach Tico first as well. I also gave you a bit of a
you did. I
run around in terms of teaching for casting as well. Just remember that just because you're the leader now.
Yeah, gotta stay humble. Rule one. So let's look at our first game of the night then. Desire and ZY. Who do you think will be taking it ahead? Really, if you go 0-4 again, 0-5 this week again, Mendrix, there's not a lot of saving you at that point.
Look, I honestly, when I look at it, I think Zyzz has got that extra experience on the tip of it, so I'm going to be putting on Zyzz in this scenario. I'm following him through on that sense. I've seen Blues do amazing things. I'm not expecting him to be put on tank duty this time around. There's plenty of carries to go around that he work with. I even can see him possibly making a Silas work to some degree. So there's different ways to really go about it. So I'm feeling Zyzz has got the ones to take it out against Desire.
I'm gonna after every game, I'm gonna pester you about getting a prediction out of you just to make sure you're.
Can't do the fourth one.
Yeah.
I can, but don't worry. I'll still do it. I'll take it. We'll be fine.
Thank you very much, Formal. And we've only got a couple minutes before we do dive into our first game. We'll hand it over to the casters. So, lads, I suppose just one sort of other overarching question being, again, we're only in our third week, so we don't want to read too much into it. But the team, where some teams are in positions that you wouldn't inherently expect, I should say, sorry. So for me, it's DIssonance. And maybe you guys can help me along this one. DIssonance on paper has what I think is a ridiculously strong roster. Similar to how you Formal look at Era and say they've got a roster, they shouldn't be 0-2. They've got a jungler Bose who I feel like the meta right now, where junglers take over the first 15 minutes of the game and the bot lane scales are there, it should favor them, right? So what is another team of yours? Like, I know, Formal, you said Era, you probably shouldn't be there. So, Mendrix, I'll have to throw this one at you as well, because otherwise I'm asking Formal the same question twice. What's a team that you think shouldn't be where they are? Oh,
I
yeah.
think that's going to be you, isn't it? I mean, was it thrown to me? Is it going to be
Yeah,
thrown to
it's
you?
only because Formal's already said he thinks Era shouldn't be 0
Well,
2.
Yeah.
So who
Oh,
do you think
okay.
shouldn't
I
be
thought,
where they are?
sorry. I thought Formal was going to take it again,
No,
and then I was going to
no.
come through it afterwards. So, okay, look, a team that I don't believe shouldn't be where they are right now is probably actually, I believe Exile. I think Exile, 2-0 right now at this particular point in time. I feel like they had probably one of the easiest runs coming into it. So, and when I looked at in terms of their play going into it from last week, it wasn't too crazy in terms of, it wasn't like too stand out that it's like, yeah, we won convincingly in both games. So when I take that into account, I think now they really need to actually maintain their lead and just try to obviously play a very strong game going forward, because I feel all the other teams will now be finally coming into their strides, finally getting to form. Like I said before, that idea of roughening up those or sending down those rough edges should finally be in play. And that means that Exile should have a tougher time maintaining that position.
Look, I'm just going to straight up say, because I am going to take back a little bit of discussion, because I need to do a quick little plug, all right?
Okay.
Because I answered this question in full earlier. If you want to go check out my Twitter at formalcasting, plug. I straight up, I dropped my week 3 power rankings. And if we're going to go by this, it has the 3 teams that I think should be 2-0, the 4 teams I think that should be 1-1, and the 3 teams that I think should be 0-2. And there's a few of those. Zyzz, I put at 2-0 instead of 1-1. I think they should be up there with QUT and the Weekend Warriors. In that middle of the pack, that's where you see Exile. That's where you see teams like Desire, Weeknight Warriors. Actually, I put in the 1-1 category, not in the 0-2 category, because I feel like they should be there. And MCOM, kind of that team that I knocked down low, down into that 0-2. So, like, if I'm going to go straight through the order, top 3 QUT, Weekend Warriors, Zyzz in that order and how they've been performing. And guess what, Ewan? Your team, DIssonance, I have them down at the bottom. I've actually not been impressed at all from what I've seen.
They haven't performed the way I was hoping them to. I will say they should be better on paper, but they have not performed. And I'm hoping that this week is the week they can bounce back. But they've got a mountain of QUT. But we can probably talk about that in a little bit, guys. As I'm sure you guys can see on chat, we do have the channel points predictions going on for game number 1 between who you think Desire or ZY will win. We've said our piece. And now I believe it is only fair that we hand it off to our casters. So, of course, we do have Cooper Trooper as well as Weapon, XVX, that will be taking the games. So, guys, you have 5 minutes. And as you said in the desk, we all think that ZY should be able to take the lead. So, take it away, boys, and let's see who's going to win our first game of the night.
Well, Weapon, thanks for joining us here on the desk tonight. I mean, thank you to Tico and Formal and obviously Mendrix for chatting a little bit there. Tico, I really expected more out of you from that jungle run, but my name is Cooper117. How are we feeling about tonight, Weapon?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, we've got some good games ahead of us, and yeah, like I'm not understanding why people on the jungle clear. Like I keep catching like kind of bits and pieces of them, and every time it's like Ivan would teleport. Like just do a jungle clear. Just literally just do a jungle clear, please. Like that's all I'm asking.
Look, I'm a support player, and I know Tico's an ADC player, but boy, I'm gonna have to see if I can put my hand up for those jungle clears.
I think you can have a crack. I think you can pick Udyr and probably top the charts at this point. Just like, have you ever played Udyr before? No, good. You're fine. You'll do great.
Well, we were talking before those guys were talking, and we were thinking Olaf maybe as well.
Oh yeah, Olaf. Yeah, actually, I made the comment because I think the last patch change to Olaf was that his W got less lifesteal, which is a buff for his jungle clear. Like, great, perfect, awesome. Now he clears faster. I don't know, maybe not as safe, but whatever. He's still a top tier everything. Stride Breaker, better on him now. Pick that over Gore Drinker sometimes. But yeah, good jungler. Definitely pick him.
So we better stop bullying Tico. I know he probably doesn't like it. But what's our first game up tonight? It is Desire versus Zyzz. I mean, how much have you been watching the last 2 weeks, Weapon?
You're going to call me out like that? Playing catch up. No, but we do know the trajectory of these two teams. They're both sitting at 1-1. They are pretty much looking to, I think, they've got a lot to prove in this game, really, because this is Desire. Like, I think this is a team that probably has less to prove if we're gonna like follow the narrative. Because this team, they played a really close game last week. They beat Era, I think, in week one. Which, like, Era are a team who on paper seem very strong, but in practice it feels like they're not quite putting things together, and hopefully they can for our second game of the night. But I think this is a great team, and this is kind of where we're going to see their true form coming against Zyzz, who are historically one of our strongest contenders in the league. Like, this is a team who, like, they've won multiple times with various iterations of like these players. We saw a bit of them coming back to form in the second week with Blue on the Fiora pick, buffed to the absolute moon. Really good with that Immortal Shield bow with the Essence Reaver build. The more crit focused, kind of squishy split push build that Fioras like to build. And pretty much it just seems like this is a team right now where if we're going to pick a narrative around them, it's that they win by macro or lose in team fights. And I really want to see if they can reverse that trajectory and really like. I love this idea of Blue being a player who wants to diversify his champion pool, because we talk about Blue. Blue's the focal point of this team. Like, there's no kind of getting around it. We like chat probably yells at us every time we say Blue. Like, it's probably a drinking game. Like, take a shot, you just get laughed at. But we can't avoid the fact that this guy feels like the focal point of the team. And I love the idea that this team is trying to diversify what they're doing. I love the idea that they are trying to, they're trying to branch out. They're trying to say, okay, Blue can play weak side. Iano's our guy. Iano's a great player. Why don't we let this guy carry? You've got Rookie Kyoko in the mid lane. Incredible control mage player who's able to, push and roam and get those skirmishes with the best of it. So why not play around that team? It hasn't come together yet. And, I want to see it come together. But there comes a question, Cooper, like, do you want to win? Or do you want to practice your stuff on stage? Like, is this a scrim, or do you just play your best stuff on stage? Like, that's the real question I'm kind of posing to him here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if everyone was watching the last couple of weeks, it was obviously Blue played that Malphite, and casters last week discussed that he wasn't in that carry role that he needed to be in, and I'm pretty sure they lost that game. And then we saw him on the Fiora last week, and it was, well, almost unstoppable, I think, at the time. But as I do say that, we are going to get straight into the draft phase. So we were chatting a little bit about are they going to ban out the Fiora from Blue? Are they going to take that away from him?
Yeah, so I think the first ban comes out, Thresh taken away from Lost in Vinland. Really strong performance on that champion last time. Last time, week 2, we've kind of touched on it. It was very much the strong side performance from Blue with Iano and Lost in Vinland sort of playing that weak side role with the Sivir Thresh duo, just kind of being the catch waves and rotate with the rest of the team. So a lot of power picks being taken off the board. Akano's Rex side being taken away. It seems like on the side of Desire, they're kind of just saying, okay, we'll just take away what worked for Zyzz, and basically just kind of see what they have left. Is the Seraphine band as well? I mean, she's just strong right now. It just feels like something you just kind of have to get rid of at the moment, because she can play so many roles. Pretty much just do whatever you want with that champion in the bottom half of the map, and she just kind of works.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen the Seraphine in the ADC, or, well, I should say the APC carry the role. So I'm still not seeing a Fiora ban, which I definitely thought was going to be first. Also, the Udyr ban is pretty funny, seeing as we were just talking about how good his clear is.
Yeah.
And obviously the Olaf there as well.
Yeah, slightly nerfed on this patch, the Udyr has been, and the Olaf as well. Although, like I said, jury's out on whether it's actually a nerf or not. You are right, the Fiora not being taken away probably indicates that on the blue side, maybe Hanabi is feeling like he can probably take that away, or maybe they have a plan for it. Gragas is locked in, so that's likely to be a top side. Worth pointing out, this is actually a pretty good matchup into the Fiora. Like, a lot of telegraph CC there, a lot of interactions you can play with if that is going to be a top lane Gragas. But early on in the draft, we can see that Gragas played in at least three different roles, although I think the top lane is definitely his best role so far, as we wait to see what Zyzz are going to lock in.
Tristana gets picked there as well. Okay,
I'm liking it. So we're seeing a bit of strength in the bot lane, a bit of early prowess. I think Tristana is one of the champions who really has filled the role in the current meta of the champions. The bot lane champion who can really most just kind of smash a lane. Pairing that with
Yeah.
Rel, I really like. That gives you a massive level 6 kill potential if you do have that
Oh,
flash up on the Rel. Champion we've
Mhm.
talked about a lot as someone who needs a follow-up engage, but if she does have the flash up, has the ult up, you pretty much just can't get away from that. Like it absolutely will happen.
Yeah.
So the counter pick is going to come in, and I'm not sure I like the Braum into this. The Alistair is a
Mhm.
good vacuum counter, which we saw hovered, so
Yeah.
hoping they go for that. The Braum feels a bit strange, but it is going to be the Lucian lock-in, so that probably is
Mhm.
going to be our mid lane for the side of Bobacat and Desire. Now,
Yeah.
still waiting to see if we're going to see... So this probably actually throws off some parity for our lanes, so expect to see Desire probably tunnel down on some mid lane bans if they are going to lock in. I expect a support here before that pool gets pinched, and yeah, it is going to be the Alistair answer. So vacuum counter to the Rel, you can knock up her jump, you can knock her away if she does try to magnetize. So in a vacuum, I really like it. It just feels like it kind of gets outscaled as the game goes on. And the Azir picked up for Rookie QQs. So this is just another one of his really good standard like control measures. It gets lane prio, it moves around the map, and it does really good things in conjunction with Less I Know the Better, or really whatever jungler Rookie QQ is playing alongside. So I'm liking the look from really both sides at this point.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking, well, I should say, you were talking about, obviously, do these guys want to win, or do they want to put a little bit more effort into getting Iona fed and having him as the carry rather? And obviously, we can't see who Blue's pick right now is, and obviously saw there's a Fiora ban. There's a Fiora ban. But I'm actually really excited, and you've just outlined it, that this bot lane is going to be very big. So even right now, if Blue did want to, like you said, go less of a carry role, or even go a counter carry to their bot lane, like if Iona and Lost in Vinland can keep it up, this combo right now is massive. But obviously, you outlined the Alistair's ability to counter that, but played properly, we could see a massive bot lane absolute fiesta going on this game.
Yeah, so the target bans on the left side of your screen very, very clear. They really want to take Blue off some comfort here, so they're probably going to be. We're probably going to see a counter pick here. Looking for a jungler here. I expect to see something probably a little bit more gank focused, although that's about as far as you can get from gank focused. So maybe we are looking at a bit more of a macro focused look from the side of Zyzz. This is probably indicating that you're more looking to get towards the mid to late game here and just kind of out macro your opponents with a strong side lane and just have the 4-1 in full effect. So there is a chance to answer here, at least pick up something that can match the. So I actually something that's passed by me is that the Gragas is actually not going to be going into the top lane. Sorry, the Gragas is potentially going to be the top lane. I'm getting my.
We're not sure.
Yeah, we're actually not sure at this point.
No, it's the Lucian. The Lucian is now in the mid lane.
Yeah, we absolutely are going to see the Lucian in the mid lane. So we're still waiting on potentially our jungler pickup. Although, yeah, so that's going to confirm that the Gragas is going to be going into the jungle, which I think. So here's my thoughts on Gragas jungle, as we are going to see the Aatrox locked in for Hardaby. So it's going to be carry versus carry. You would think if these comps are going to line up the way that you kind of expect it to from the side of Zyzz. And I have some thoughts on Gragas jungle, which we'll absolutely hopefully get into. And lordy.
The Yone hover.
Yone
was hovered.
It's still good. It's still good.
Yeah.
Please go.
It's almost. I was going to say it's that middle ground, is it not? This is game 3 now. Weapons. So we saw Blue on that Malphite, and then we saw him the Fiora, and I feel like Nara is that very middle ground. He's got the ability to be that big tanky boy, but he's got that very strong split push potential. And I mean, it's going to be this is a jam-packed game for the fact that we are going to see Hanabi try to counter that as hard as he can. But then, what are you going to say about the Gragas jungle, firstly, before we go over to the Mundo jungle?
So I was going to touch on it in game, so we'll get to it hopefully later as we kind of see evidence of what I'm thinking. But I do like what you've touched on with the Gnar. It's a middle ground for Blue. It's something which can play the macro game, it can split, and I think the Gnar is something that is at its best when it's picked as a split pushing champion. You're picking like the stride breaker, you're looking to run your opponent down in lane. In the case of the Aatrox, you're looking to really bully him out of lane and really just kind of make his life suck. And it is something that can still join team fights. It can still have a big impact with those big Gnar ultimates and things like that. So it's a good look. I really like the idea that Blue is a player who's trying to like diversify what he's doing in games. Like it's
Mhm.
great. We want to see more of
Yeah.
this from Zyzz, from all of these players who, like, these are players who I expect to see going into like professional leagues in the next couple of years, like 100%. So, you want to show what you got. Same thing goes for a lot of these players on Desire, I think. But we are looking at two compositions that there is a little bit of, I think, diversity here. So I think on Hanabi's side, on the Aatrox, this feels like a matchup that you cannot afford to lose. You cannot afford to go down CS or go down a significant amount to the Gnar. So we're probably looking at a Kana who's probably going to be looking at a bot side start up to the top side, trying to classic move, gank blue early. We know it works. This is an Aatrox that absolutely has to dominate the lane, because Aatrox, when he is ahead, he's going to be able to bully that mini Gnar out, and even the range advantage isn't going to necessarily help. Whereas blue, it feels like if he goes into that lane, or leaves that lane in a relatively even clip, he is going to be able to dominate those side lanes and then join the fight and have more impact than what any of the real frontline have brought to bear on the side of Desire. You've got the Alistar, who's probably going to be playing that peel duty, a Xayah, who absolutely can be a bit elusive in these fights, but a Gragas, and this is where the Gragas discussion has to be had.
Yeah.
Gragas in the jungle is not a tank. He is built full AP. He's built to one-shot people, just drop those fights, and then probably pop his Zhonyas.
Yeah.
And I think that's by design, because you need the AP to clear the jungle. The problem is that it doesn't give you any viable frontline outside of the like momentary like seconds of his W being up for the damage resistance. Champion is very, very squishy, so team fights are have to be short and sharp on the side of Desire, well executed. Whereas on the side of Zyzz, I talked about this as a team who feels like they kind of win by macro, lose by team fights. Like, they have team fight options, they have macro options. I think they have a better team fight if this does get to the later stretch, and we'll have to kind of just see how this game plays out and who gets that early advantage and where they can decide to take it.
It's look, we're running out of time here, Weapon. You gave me too much info. I'm trying to think about.
I'm sorry. I like talking about League.
We are just dropping down the spectator delay at this point, but we are going to take a very short break as we get into the game. This is game one, Zyzz versus Desire. You've just heard us chat about it, so let's jump in and watch it together. Don't go anywhere.
Too many words were left unspoken, but we can always do it right. The rules are meant to be broken. We will never go down without a fight. Never a promise that we can't keep. We'll never rest, we'll never sleep. Hold tight, stick to your guns, 'cause we are the chosen ones. Life goes by, we're fading fast. This is our time, we'll raise our glass, 'cause we are the only ones, and we are the chosen ones. Yeah, this is our time, let's raise our glass.
Welcome back to the Samsung Invitational circuit here. My name is Cooper117 and I'm joined by Weapon. This is our first game of the night, which is of course Zyzz versus Desire. You just heard us chat about what we hope to see in the game, as well as what the rest of the broadcast team as well think. But there's only really one way to find out here, I think, Weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. These are two teams, like we said, that are looking to prove something. These are two teams that are 1-1 that
Mm.
I think by all rights do sit at the top of the standings. There are, on any given day, these teams feel like they could take games off any of our top teams, and this is where it starts. This is where you want to start to establish how strong you are in the league by beating one of your opponents that feels like they're on the level with you.
I like to think that this is the game that'll have boys become men as we see our ladder start to really disperse. We're going to start seeing no more doubles or triple ups of the first, second, third rankings. We're going to start seeing real rankings, and sort of what you just said is seeing where these top teams deserve to be and who deserves where, really.
Absolutely. So we see the jungle paths have shaken out, so it is going to be the Mundo pathing from the bot to top. This is something cool you can do with Mundo. Try this in solo queue games. You can start the W, and with the new jungle item, which, by the way, if you ever execute jungle camps with the new jungle item, you're just trolling. I mean, I have a few times because Krugs get hard. But, honestly, the amount of healing you get compared to, the old ones is ridiculous. You basically get both jungle items level 1. And, yeah, you can start the W. You can power through your Raptors. You can power through your red with the amount of damage you take, and you usually skill the E second. You can see he's already onto those Krugs now. This is an insanely fast clear. It's a bit awkward because it's Raptors, red, Krugs, and then passing down to the bot side. But, Mundo is, we were discussing fast clearers because during the jungle challenge, Mundo's probably up there. It's a question of what he does with that clear after he kind of gets it done, but he definitely gets through the camps super duper quickly. Kraken is matching the clip though, so well done by Mr. Akano. As you can see on the bot lane, it is going to be the push taken early by Ayano and Lost in Vinland, and this is pretty much to be expected from the matchup, so Tristana is going to dominate most of the priority in this bot lane. Which again kind of begs the question of what do you do with that priority? Gang in the mid lane.
Gang in the mid lane, yeah. Rookie QQ's gonna have to jump out. I think he was forced to flash there as well. He was.
Yeah, flash forced by Rookie on this Azir. So this is going to be a big deal for an Azir who does like to be pushing the pace against the Illusion, bouncing the waves in and kind of creating space for your jungler. It really does mean you're going to have to play a lot further back than you would really like to as an Azir. He certainly does have the tools to be able to kind of control the lane state, as Rookie's just kind of stepping up over.
Yeah, he's trying to go up at the moment. Yeah, he's going to try and go for it. Lots of damage coming down from both there. And we were chatting earlier about how we thought the junglers were going to go different ways, but wasn't anywhere near Blue. I mean, gone straight for the mid lane. Oh, as we see a fight in the top lane. Blue was just able to get out of the old Aatrox pullback there. Less I know the better.
Jungle combat.
Well, Boba's getting
real low.
Yeah, Rookie doesn't want to. He wants this. He might get it. He does not. Comet's not enough. Less I know the better. Still wanting to fight Akano.
Yeah, Junglers, so the play there looks like it was really just Bobacat kind of just sacrificing his health bar for the push, but I really like this from Less I Know the Better. He knows that Rookie QQ wants his lane control as Blue playing close. But yeah, Less I Know knows that Rookie needs here is lane control. So he actually steps in, does the kind jungler thing, and just helps his laner actually maintain equilibrium in this lane. In fact, forces a wave into Bobacat, who burns the teleport to get back in. So really good read by, I think, both junglers there, but I do like the move from Less I Know to know that he needs to be stepping in to help his beleaguered mid laner out with the lane state.
Yeah, 100%. I'm still surprised that we haven't seen much help in the top lane. I thought Blue was going to be a definite focus, but it is good to see that the mid lane's where the party's happening.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of that does come off the jungle pathing, so I think there was pretty clear information from the top side ward that it was going to be the Blue start from Akano pathing down towards the bot side. So Blue is now probably going to have to play a little bit more cautiously. Does have the flash up, has pressed the attack. Sorry, not pressed the attack. Has the fleet footwork, so is able to stay relatively topped up in this lane and just kind of harass Hanabi out. And like I said, this is a lane where it feels like Hanabi can't lose. So this is not boding well. It feels like there has to be a really good gank timing coming out from Akano, who is going to be basing probably for those Predator boots. And the Rift is his oyster as to where he goes. And I think a lot of how this game is going to be determined is going to be based on where Akano decides to play in this next next jungle clear and where his pathing does take him.
Well, we can see Zingy has actually come up to just ward there, give some solo XP to his ADC, but making sure that the dragon is seen by them. But sorry, I was listening to some pings that are going down, but Akano's looking for the drag now too.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily know if this early Drake is going to be the objective that you are going to fight over. Cloud Drake kind of sucks to fight. Neither of these junglers have a really good time against the Cloud Drake, and Hanabi, here it is.
Oh, he's going in. Blue's very low in the top lane. Is Hanabi able to get it? He's got the ult, the flash coming up from Blue as well. Just saving his life there too.
So flash is drawn out by Hanabi, and that's on a pretty important timer, because I touched on the jungle timing. It is going to be the path from bot to top for Akano. So if that play was called, if you are purposely drawing out that summoner to give yourself a window to gank on blue, that's a well called play by Hanabi. They're probably going to sacrifice the dragon for it. Although Invade comes down probably for vision.
Rookie was very well in the know. He knew he did not want to happen again. That was a level 2, little bit of reverse. There we go.
So this is kind of bizarre. I think Akano's just kind of decided that he wants to kill himself a Drake, and
yeah, he wants it. I mean, Less I Know the Better is in no place to stop him.
Yeah, like they know Less I Know the Better is in the top side, so it is kind of a free pickup, but it doesn't really lend itself to any sort of win con. It just kind of feels like, I guess, the best play available to you that you are going to be able to take this Drake. You can see his health bar's so low, like he's getting the crap kicked out of him by this Cloud Drake. It sucks to fight this thing. Like, if you're not a carry jungler of any sort, you just hate life. Like, you pick up those few like honey fruits in the river and kind of just scamper away to your jungle and hope for the best. See, he is passing down from the side. Ping goes down.
They are looking for it. The knockup from there, the flash coming from Iona is going to get him out. A good knockup from Lost in Finland, but Iona is still stuck under the tower. Not going to be too much going down. The Ignite did come out from Zingy as well as the flash, I believe.
Yeah, so they do, in the end, draw the resources out of Iona, so that is good. The pressure is being put on in the early game by the members of Desire. They're getting these small advantages, but it still feels like, Cooper, that they have to convert these. They have to get more out of this, otherwise they're not getting enough.
Ooh, Blue does get an ult into the wall as well, and Arby could be in a bit of trouble here. Does get the stun. It's not going to be enough. He will miss the part of the tower. You just threw it at Hanabi, but Blue really wanted something there, but Less I Know the Better was just too far away. Ooh, you see it engage to the bot lane as well, but Lost in Finland doesn't really have anything to follow it up with.
Yeah, decent attempt, and like I said, this feels like a game where Desire have to really push the pace. They need to find something right now, and a lot of it feels like it's kind of being stifled either by, just kind of strange dragon timings. Like, I'm not sure. I feel like that time spent taking the Drake could have been spent better, or just like, just the lane state that is being given to them. You can see Blue pretty much every time he's been pushed up, there is no jungler present. He's just been able to bully this Aatrox, and he's managed to get himself a 20 or so CS lead in the top lane. Whereas on the other side of the map, you've got the bot lane who are just playing just so safe, so far back. They're able to just kind of shove the lane and then let it bounce back into them. And nothing going.
Ooh, the headbutt is going to connect with Iona, but Lost in Villains right on the boys. But look at Akano behind the tower. Oh, Iona does use the ultimate to get in behind the tower. Down. Oh my lord, Akano thought he was sneaky, and it is not going to work today, as the Buster Shot will knock him into death's range.
That was absolute kooky-dooks. You're not a so if you pop the W, you're kind of tanky. You can tank a couple of tower shots, but yeah, that seems.
Ooh, Lost in Midlands looking for another. No, I fully agree. I expected the Buster Shot. I just don't know if Akano did. I mean, obviously he didn't.
Maybe I'm going to give him credit. Maybe I didn't see the levels on Iano. Maybe he dinged 6.
Oh,
but
flash from Hanabi. Not going to be enough to get Blue. A teleport from here coming from the back line. Hanabi does know though, so Rookie's just going to back off, I think.
Yeah, that's sometimes as a mid laner, your teleport is just there as you stop that button.
Yeah.
And that was absolutely one of those. You got to think that Hanabi was probably feeling pretty frisky, wanted to get the dive off.
Yeah.
And maybe you don't necessarily know if Akana was on the top side, so you blow teleport, why not?
Yeah.
Blue though.
Oh, Blue's going in, unless another better is there. This could be it. Hanabi going down very low. He's going to get the knock up. The pullback as well will not stop him as Blue chomps down on poor Hanabi.
Yeah, and in the end, it is Zyzz who are converting on their early leads. So whatever small advantages Desire are looking for, they're just not quite capitalizing on. While the gank conversion is good, the gank attempt in the bot lane is not great, conversely, from the side of Desire. And they're even going to snowball this into a Herald take from the Mundo.
Yeah.
This guy clears fast, like, anyone can kill a Rift Herald, but like, this is kind of this is what he's getting off the back of this tempo that he's built in the jungle. 93 CS to 62 in the jungle. Just Akano, all the time that he spent taking, trying to kill that Cloud Drake that beats the crap out of you. Trying to clear his camps while the Mundo's just been power farming and using his time a little bit more efficiently, even has his mythic completed to what is the Hextech Alternator of Gragas. So a massive lead accrued, pretty much just out of jungle tempo in that jungle. Just out of clear speed.
I mean, we saw that Less Under the Better was completely in the jungle of poor Akana. Ooh, Blue. Pumping out some damage. Yeah, he was in the jungle for so long, so he's been taking heaps of camps. But yeah, like you said, that's just the Mundo in the jungle, and like you said, they've got a really good lead here in farm. I mean, look at Blue's farm in the top lane as well.
Yeah, like it's this range into melee matchup that really does feel like it needs jungler intervention. It needs you to be pathing towards that top side.
Ogre and Rookie trying to punch each other as we jump to top lane. Vinland, he's going to get caught out. Zingy's doing what he can, but MCOM is called. Zaya goes on target, but down goes Vinland. Akano tries to the ultimate. Yeah, I know. Dodging it, Zingy, you're out of position, but there's Less I Know the Better. This could be a 2v3 on the way. Akano's going to go down. Less I Know the Better. But so the jump is up there. Voice is almost a flash. Down goes one. That's a double kill, and that's going to be not a triple kill as Ayano does go down. The feathers got called back there from Voice, taking him down.
That was hype. I'm actually really sad that Yano died at the end of that play, but that was sick. The resets come in, really good awareness by Less I Know the Better to be on the bot side, initiate the counter gank, and in the end, it feels like you just favor Zyzz every single time in that play. It feels like every single play that's coming out, they know what is going on, they know the map state, and they're just playing around it correctly. Even just small things like knowing where the jungler is and knowing when you can play aggressively. And we're not going to talk about that.
No, we won't. No one saw nothing.
No one saw anything.
No one saw it.
But yeah, the Herald is going to be dropped, so this just makes the macro play so simple. You've got this lane extender, you've got priority, you know exactly where your opposite number is going to be. This Infernal is going to go down very simply for you, and you pretty much just move this siege engine around the map. You've got this Tristana who's just going to knock towers down, gather you this huge gold lead. You're already 5k ahead if you are the side of Zyzz, and it's just elementary at this point. And I want to see Desire actually make some plays that kind of gonna hold my tongue. I want to see Desire make some plays that are coordinated.
Yes. Well, I mean, you were just touching on it. Like you said, Iana's going to be pushing down towers, but I mean, Blue is already just smacking down this top tower, and with the lead they have in the bot lane, and now opening up the map a little bit, that's just going to get worse and worse for Desire.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see I mean, we're at a bit of a lull state at the moment, so we basically have time to talk about the positioning of these players, and it feels like at this point the macro call from Zyzz is to just kind of go back to standard laning states, because again, we got to touch on the fact that this is a team who don't feel like they don't need to be ahead early. Like they can be, and they absolutely are. You know, the Tristana maybe is the one player, the one champion who does feel like she works better with a lead more often than not. But like this team in general, this composition, it team fights. It does well the further this game goes on. So you feel pretty happy if it is to just go back to these standard lane states and just continue bullying your opponents and continue grinding them out, which feels like it has been the game plan of the various iterations of top ref teams for so long. It feels like their game plan has never been particularly special. It's been just lane better and then just grind their opponents out. And it falls really very much to their opponents to be the ones to break that pattern.
Oh, watch out, Akano. The flash comes out. The ultimate is going to push them all in. That's a 4v2 right now. Rookie's going to go down. Iona's in the backline trying to free him, but it's not going to happen. Vinland is going to go down as well. That's a double kill for Boba. And that is a 4v2 in the mid lane right now.
And pattern breaking is granted by Akano and Boba, as they do find a great cast to knock them back, and they are going to pressure this mid tower. This is likely going to be a take.
It's going to be a fight, I think. They're trying to take this tower. Oh, the double knockup as well. Down goes another. Boba got 3 in that fight. Iono just stepping out a little bit for Blue. He's saying that's also going to be mine there, but he's going to get the ultimate off on Hanabi. But the entire Goon squad is on their way. But Blue knows and is on his way out.
Yeah, really well orchestrated series of plays by the Desire squad in the mid lane. It first set up by Akano with the cask, disrupts the team fight, knocks the AD carry of Iano back into the team. The kill is easy, and then the dive follows by Zingy, so they know exactly what they need to do with these champions. And this is what we want to see. We want to see them be proactive. We want to see them step on this gas and not let up, because otherwise the team of Zyzz will just kind of grind you out. They'll just beat you down in lane over and over again, so you have to group up, you have to make plays. And Bobacat, he is a big Lucian, by the way. Ooh! I think I may have lost Cooper, hence the lack of play-by-play there. But you can see there, like, that's a massive Lucian. Like, he just easily solo kills Rookie QQ, who still is looking for that first item spike. Doesn't quite have the items online. This feels like the one shining light, as Lost in Vinland and Less I Know are going to find a pretty easy pickup on Hanabi. Do we have a Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, sorry, I just
right.
just fell out. But yes, I did just see that kill there on Hanabi.
Yep. Yeah, so Hanabi's kind of getting beat up in this lane. Feels like Bobacat definitely is the carry that they are looking to play around on the side of Desire. Vision is going to be swept out. This is going to be a Rift Herald take on the top side for Less I Know the Better. So this absolutely almost definitely means that your bot lane, your mid lane tower is going to go down. And now this poses an interesting question, Cooper, because I like to characterize Zyzz as Rookie's probably dead here.
Yeah, Rookie's trying to stop it, but he just can't. There's too much going. Oh, he is going to get out though. The flash over Ricardo as well. Going to keep going. Vinland's keeping him alive. Blue's there as well, but Boba's just focused on the tower. He doesn't even want none of that. Blue's going to pick up the kill. Zingy's there as well. The flash in as well. Down goes Rookie, but Zingy's given up his life for that.
Yeah, nice by Zingy to trade back the kill with the headbutt pole of Weeknight. But in the end, really well responded to by the members of Zyzz, and they do go, 2 for 1 in that play. So it does, in the end, favor them, and they come up clutch in that moment. They're going to easily pick up this mid lane tower, and they have the Rift Herald in pocket. Lost in Vinland wants it.
He's going to go to heap. The tower's going to go down as well. There's a teleport watching for the Lucian is on his way. Lost in Vinland, he's not going to be able to survive this. As I said, he will, but Hanabi says not today. Let's I know the better, and I know there to stop Hanabi from going anywhere. But Bobacat wants some as well. He jumps straight to the backline, down on Ayano. Ayano's going to go down, but let's I know the better. Does not want to take damage. Boba, he's going to get out there. Blue's there to back him up as well. This is not too long. Ricardo's trying to happen. Hanabi now wants to get out. Blue with a ultimate flash coming up from Zingy, knocking Blue away, but let's I know the better still is gaining health this fight. What is happening?
Yeah, this Mundo is giga huge. He's basically double his opposite number in CS. He's on he's on 2.5 items to barely the 1 of Akano. And this is kind of what I touched on. This Gragas, while he can make the plays and Akano has shown some really good stuff, this Gragas just doesn't give you an option to skirmish or team fight like the Mundo does. Like, Mundo is such a brainless champion. You run in, you press your ultimate, and like you just don't die. Like I played Clash on the weekend, and a certain Ewan Midnight Reed picked up the Mundo, and if I'm remembering the game correctly, I think he like hard smorphed on it because champions are dumb. You just press your R button, you just run in there, and good stuff happens. Like, super easy to play. You got the fleet work to keep you topped up, give you the move speed, and you just run people down the cleavers, and it feels really, really, really good. And you can see like this team composition from Zyzz, like it's versatile. It can do a few things, and with the CS lead they've got, with the 8k gold lead at this point, which basically makes it makes any analysis out on my part a moot point. I talked about this last week. It gets to a point where like you can analyze how a team's playing with an 8 to 10k gold lead. You basically can't really make bad plays. There's no mistakes. You could pretty much team fight with a pick comp or team fight with a 1-3-1 comp, and
We're looking
you'd
at a
still win that
20-minute
fight.
Baron weapon.
Yeah, like this is on spot.
Yeah, and Voice is there, Boba's there, but two of the very squishy champs don't want to do this, and Blue's seen it and wants some. Vinland's there blocking the culling as well. Vinland very low, but the Baron is going to go to the red team. Vinland is so deep, flashing out. Let's know the better who's right in the backline. Down goes the ADC. Blue's trying to keep onto the backline. Hanabi's there. Akano is almost going down to Ayano. Down goes Ziggy as well. They're just pushing it through with their lead now, weapon, and it's looking a bit grim. That's 5 members still up for Zyzz.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be very close to the victory march for the members of Zyzz. It's looking very dire for the members of Desire. Like, there's just not a lot you can do with this team composition if you're not ahead. You don't have the meaty front line that Zyzz have to team fight. You don't have the ability to play side lanes without a winning matchup on your side, without one that gets bullied by the Gnar. Sure, you could put the Lucian into the Gnar, but the rest of the map is pretty much bound to crumble. So
yeah, I
you
mean,
can't
look at
just
Blue
put
here.
miracle picks, and Boba is
Boba, and the whole team is there.
No.
The entire 5-man Goon's got, he jumps over and ganks down Rookie. Rookie did not expect it as he goes down.
Oh, Boba just kind of refuses to lose this game. Feels like he's playing on a different team.
Akano gets pushed back, but it's not going to matter. Blue's taking so much damage, he's going to have to jump out. Vinland and Diana there to back him up. Ziggy's going to force a flash. The Hanabi's still trying to push them off, but the Baron minions are too big for this tower, as everyone is going to be... We're just going to reset here.
Yeah, it's going to be a reset here. Probably looking for that... looking for probably just pressure, actually, here. You don't have any objectives up, so... I think you can pretty much just... Like I kind of said, like, this gets to the point where there is no analysis you can apply to a team that has a... At this point, over 10k gold lead. You pretty much just get to do whatever you want, so... Red buff is going to be secured by Ayano. You get to pretty much just pressure your lanes in your area of that mid lane pushing, so you're probably going to be looking to set up Blue in the side lane while the rest of the members, the 4-man unit pressures around another objective and just kind of looks to either collapse or apply pressure, and Blue keeps missing that ultimate.
Yeah, well, he hit it, he just didn't fully hit it.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't quite hit the wall.
Yeah.
It's probably on like a super short cooldown at this point, so it's, but
Yeah.
You probably want to see him hit him more often than not.
Yeah.
Just
I'd rather hit it than miss it.
Also, can we just talk about the fact that Stridebreaker is just a ridiculous item now? Like, I feel like there is going to be a point in the near future in League of Legends where we're going to talk about Stridebreaker the way we talked about Gore Drinker. It is essentially the new Gore Drinker.
100%. It's especially on someone like Gnar, who's already got a bunch of gap closes. Oh, there we see it again.
Yeah, like that
Voice
range.
Voice pretty much taking half his health from an auto attack and a Q from Blue.
Yeah, there's pretty much nothing you can do. You get
Oh yeah, we see the culling out of Ayano. He's going to take a heap of damage. Get one shot there. Blue's going to try and run away. Let's know better is there, but 5 mans in the Goon squad. Ooh, 2 members knocked up. There's a teleport in the base as well. Let's know the better has done exactly what we're talking about. Press the R button. Is just staying alive. Rookie there as well. Charima shuffles into there, not letting them out. Hanabi trying to survive. Voice is still alive, just free hitting the backline. Blue's standing there. Blue's not auto attacked, and now he's decided, okay, now I'll auto attack. I'll take that. Thank you very much. And Hanabi just doesn't Mike goes out, no. We are going to get the pentakill over to Less I Know the Better. That's a 12-0 Mundo here weapon, and I think that could be game.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have laughed through what was eventually going to be a pentakill, but that was clowny, because like I was grimacing that whole fight because I was thinking like, where is the damage with Ayano dead? And it turns out you just don't need the damage if you just don't die. And no one on the side of Desire outside of Boba does the damage.
And Blue is trying to stay alive before Akano. So Akano's trying to stay alive. Oh, down!
I know, come on!
No, I know.
No!
He needs it. The CC is going to stop him. He's not going to be able to get it. Yes, press the R button though. Look at the health. The culling's going to go, but he's still gaining health through it. Iano's there. Boba Cat will go down. Ziggy's looking juicy. Rocket jump in. Down he goes. That's a double kill there for Iano. Rocket jump out. Look at this. Another better. He's still not taking damage. Boyce jumps over to Iano. Iano flashes out. He's got Akano in his range, but look at that side of the better. He just does not want to die. Down goes Iano though. Hanabi's in a bad spot. Let's say the better cannot be stopped here. Weapon. What an absolute carry for this team.
Absolute unit.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at blue for the carry, but we just got a 14-0 Mundo.
I mean, it's so easy to play this champion when you're this fed. You just sit in the middle of a fight and press R. It's just ridiculous. And like, no one on the side of Desire bought heel cut. Okay, Hanabi did, who is probably your least reliable applicator of the grievous wounds. Like, it's painful. I mean, ridiculous carry performance by Less I Know the Better, and the rest of the team rally around him. Desire back to the drawing board on a few of those players, I think.
I mean, we were looking at blue for the carry, and I mean, he did still top the damage of 27,000, but I mean, Let's Know the Better was only 1.5k damage below, and that's a tank Mundo. I mean, there's no damage items in there except for maybe the Frostfire Gauntlet.
Yeah, pretty much. Like all you saw there was just a champion who just couldn't die. Like it didn't matter, how much damage he did. He was just never going to take any damage back. As I don't know if you saw the ping, but we do have ourselves an interview post game.
We do.
Yes.
We're going to jump over to Quirky. We're going to jump over to Quirky and Iano. That is the ADC for Team Zyzz. So we'll take it away with Quirky and Iano.
Yo, what's up?
Thank you, Cooper and Weapon. Yes, of course, guys, it's Quirky here. We're doing something different. Post-game interviews. And I have joining me, of course, is the ADC for Team Zyzz. Sorry, I should say. And of course, it is Iano. Or as we like to call him, Team Meme. But of course, Iano, how were you guys going into that game feeling?
We're feeling pretty confident. We did 0 scrims last week, and we still knew we were gonna absolutely just crush this game. Wasn't even gonna be close. Like we just gapped them every single roll. So yeah, we were feeling pretty good. Our first game of this split was a bit of a disaster, but now everyone's got their passports and everyone's back in the crew. So we shouldn't drop a game from here.
I feel that. And now I gotta ask, that awesome buster shot going back into Akano to get back underneath the tower in that bottom lane gank that he attempted. How amazing did that feel?
Oh yeah, I just saw him coming from behind me, and definitely gave me a shock. And I just was like, "Oh wait, this guy's trolling." So I just instantly ulted him. Like, "Oh, I guess they're just throwing the game." It's pretty funny.
I mean, we were amazed by that. Because I gotta ask about this Mundo pick. I mean, just going absolute ham on this. Was this a pick that you guys were stewing about picking? You know, him sort of coming back into the meta as a jungler here.
Yeah, we've been sussing it out. We think it's pretty good, and it's not easy to play around as well. So we had a couple of talks about. I don't want to give away too much about our secret strategies, but yeah, we knew it was strong coming into this week.
I got to say, is Brookie going to be getting fined for not getting a single kill this game? Is there any sort of punishments, for people who don't get a kill in games in the team?
He has to slave away in the mines for 40 years. Every time he doesn't get a kill, it's another 40 years added.
I love it. And of course, just quickly, as we are going to be quickly wrapping up this interview, any shout outs you want to throw to anybody's way?
Yeah, to all the other teams, keep scrimming, and you still won't beat us. We give you motivation to scrim though, because what if you do beat us? It'll be very, very big dopamine hit, and that's all I want to say.
All right, thank you, Iano, for that, and of course, we will be heading it straight back to the desk with Midnight and the boys. Midnight, break down that game for us.
Thank you very much, Quirky and Iano. I mean, I want to break to the game, but first of all, I really want to talk about Iano's like basically daring them, saying, yeah, because we know, everyone will know that Zyzz doesn't scrim. And so he's basically telling them, do all the practice you want, do all the prep work you want. You come to our territory, we'll fight you, and we'll beat you there anyway. Like, that is a set if I've ever seen one.
MCOM.
Like, he's been sitting there waiting for it. He's like,
Yeah.
When it comes to me, the first thing I'm going to say is MCON, and it's going to be hilarious.
Yeah, Well, look, the talk was there. They didn't really back it up week 1, but they definitely backed it up in week number 2, and even more so right now in week 3. I mean, it was a dominant performance, and I want to kind of bring it back to what I said the win cons were going to be for the other side. You know, for Desire coming into this, they needed strong mid pressure, which, well, they got. They needed to prioritize the bot lane, which they did. But they also needed a jungle advantage. And as great as some of those individual plays were by Blue up top, by Iano down bot, the jungle advantage really felt like the deciding factor in this one. And let's put it this way, one jungler went 14-0, the other just did not.
But I mean, look, I have to really go back to the laners in this one, Max. I mean, the thing is that, yeah, he was a monster towards the late game, but how did he get there to be a monster? Because he just power farmed. That man was literally on a mission, cropping those waves as much as he can. If he could have turned that into a commercial crop business, he 100% would have. And that's how he became that big monster steam train that was just no real chance for them to get through, for Desire to actually find a victory. And when I look at it, it was just Zyzz saying, hey, you guys, we've picked a bunch of hyperscalers. We've got the Mundo. We've got the Tristana. We've got the Azir. Your move, guys. Just... You have to beat us, because if it gets late, you're gonna lose. And you could see it. They were trying to find those particular fights every week, every single chance they could, but they weren't able to do it. I mean, the execution just didn't hit the mark at the start of the game. They were definitely around that 50-minute mark. There were some like signs of brilliance where you could see what the team composition could do, but they needed to do it from start to finish. They weren't able to do it, and Zyzz just came out on top.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough ask. I feel like when you just look at the players and pound for pound, how they match up coming into this one. I still feel like Desire was trying to do the right thing, though. And even though it did turn into a bit of a roll, especially towards the end, it wasn't as if Desire were, I guess, like playing brain dead or like playing dumb in this one. They just weren't able to execute on a pure mechanical basis at times. Like, they were going for the correct plays. And sometimes those are the really frustrating ones to lose, because you think, like, we did everything right. Why didn't we get that result? And in this situation, they just got outplayed at times. I mean, even as Iano sort of brought up, like, you know, being able to find the Gragas perhaps coming from an odd angle and throwing him back underneath the tower, or situations in the mid lane where they try to force the play, they don't get it, and then leave themselves exposed for a counter gank just a minute or so later. It was situations like this where they were always so close, but unable to finish the deal.
And it comes back as well to the picks as well. You can see they tried to do a little bit of a mix around by saying, hey, we're going to flex that Gragas into the jungle. And the reason why is because obviously that sort of forced out the pick top lane from Blue. Blue had ended up going into the Gnar. I mean, when I look at what ended up happening there, it sort of worked in the advantage of Zyzz in that scenario, because one, if you've got a Mundo in the jungle, if he sees a Gragas, he's going to be like, well, we're two big blokes. We're not going to kill each other. I'm just going to walk off the other direction and keep farming, mate. You're the one who doesn't really have the same level of clear that I do. And when the Frostfire Gauntlet came online, he's just an absolute monster when it comes to clearing that jungle, and in terms of him just being big on the map.
Yeah. And you know what? I think now we should allow ourselves to actually talk about this Mundo, because I know you're saying it wasn't the main reason why it's won, but come on. 14-0-6 Mundo. First pentakill of the tournament. We saw that push at the end. The man just didn't die. He refused. And I mean, yes, you could say, well, that's Mundo as a champion. That's what a fed Mundo does. But this is why I hate Mundo, okay? Amazing champion. I don't hate him because, like, he's a bad pick or anything like that. I hate Mundo because it feels like there's nothing you can do once he gets to this stage. And when you look at the Mundo kit, it should not be competitively viable. There's no crowd control. There's not really a whole lot of early game pressure, which so much of the jungle is based around. Yet you get yourself in these situations where all of a sudden Mundo's in your base. It doesn't matter what you throw at him. You're not going to be able to get rid of him. Even if you get him low, he's just going to turn around, walk out, and open the doorway for a Tristana. Mundo as a champion is fundamentally flawed. It is disgusting. I hate it. But at the same time, that was so magnificent what we saw at the end right there. And I have to give credit for one of the most exciting and dramatic final pushes we have seen.
Look, as someone who has played Mundo pretty at one point competitively, I saw that and was like, yeah, that's pretty damn standard for a Mundo who gets ahead. I was looking at you guys and go, that's insane, that's crazy. And I'm like, that's Mundo. He's literally a ball of stats. That's all he is. Like you could like basically put this man as like max dexterity, max stamina, max fortitude, max endurance, right? If he's essentially what he what he is. And if he gets past that break hold point or essentially that threshold, he's literally just gonna be like, cool, I'm gonna go where I please. And that literally is the epitome of Mundo. I saw it coming on through and I'm like, that's the champion. That's what should happen. And you need to pick a jungler who's gonna keep him down, not let him get those stats, damn it.
I think you're misinterpreting what was anger and frustration at seeing stereotypical Mundo with excitement and elation. I think that's where we might have had a fundamental difference behind the scenes because, yes, I know what Mundo can do. We've seen it before. That doesn't make it okay.
I agree with that there. I agree. That's pretty disgusting what happens. And at the end of the day, that's Mundo, man. Frostfire Gauntlet on him is just made him even stronger. That's like the thing to come. Like that's like the key moment of taking. It's like, yeah, Frostfire Gauntlet, pretty good on Mundo.
I kind of want to let Formal rip into Mundo some more, man. That was passionate right there. Like, damn, man is not a fan of the good doctor himself. And well, okay, I don't want to focus too much on the past because obviously Desire. They fought well, but didn't fight well enough. Moving on to game number 2, Era versus Exile. Now, Max, you and I are not going to agree on this because you think that Era are going to win. Yeah. I think that Exile are going to win. So I think for my analysis of this, I'm simply going to read out someone else's tweet because I'm the most original thing that there is. So we've got, this is from Exile, just for context, guys. So it says, I can't wait for Era to meet our close friend Owen. 0-3. So that's my analysis for the game coming up.
That's all right.
That's some trash talk there.
That's some bants. That's some bants coming through. And I do feel like when I'm saying ERA is going to win this one or Era is going to win this one, that is a bit of a shocker of a pick, especially considering the 2-0 team. Currently, Exile, Era still yet to find a win, 0-2. Exile definitely is going to be the favorites in this matchup, but I'm kind of superstitious sometimes, and I do like to feel with the gut. And when I look at Era's lineup, I see a team that should not be 0-2. I see a team that really should be more middle of the pack. I'm not saying they should be favorites, but this is a middle of the pack lineup, and so far the selfish going to mid hasn't worked out. I still feel this is a strong bot lane, and I still feel like this is a team that definitely is not going to be finishing 0-3, which kind of puts Exile in an awkward spot as they're against them. Exile, on the other hand, has been a very, very sloppy team. This has been a team that really have had to struggle for the wins. They've come through in the clutch, but they've also kind of come through in games where I feel like they should have lost. Last week in particular, they got away with a terrible early game. They weren't able to get a Dragon Soul. Yes, it was good defensive plays, but it was also instances of their opponents overextending, especially at the end of the game, leaving themselves exposed and sort of taking advantage of those situations. I believe Era is going to be a calmer team, a more collective team, a team that will know how to play around this bot lane, especially if it gets late. And we do see our first major upset, our first, winless team beating an undefeated team. And I'm going to pick ERA to win this.
So, Era, on paper, should be doing better. I don't disagree with you in that sense, Mac, any sense of it. And I even said before, Exile, I feel like is in a position that maybe they shouldn't be in right now. But when I look at two particular members from Exile, and we're talking about Dynasty here and I believe Dream from last week when he was playing, those two laners, their solo laners, actually had some pretty damn good linchpin. They were the ones that edged out the advantage in terms of their team play. They did go into that with a gold lead. They have roughly a 6k gold lead towards the end. So even though they didn't lose, they lost out on the Dragon Souls, they still had an advantage in terms of just that raw power coming into it. And when they do have that micro positioning that allows them to win those late game sieges, that's when really you do get to see Exile come through. So I'm expecting Exile to actually win this, purely because Era just doesn't seem to be in form. I mean, take into account how badly they lost to I believe it was Weekend Warrior? Yeah, Weekend Warriors last week. That was a shellacking. That was, in no sense of the word, a close contest. And I really do want them to. They need to make a massive turnaround to actually come into this to make a win. So in terms of what I believe, I mean, I didn't put my pick'ems down. Sorry, boys, but I'm throwing it down to Exile in this scenario purely because they do have what seems to be the running team, and they do have some players that can make something work.
So here's one thing though, which does get me worried as well with Exile is yes, their games have been scrappy. A big reason why their games have been scrappy has been some of their pick bans that's been happening. And yes, ERA did struggle last week, but I do feel like ERA has had more consistent pick bans, more co-aligned team compositions. I remember behind the scenes, Hedgie in particular was really offended by Exile prioritize picking one Rek'Sai first for their jungle, Captain Tofu, and was pretty much saying, oh, they're winning with the handicap because they're doing this. Well, I don't really want to give them the benefit of the doubt. You shouldn't be handicapping yourself, and prioritizing junglers like Rek'Sai seems odd. It seems unconventional. It doesn't seem to fit the meta. And I am hoping to see a more consistent draft come from them, a more conventional draft come from them. If they do an unconventional draft again, it works out great. But I feel like if they keep playing games like this, tricky, sort of, we're going to go, off kilter, they'll eventually get punished. And it could happen this week.
Yeah, in terms of their play, it has been too sloppy to actually play the finesse route. If they do want to play outside the meta in terms of things, like I said, the Rek'Sai technically can fit into it. Has the option to really power farm if she wants to, but is definitely good at those early game ganks. I think, though, you do need to sort of not go that middle of the road when it comes to the meta at the moment and actually stick to what it is. And it is going to be those fast clears. We saw that we had a Gragas in the last game, didn't really work out for them. I reckon some fast clears would be really effective for them going forward. So I want to see an Udyr, I want to see a Hecarim, even a Shyvana, just something that's got the ability to push out that jungle like the Mundo and take advantage that way and really rely on your laners to have control of the game, because sometimes that's the meta. Sometimes you have to rely on your laners to have that control going around.
Yeah. I was gonna say, it looks like Formal's. I feel like all three of us throughout the course of the past half an hour have just been sort of claimed by the void, and right now we've lost Formal. He is fallen into the white.
He's all white. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just fallen into the abyss.
It's actually comfier than one might think. Okay, it's pretty comfortably relaxing. It's like a giant thing of marshmallow fluff that I'm just kind of allowed to swallow me up.
That's what the void is like. I would assume the void would just be cold, like you're stuck in a freezer. Oh, he's back. There you go.
Hey.
There we are.
I was gonna say one of the big advantages of the cams going all crazy is you can't see the ugly. So I mean, looking at me right now, it's just kind of like I could probably scrub up a little bit better. I've got the shirt on and all that sort of sense here, but my hair's doing something weird at the moment. I'm just thinking it needs to be flopped off. And when it went full white and crazy, I'm like, that's a better view at the moment. I don't mind the look of that.
Australian internet.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes before diving into the game, of course, guys. The channel predictions, you still have 6 minutes to gamble away your channel points to see who you think is going to win. Right now, it is, I can't think of a politer way to word this, than utter devastation. 91% of the channel points put forward are in favor of Exile, with, 7,000 channel points in favor of Exile. 1,400.
Damn!
That is overwhelming numbers here.
I guess I didn't make a strong enough argument for this one in favor of ERA. That's okay, though. That's just going to be a big payout for those willing to ride along with this side. It's a tough ask, but you got to pick at least one upset a week. There's never a perfect week of League of
God,
Legends.
I said that. Suho. So, of course, Suho goes for ERA.
Yeah.
Okay, are you allowed to gamble on your own team? Are we policing this? We're just gonna let it fly.
No, it's when they gamble on their opponents. That's when you have to start raising concerns.
Yeah, that's when we get
having
worried.
confidence in your team. That's great. That should be encouraged. But if you're betting on the other team, then it's like, hold on. How important are those channel points really?
Hey, look, sometimes guys just like to play the ball when it comes to gambling, right? It's like, there's odds there. They're 50-1, but if that one hits. It's a payday, baby. It's a payday. And that's just what people need to do sometimes. Just basically cover the spread.
Yeah. All the risk, but all of the reward. But guys, our second game of week number 3 is about to kick off here with ERA facing off against Exile. So, much like before, we will be throwing it back to Weapon and Cooper as we get into our second game of the night.
Thank you very much, Midnight and the boys, which is actually probably my favorite saying for our caster desk at the moment. Midnight and the boys. Beautiful rundown of that. And We did just touch on the the prediction points for this game, all looking at Exile and Midnight. Do you think the chat's onto it, or?
Yeah, so I think these are two teams with like very significant it even though it's a team that's 0-2 versus a team that's 2-0, it feels like these are two teams with very like significant upsides. Like Era, these are players we've seen do really really well in like previous iterations of the circuit, like Suho, the Thresh Prince. You got Selfish, roll swap to the mid lane, but still a very good player. And while we can't really speak too much to the rest of the squad, there's no doubt reasons why they've been put alongside this lineup. And I think I've disappeared from. No, there we go. That's okay. We're back. But yeah, so like you got to think that this is a team with some upshots. They just need to put it all together. We need to see some more coordination from this team to match their individual talent. Whereas, on the side of Exile, it's really just about cleaning up what they have. I do agree. I hate the Rek'Sai. I think that the Rek'Sai is a good pick in solo queue with a Prowler's Claw, getting in there and just blowing someone up. But I think in a competitive format, just doesn't quite fit. Like every time we've seen Rek'Sai succeed, it's always been this tanky. Like we even saw, like she would literally build Cinder Hulk so she could be like a damage soak after she got in there and knocked someone up. Like that's the form the Rek'Sai takes in competitive. And I think that the way we have to position it is that Exile are winning in spite of their weird drafts, in spite of the weird like plays that they make and all that sort of stuff. They're pulling it together at the end, and they're kind of pulling out wins where they shouldn't, just because their players are just good. So like, yes, that is a good statement for the team, but I think we can afford to see a lot more cleanliness from this team, and hopefully as the weeks go on we get to see it. Era much in the same boat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna call myself out here, Weapon, and I haven't been able to see actually any of these guys play, so it's gonna be I've seen a little bit. I've seen Keister play. I've seen him play his a little bit actually last year, so I haven't been able to see him much, but I know that Keister is a very good player. It's gonna be interesting. Do you think it's gonna live up to what we saw last game? We're gonna see a 14-0 hyper carry tank.
I mean, okay, so I think neither of these players, like Hyper is probably the one who would play play a tank of any sort. I don't know much about the asset. Captain Tofu we've only ever seen on the Rek'Sai duty, so yeah, I think there's probably no significant like weak side players in this lane. I think Dynasty is someone who I remember week 1, an absolutely nasty Aurelia performance, some really cool plays coming out from that player. So someone I'm sort of keeping my eye on as a potential like carry top to really step up. Hyper, a player who feels like they've been more consistent than anything. Like I think of the Nard that they're named for, some pop-off plays in previous circuits, but hasn't really like caught my eye in like recent iterations of the circuit, mostly because they just haven't been been doing other things with their life, which is absolutely fine. But yeah, I think this is a solid roster from Era, and an Exile team that like I said, we're just waiting to see whether they clean it up, and I think the team who plays cleaner League of Legends this time is hopefully going to take it.
Yeah, well,
they're also the chat banter is great, by the way. in lobby,
they're talking a heap of smack to each other. We'd love to see it, a little bit of friendly banter between them.
I love it. Like I love that we're doing interviews now, and like even though they're not playing yet, Weekend Warriors. The Weekend Warriors organization in general, like the rest of the league has to step up to their Twitter level. And I'm loving that we're seeing the attempts. It's great.
Yeah, we are seeing the OCE guys actually come to it, and they're like, okay, well, we know who's to beat, so we've got to do it. As we do jump into Champ Select now with the Olaf ban coming straight out the bat.
Yeah, so getting rid of one of those strong junglers. I also like the Kayn ban. I think Kayn is pretty much like if you want to play a champion who can build Prowler's Claw, even though Captain Tofu has kind of banned it away from himself. If you want to build a champion who can build Prowler's Claw and completely murder folks, Kayn is 100% that champion. I am gonna like put it out there that I was not a believer in Blue Kayn at all until I saw, I think it was Canyon play it in the LCK, and just go completely smorf with it. Like, he was huge. Like, Red Smite, Blue Cane, Prowler's Claw, get in there, blow up the 80 carry. It's freaking awesome. Good ban. The Anivia taken away from Dream as well. This is something we saw him kind of play to good effect. Something that helped them stall that game out that did get a bit messy. So taking away that option to go super late. Also a champion that was kind of busted for a bit with the Haunting Guys. Am I getting it right? Yes.
Yeah.
No, Leandra's Torment. What? The
Anguish. Yeah.
Anguish. Yeah, they changed it.
So many changes.
Leandra's real bad time.
Yes. Yeah.
Leandria is not having a great time here, and Nivea used that item well. And obviously, Thresh banned away from the Thresh Prince himself, Suho Chionsa. Check out his Twitter. Cool tattoo that he got today or the other day. Cool Rakan piece. Super nice. Big fan. He also a big fan of him picking up the Rel. I think this is a really good champion for someone the playstyle of Suho likes to be proactive, but also can play that pure role. The Braum pickup into the Rel, I guess it synergizes well with his Tristana. Gives you a kill threat in the lane if you do land one of those stray Qs. But Rel is a champion who I think we drill down the identity of Rel, and she is very much a counter-engage support. So this is a Braum who is also a counter-engage support. At his very core, obviously, flash forward, ulti, flash forward Q, things exist on both sides to be proactive, but they are very flash reliant. Yone locked in, selfish.
Yeah, Lilia and Yone. And Yone. We missed the Lilia pickup, which I think I don't know about you, but I haven't seen a Lilia in some time now. I obviously haven't been watching too much competitive, but
I like this. Yes,
Did
so
we
it is
see
going to be
last week?
Yeah, so we didn't see the rally last week. We did see it in the first week, and it was a very big pick for Dynasty. So I think the side of Error, they're going to have to be very careful about what they give Hyper here. This basically rules the Nara out. You absolutely cannot pick Nara into Aurelia. Even back before Aurelia was reworked, she was a hard counter to that champion. So your safe weak side options become less and less viable. I think things like the Gragas can do pretty well. We did see that kind of hold its ground early on into the Aurelia in that week 1 matchup where Gragas can kind of belly bop and like stop the Aurelia in her tracks when she does go for an engage, put the Q on cooldown, but in the end it does just lose out in the side lane. But on the other side of it, you do have yourself an even more potentially potent side laner in Selfish on the Yone, if we assume that could go into the top lane as well. But it is something that can potentially match the Aurelia, and obviously touching on the fact that it is going to be an AP jungler, so that does enable you to pick up those carry AD damage dealing mid laners. That said, Yone does do 25% AP damage, so he's an absolute nightmare to itemize against. It just sucks.
I guess we just call Yone a new AP carry. That's what we're going to go with here.
He's just a carry. He just kind of does carry things. Just play him. Just push the buttons. He does the damage. It's great. It's awesome.
We I've seen a heap of Captain Tofu bans out here. I mean, we saw the Rek'Sai and the Olaf, and now the Elise and the Shyvana, just in case he did want to go something a little bit saucy. Obviously, Kaista's being banned out here too. 3 bans going over to Kaista. So.
No, this guy just doesn't play standard. I think that's what we're getting here. This guy just doesn't want to play meta junglers. It's going to be the Ivern lock-in. So I do like this in the context of having the Aurelia on your team. It is something you can kind of just be a support for. You can get up there, make that 2v2 something that's in your favor if the Aurelia goes in. I think of Aurelia, she tends to build the Stride Breaker these days. Setting up that gank with the Stride Breaker, then the Ivern shield, and then a Daisy wailing on you. That's a crappy situation to be in. Is going to be the Vayne locked in, so that's probably tunneling on a bit of a late game carry, but potentially something you can kind of accelerate on the side of Kaista and Suho. And we are waiting to see probably where this Yone goes. If it is going to be the top lane option, I think it most likely is going to be mid, but the potential flex is here. Okay, so it's going to be a weak side pickup for Hyper. So I think this is the best of the worst option at this point. The Scion is definitely your premier weak side tank. He pretty much feels like he just gets out of every lane scot-free. Doesn't matter how far you put him behind. If you try and dive him, he can always... There's so many clips of Scions converting 2v1 dives into kills. It's just ridiculous. And the champion has the upside of being able to farm after he dies. So it's a good weak side option. Into someone like Dynasty, who we expect to probably dominate this lane. and that's a
Ooh.
Cho'Gath.
That's a Cho'Gath. So that's going to be the Irelia mid.
I think it's probably going to be Aurelia mid, so yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Waiting to see the swap. I think you can probably play both champions in both roles.
Yeah, definitely.
OCE feels like we're just we love the mid lane Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is going to be the top lane. So Dynasty going to be taking the dog for a walk on the Cho'Gath. Whereas Aurelia going into the Hands of Dream. So we get to see what this player in particular can do with that champion. I do like the look. Like it's going to be an aggressive carry versus carry mid lane. Definitely a showdown for these two junglers to really be drawn towards in the mid lane where really I think who wins this matchup and gets to roll their advantage around the map feels like they're going to be very, very impactful in this game.
Sorry, I'm just
all right.
my internet here in Victoria is very much struggling. I did catch just the end of that. I'm really loving that Captain Tofu has jumped onto the Ivan here. You touched on it earlier, but you do have a massive carry here with Irelia and obviously the elder brother on Tristana, but then you've got the Ivan to keep everyone alive, and Dynasty is going to be obviously doing Cho'Gath things and, like you said, taking the dog for a walk. But I love the Ivan pick. Obviously you don't see it much anymore, but the fact that it's being picked up here and it's probably going to go. Well, I mean, I haven't seen it picked up in a while, but it's obviously going to go that very support, keep everyone alive, keep everyone healthy and fights route. Whereas on the other side, you're going to be watching for Suho and even the asset looking to just go so ham. It's going to be very interesting in these team fights, and that's really what I don't want to say what both these teams need, but I think that's what they'll be looking for. I mean, apart from the Kai'Sa wanting to get late game Vayne.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much right. This game is going to be determined fully by team fights. It's going to be down to a lot of execution. Obviously, you can inch out some advantages in lane by getting up successful ganks, but I think the objective fights are really where we're going to be looking for whether these teams do come out ahead in this game. You've got two meatballs in the top lane. You've got essentially two utilitarian junglers. The Lilia obviously offers damage, but in competitive, she is the flash forward Q into the sleep, into the Zhonya's. That's her role. You can build some damage on top of that, and she certainly will bring more than the Ivan, but that is what she generally does. And in the mid lane, you've got these mid lane assassin fighters just going to go completely spam. I'm super hyped to watch this. If Dream is as good as Dynasty, I'm so excited. And yeah, these two scaling AD carries, obviously the Vayne more so than the Tristana, and maybe you can look for a bit more proactivity from Elder Brother and Professional in that lane compared to the Vayne Rel, who are going to be a more defensive look. But yeah, very much looking to fight team fight front to back on both sides. And just touching on the Ivan as well, this is a champion who, these we would call them off meta in previous seasons. And part of the reason why is because the jungle itemization just didn't favor them. Ivan gets to skip building that janky Stalker's Knife. He doesn't have to do that anymore. He gets to go straight to his Moonstone Renewer. And there's a lot of junglers like that who've kind of jumped up in priority and feel a lot better now because you don't have to dump, what is it, 1,000, what was it, 1,500, 1,050 gold?
Yeah, it was a heap.
Yeah, it was a lot of gold. I think it was, I want to say it was 1,050. I used to be a jungle man. I should know this. But it's a lot of gold that you're spending on basically something that doesn't benefit you, especially as an Ivan who really wants to get that support item.
100%. As we do say that, we're going to see how it goes in this game. This is Exile versus Era, going to our second game for our third week here at the Samsung Invitational Circuit. We're going to take it away for a very short break, but please do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the Summoners Samsock Invitational Circuit. This is the teams Exile on the red side and Era on the blue side. This is game number 2 for tonight. My name is Cooper117. I'm joined by Weapon here. Well, we were just talking about a massive Ivan pick, and then we've got Dream on the Irelia when we thought it was going to be Dynasty, but he's I love how you phrased it before, Weapon. He's taken the dog for a walk on the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, taking the dog champ for a walk, to use the whole phrase. I like Cho'Gath's not bad. Like you get to do stuff in the early game, but in the end, you are kind of a tank, especially compared to like the Aurelia. I think most players, if they're given the choice, whether like you want to play the cool zippy assassin, like murder people champion versus like Cho'Gath, you get to eat people, but for the most part, you're a tank. Like.
Yeah.
I think most players would be like, yeah, I want to play the fighter. Like, give me the fighter. But
I don't know. There's something special about being so big that you can literally stand on top of your ADC and then just stop people.
I feel like there's like a meme here, like so you know the meme of the progressively muscly boys at a laptop. Like, hey King, can I like?
Hey King.
Yeah, like how do I play weak side top? And like the muscly guys are like, well, like because they don't care, like they don't have ego. They're just like, yeah, I'll play the weak side top. I'll play Lulu. Pick me Lulu every game. Like that's Captain Tofu this game. Like literally no ego. Playing Ivan after playing like several games of Rek'Sai. But we are into laning phase, and it's. I think a lot of eyes are going to be towards this mid lane. That was a really nice, slick attempt by Dream to dodge out the Q with the Q. But yeah, not to be. This is pretty much how this lane is going to be in the top lane. Like we're going to be trading priority. I think a lot of it will go to the Scion with the champion with the more reliable access to wave clear. Good stun. Ignite thrown down.
Dream, the Ignite as well. Dream is very low. Selfish wants it. Going flash under, and then he's going to get the shield from Captain Tofu, meaning he will stay alive.
Yeah. It's Ivan difference all the way.
Ivan OP. I thought that was an Ivan flash as well. The Ivan absolutely coming in clutch. That's it. All doubt I had on the Ivan is gone.
Yeah, Ivan diff.
Ivan diff.
It's a diffy in the Ibiffy. Yeah, you're right. Captain Tofu was pretty much just there at the right time. I feel like I don't even want to attribute that to pathing. Like he was just trundling along, and like Dream was like, "Hey man, I've made a mistake."
He's down in the bot lane again. He wants something. He's gonna get the flash out, the stun there on Umbrella as well, but it's not gonna be enough. But flash for nothing is looking juicy.
Yeah, and flash drawn out of Suho is actually really big in this lane because that's your only real proactive tool as the rel. Other than that, your engage is very, very short, and into something like a Braum, if you jump forward and stuff that engage, you're just going to get stunned up, and you basically lose that trade every single time. So that's a really good play by Captain Tofu, and just kind of the one of the upsides of the Ivan. Like this is the play pattern that we do see when Ivan is at his best, is he just tags all his camps, he goes around and then just spam ganks. He throws his Q out, and then he goes and happily like frees the jungle camp, sends them off to whatever nature reserve he owns, and like he just gets to do that over and over again. Selfish.
Another engage in the mid lane. Ooh. Tofu is there again, but watch out for the asset.
It's a great name, by the way.
The asset.
Yeah, like just classic name. But yeah, Selfish, you can see like he had the wave stacked up, tried to do the stacked against him, tried to make the play, and sure enough, there was an Ivan in his face. Like this is going to be the shape of this lane. When you have assassins, it's been pretty much like unanimously said by basically every pro jungler is that the reason you don't see assassins that often in like the highest level of play is because it makes the lane a 2v2. Like you basically don't get to go anywhere else. And in this case, it's just like it's an assassin 2v2. So you're pretty much happy as the asset and as Captain Tofu to just exist on the fringes of this matchup and just be there whenever you want. The difference is that Captain Tofu, he is another person who's just taking the dog champ for a walk, and he gets to do that. The Lilia, on the other hand, has to farm and is doing a reasonable good job of that. And that was a pretty good trade by Selfish. So he's at least holding his own in this matchup, and has built himself up a decent CS lead. So Dream is, despite the early kill, probably not taking the better end of this matchup, and this is awkward.
Oh, the Acid has got a bit of damage down, but Tofu's got the flash available. He's going to use it to get out. And Dream was there. Sorry, Selfish is there. Oh, Dream does get the stun, though.
Dream!
Fight here, but the Asset is there too. Suho's on his way up. The slow is going to connect. He tries to Q out of there, but it's not going to happen. Selfish gets all the way back out. The flash is going to kill, but he's going to go down as well, with Dream picking up Selfish there at the back end of that fight.
Yeah, not enough Ivan difference in the jungle. It is the well-executed side gank from the Asset, and I think we could probably just attribute that to Selfish just laning good, just doing the good lane stuff. It feels like even though the early kill went down in the favor of Dream after an Ivan popped out of nowhere from the brush, Selfish really has felt like he's been dominating this 1v1, and even though he's 1 and 2, he's got that CS lead. It feels like he's really been dictating the pace of this lane, so have to see if he can keep that up against Dream and whether that pesky Ivan continues to make an impact in this game. Is they are just going to go for that early Drake, and it is going to be an Infernal Drake. So
yeah,
you get to kill this one.
I think this red buff, sorry, not the red buff, the red ward there is, well, it's definitely seen them now. So they know they're there, but the Asset is still coming from base. He's not going to get there in time, and even Selfish is not really coming down. He's just going to let them have it.
Yeah, and you kind of can't. And let me tell you a thing about Vayne. She doesn't get to get lane prio, ever.
No.
Basically never. She pretty much spends her entire lane phase, especially with something like a Rel who doesn't have a flash, pretty much just going to be sitting under that tower, hoping and praying that she gets CS. And to the credit of Keister, a good player, has managed to pick up a pretty decent CS lead, probably just as back as some freezing. Haven't quite managed to cast my eye down there. Because we've pretty much just been looking at this mid lane over and over again. Dream is looking for a level 6 play
he's
here.
got the knock up again as well. The stun does go out. The ultimate is out
there
as well. Dream wants this, but the ult does get stopped. He stops the ult from Self. He's just going to take the kill. Sleep is back up. The is there, but the 2 teleports coming in. The knock-up's going to go down. Bang! Goes Dream's health bar. Captain Tofu's about to get knocked up. He's going to shield, but he's got no mana. Where's Tofu's mana? It's gone like his health. Dynasty's trying to keep this fight going, but it's not going to happen as the Asset is forced him back with no mana.
Whew. All right, so some stuff happened.
My heart is pumped.
It feels like so we're pretty much even in gold value between these two players. Looking at the gold, it is actually slightly going to be favored towards Dream in the mid lane after all that madness. So he is going to be building up towards his Blade of the Ruin King, which I guess when you kind of look at it, breaking this matchup down, probably is a slightly earlier item spike compared to the the memes are there, like Selfish full build.
Dream taking a bit of damage. Oof. The Dream might want it again. He's going with his stun. He's going to connect the stun. He's going to keep going in. He's going to get him down very low, but it's not going to be enough. Captain Tofu there. Weapon, like we were saying, he's just sitting on the outskirts. He's like not even farming anymore. He's just like, well, mid lane's my lane. This is the Tarakier combo all over again.
Yeah, he's just literally like a support. Like he's actually genuinely just a support for this Aurelia. Keister.
But the aggressive jump in for Keister didn't have too much damage to back that up. Sorry.
Yeah, that was probably more of a like back off, please do not.
Yeah. Please.
Don't attack me or my son ever again. This bot lane's just gonna be pretty much bouncing waves back and forth. Still waiting for the next fight in the mid lane as it's gonna be a summer advantage for Dream. So you know that with that Aurelia ult coming up, the Vanguard's Edge, definitely gonna be looking for it. Like that last play, you could pretty much like see it. If you play any amount of Aurelia, you know when
Captain Tofu at the top lane. Hyper does have flash available. Ult's not there. Asset, the flash forwards as well. Asset doing so much damage. Sleep's going down. That's going to be a dead Tofu. The Asset is not going to be able to stay alive either. This is Hyper and Dynasty. 2 chunky boys trying to slap it out. Ooh.
So at the start of this game, we kind of set up that we wanted to see some clean League of Legends.
Yes.
It is fun, but we're definitely not getting that. We are definitely getting some malarkey.
I'm watching Selfish just continually go in on Dream and Dream just reactively going in again. But you can't not say that flash from Hyper there was not clean. That was a side flash over the I think it was the Cho'Gath knockup. Oh, sorry, no, it was the Ivan stun.
It was the Ivan Q.
Yeah, and into the kill. It was saucy.
Like, I love this. Even though it's not clean, it's literally just these two mid laners just throwing down over again.
Selfish gonna get stunned up as well. The Ignites are both down. Dream trying to do what he can to get health back, but Selfish is on the outskirts. Both the Ignites are down, both mid laners on a slither of health. But Selfish being a little bit shellfish and running back to his corner. Oh, the ultimate coming up from Braum in the bot lane. Condemn is going to connect. Kaiser's force of flash. Captain Tofu is there. Sohu is able to jump out. The Asset looking for a bit of damage. Is going to miss the bowling ball. The Asset wants to go back in. Selfish there as well. The ultimate is not going to go down. He picks up the kill. No! Again. The double kill for Dynasty wants it. The flash coming up from Asset and the slow as well. Asset going golden so perfectly into the tower to make sure he stayed alive and picking up that kill.
Oh my god, and yeah, stopwatch OP by the way. That was
Yeah,
nearly a double kill from Dream.
Yeah.
Like, it's just been a constant like back and forth of just mechanics like gut checks in this mid lane. I'm absolutely loving it. There's nothing I can analyze besides the fact that they're just fighting lots. And like little micro interactions, like Dream frantically trying to get those Aurelia stacks up and use the Q to lifesteal through the Ignite, and then just the junglers showing up at just the last second, like the cavalry.
Yeah, they just rocked up in time.
It's some madness. What it does kind of mean is that our side lanes have been pretty much neglected, so the slightly favored matchup in the Sion is going to be slightly ahead in that matchup. Yeah. Like, Sion is going to get that early priority. Ooh, nice try. Sion Sion gets a priority. He gets to push the Cho'Gath in, so he's going to build himself up a decent CS lead there. Cho'Gath happy enough to just kind of eat minions where he can. And then in the bot lane, Kaiser and Suho have managed to kind of at least keep things even in a matchup that feels like they should be generally kind of pushed in on, and they have been for the most part, but they've kept up in CS. They've managed to not get the wave kind of bounce on the two any times. So keeping the lane in a pretty even state feels pretty good. But Herald is started up.
Yeah, Exile could be looking to stop this Herald here. Stun gonna miss from Captain Tofu. The ultimate from Sion has been called. I think it's the ultimate from Braum completely missed out. Is gonna be able to jump out. Daisy's called as well. Hyper looking in a bit of a rough spot as he tries to get the knock up. Not gonna happen. Down he goes, but Selfish picked up a Tristana somewhere over there.
What?
The Elder Brothers just dropped over by the inner towers there. He was way in the back line by himself. I didn't even see that go down just then. Ooh, jump face first.
Asset does have ult here. There's no way this happens. Okay, you're crazy. No, he's dead.
Dynasty's husband's a knockoff. I agree with you, weapon. The flash coming out, that's not going to be enough. With Asset eating it up. There's the Zonya's first item as well. Ooh, knockup going on Dream, but the Captain Tofu shield is big in all of these little engages that they've got.
Yeah, he's got a chunky boy shield, and he's also going to get even more and more chunky with the probably going to be the Moonstone Renewer built up. So these fights that are brawly and keep going and keep happening are just going to keep extending out longer and longer, and they're probably going to actually start going very heavily in the favor of Exile, because there is no Moonstone builder on the side of Era. There's no one who can really help you extend those fights out. So it feels like more and more, if the fight is going to happen, it's going to have to be a short, sharp engage from Suho, backed up by an ultimate from Selfish and a sleep from Asset that just wraps up the fight quickly. Because as the fight extends out, you absolutely do favor the side that has the Moonstone, who has the Cho'Gath and the Braum to soak up damage, and Dream and Elder Brother just go absolutely spam on your carries.
Well, Elder Brother has to actually be in those fights, though, Weapon. We have to remember that if he's in those fights, then maybe... Oh, the flash in, the double knock-up. I just said, this is a 3v3. The ultimate from El going to pull them back. Daisy doing what you can in the backline. The two-man ultimate coming from Braum. Down goes Elder Brother. Selfish to absolutely focus him. Suho going down there as well. There's a teleport coming in. Dynasty's going to go down as well. Asset really honing in on the Dynasty now, not letting him get anywhere. But Dream in the top lane, looking to get some of that tower damage down.
Yeah, it was a good attempt at a proactive play, but well negated by the Braum. You can kind of see why the Braum does work in a vacuum against the Rel. You just throw down the ultimate, you stun her up as she jumps in, and even though the flash was committed and the ultimate did do the job of killing Elder Brother, it shows the difficulty of how Suho, or kind of shows the difficulty of what Suho is going to be up against. Meanwhile, yeah, like you said, it's just Dream in this side lane. Like this is a incredibly accelerated Aurelia. They've shifted their point of power around, so you're now putting the weak side against your incredibly strong side, so it's not going to be this assassin brawl, which is a very good macro move here, and it means that...
But Captain Tofu's here. This is the duo. This is the dream team, and the ultimate does come out. Hyper's going to flash out of that. He's looking for the knock-up. He will connect with that. Hyper does not have his ultimate, but Suho's there. Professional just behind. It's now a 2v4 as we see Dynasty coming as well. Suho is going to have to jump over the wall. Just cheeking his way and keeping his own life there.
Yeah, and if you wanted any more indication that Dream is the guy in this match, that is absolutely it. Dream is getting all of the resources on the match. Meanwhile, Elder Brother has been left in the bot side to just pick up whatever farm he can against this Bane, and is going to fancy himself a trade, dropping in.
Oh, he's going to jump in as well.
He's got this.
No, he is. The
okay.
shot. Oh, in the top lane, Dynasty wants to stay alive, but the asset says not this time, champion. Hyper's there as well. Ooh, I might have spoke too soon. Selfies is here as well. They do not like Dynasty. Asset is going to pick it up. Hyper will stay alive here as well. Captain Tofu, not where you want to be. Professionally, you're a Braum. You can't hold this tower by yourself. Elder Brother going to respond and take the bot tower, though.
Yeah, that's... So, Elder Brother does pick up the bot tower off a pretty slick solo kill onto the Bane. Do like to see that.
You wanted a clean game. That was it. That was Elder Brother showing you that he can be in fights if he wants to be.
We got to see it once, and that's all we needed to see. And he has equalized the CS, so, you know, he does have that as well. But this game gets easier and easier to play when you do have Dream on your side. Like, you can kind of see when Dream is in a play, the team can back him up and he can make stuff happen at this point for Desire. If he's not there, then they kind of just get to do whatever they want on the side of Error and like diving the Scion. Yes, you can kind of question like what does the Scion do? Oh, sorry, diving the Cho'Gath. What does the Cho'Gath do as this game goes on? Like what value do you get at killing Cho'Gath? But you know, it is there. It is gold in your pocket. So at this point, it is going to be Error. They have the inside track on this dragon. I don't know if you necessarily want to prioritize this one. You're probably looking for the fight more than anything, but the back off is the respect is given by the side of Desire, so they are just going to pick this one up nice and cleanly.
Going back to the Cho'Gath importance, I mean, you're right, there is not... Oh, as we see the Scion going unstoppable, Dream being focused there as well, he's going to get double knocked up, he's going to go straight down thanks to the asset, going golden there as well. Down goes the Professional as well, that is 2 members down in a 5-man in the mid lane.
Okay, so you know that bit in Austin Powers where the guy gets ran over by the steamroller? Dream had flash.
Oh.
Like,
he did,
the whole time.
He
had flash. He had an Ivan. He had a Braum. He just needed to press that button. That's disappointing. Unfortunate plays. Like you could make the argument like where does he flash to? You know, but
I mean, you can also make the you could. I was gonna say you can make the argument about anywhere. Jumping back to it, the importance of the Cho'Gath. I mean, there is none, but you are stopping him from doing simple things like stacking. I know there's not much to it, but that is what it is. Oh, Captain Tofu going to miss that knock up very cleanly there, throwing his own CC back at it, but looks like Exile, Era here will be taking that for free, is trying to push this mid turn turret. Something we'd like to see. Obviously, they are getting an objective, so the team is going to try and get an objective back, so they don't just lose everything, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an awkward trade, really. Like, you're giving up a Herald past the 14-minute mark, so it's definitely less prioritized because these inner tier ones are like paper against your AD carries. For your mid-tier 1, where you've got the enemy mid-tier 1 still standing on over half health. So that's just kind of an awkward trade by the side of Error. Not really sure what they get out of that. But this game has really kind of delivered on the chaos front, so I'm guessing like we are still kind of looking at what the assessment that we made in the fight in the draft, which is this game is going to be largely determined by fights and selfish.
Yeah. Look at Professional.
It's a Q. It's a W.
Miss that as well. It's a W.
It's a W. It's a. You know what? Yone has spells, and he uses them. That's my colored play-by-play.
Yeah. There could be something going off in the top lane here.
Q lands.
Ooh, the ultimate is just going to miss.
Yeah, nicely navigated by Selfish. It's
Yeah.
not a particularly long cooldown, especially with no objectives up at the moment, so you don't feel like
Oh,
that's necessary.
Dream's going hard on Hyper here. I think Dream just easy wins this, right? Oh, not anymore. Asset is just there. The ultimate as well. Flash still available for Dream. He's going to go down again. Dynasty in the bot lane now, wanting that kill, and Hyper is going to get it. But we've seen the Asset kill Dynasty so many times, and that's exactly what we're going to see here, is he might even give it to Hyper. Nope, he's going to take that. Oh, we're seeing something go up in the mid lane. Professional looking. Rocket jump, not going to be enough. Kaiser's gone invisible, but I should say she's ulted. The Daisy is popped. Could we be seeing Kaiser in a bit of trouble here? Look at the damage coming out from Captain Topher, and the stun goes down. Elder Brother picking up another kill there as well.
Yeah, this game is just delivering on the chaos, where I think they may be even thinking about Baron here. They certainly would have the damage to do it with two members down on Era, but they instead are hunting for Selfish. And
they don't care for these objectives. They want Selfish.
Yeah, it's just a lot of greed from both sides, really. Like, just not waiting for the correct macro pieces to be in play. You saw Dream going way too far forward, not knowing where Asset was, not knowing that he was lurking just out of vision. Could have waited for the mid lane unit to crash their wave before he really started to look for something more aggressive, because that would have drawn the jungler out and confirmed the suspicions of where the jungler was, but instead just goes for the YOLO play and is punished for it, like he has been just so many times in this game. The itemization I also want to call out is a bit funky. I think that's a shield bow. I think. Which I don't hate if you're going to be playing like a maniac.
I mean, yes. I don't know what to say to that.
There's not really much I can draw from it. Like, the normal build is going to be a stride breaker for the Aurelia. Sometimes you'll see the Gore Drinker, which I think is in.
Can I just say, Dream still has Flash? Oh, Tofu.
Dream still has Flash, yeah. But yeah, that, did he get that actually, by the way? He did,
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he lands the smite. Got the mechanics. Love to see it.
Yeah. Mechanics OP. Oh, Selfish is going to have to force the ult out there, which means there's no ult. But look at Sion here. He's going to miss the ultimate for the first time. Dream didn't get hit by that in about 10 minutes, but he's going to dodge that knock-up as well. Two members of the team are being forced to back off here. This is a 5v3 right now. The other two members on their way, but it might not be enough. The sleep is going to go out on one member, and that's Dream. He's going to be asleep under the tower, but I don't want to say wasted, but it's not going to be able to get anything out of that. The Asset doing what the Asset does, and that's moving quick. Just anyone who's looking for a little bit of engage here. Daisy goes down. There, so back off.
Yeah, all this really gets you is inside track on the Dragon, but it looks like neither team has any interest in this, as they're just kind of, wait, what? No. Okay, they're looking to re-engage for sure.
Yes. The Dragon is up though. The Dragon has been aggroed here, so it's just a 5-man absolute fiesta to figure out who's going to take the Dragon, who's not. Selfish trying to go in hard. Braumult does get the Relic. Ultimate gets 3. Elder Brothers in the back line. The Ultimate is going to get 2 people out of there. Professional Dynasty very low here. Kaiser full health. The flash in from Hyper. Gonna stun Professional there. Dynasty still there. Dream's not there to deal the damage. So all those all the kills going down to him wasn't the best here, but it's still gonna be enough. I mean, Captain Tofu from downtown sneaking that one onto Hyper. Who got the Dragon there? It was actually Era.
It was Era who got the Dragon, but that didn't feel like it was the focus of the fight. Just kind of like a part of it, if you kind of know what I mean. Like,
it was almost just a support. It was just another thing.
It's another damage dealer, yeah. Like,
it's just another Ivern.
Just an impartial observer who does damage. But yeah, you are right. Like, the Dragon was kind of just there, and the fight wasn't really about the Dragon. You could see the intent from Era was very, very clear, that they wanted to re-engage with their Scion, with the Lilia, and at the end of it all, it's really kind of hard to say who got anything out of that, other than the fact that Era did get a Dragon. Like, these fights are just dead even. Like, gold is basically dead even. There's no distinct advantage on either side. Still waiting for this game to blow open, and these teams are just kind of happy to fight over basically nothing, because let's be honest, that card drag doesn't further your win con. You just kind of, it's there. It's the reason why you're fighting.
It was very, like, obviously Dream was such a massive part. We've chatted about how he had all these kills and stuff, and that's where I stumbled, obviously, in that fight that we heard. But him having all these kills is great, but the fact that he's not there for these fights just means that Exile really have to force themselves back onto Elder Brother and Captain Tofu to start dealing some of this damage. And we just aren't really seeing a whole lot of that while Dream's being, well, hard focused.
Yeah, and one thing that we are kind of seeing in these fights is that the ability to be engaged on and be more proficient in these fights is definitely in the hands of Exile. Like, they have the Cho'Gath, who's better at the short ranges, who is able to slow people up with the E. The Q is much easier to land when your opponents are kind of running at you, as opposed to you kind of fishing for it. And the Braum is that classical disengage or classical engage on me and I will beat your face in support.
Yeah.
Like, he can throw down the Glacial Fissure at short range.
Yeah.
He can basically stun anyone who goes on top of him. Like, it's a free fight for the Braum when people jump on him. So the fights are being turned in that regard, but that really leaves Dream high and dry because he's the person who has to dive onto the backline. And with the rest of the fight being so compact around that backline in the form of the Scion, in the form of the Suho Chionsa on the Rel, it really does make Dream kind of like the execution is so much more important for him, and that's kind of the reason why we're seeing him struggle in these fights. When he dies forward, he dies, and then the rest of the fight collapses around him because he is still very much the richest member on this lineup of Exile. So it's kind of hard to say like where I'm going with this because these fights are just madness. Like they are hard to execute on both sides.
They're the opposite of what we wanted to see. We wanted to see clean. We're not getting that. Oh, as I say that, Dream is looking for herself. He's going to get stunned up. The entire Goon Squad is there. The ultimate is going to come out. 3 members hit. Down goes Tofu. The asset going straight in. Ultimate from Hyper there as well. Get 2 members knocked up. The asset's still alive. The backline double kill for asset. Down he goes to the Elder Brother. Elder Brother now pumping at the damage while Dream is down. Hyper is going to go down as well here. Suho running for his life as the Elder Brother jumps forward. Maybe going to get this, but not going to follow it hard enough. Rocket Jump looking like a pick up in a second with no Vayne available, but Kaiser's on his way.
Yeah, so they catch Selfish on the side lane and manage to convert it into a kill. Dream does go down, so does Captain Tofu, but this is going to be Baron started up by the members
You have Dynasty's Feast might be available, but the Magnet Storm's going to get 2 members. Elder Brother going to go down. That's cool as well. Preshow going to go down as well. Dynasty is going to go down, and Kaiser pumping at the damage now. They've let him free farm. And that was a 3 hit from half health. Cho'Gath dying to Kaister. Wowee.
Yeah. So banger of a game for your second Samsung Invitational cast.
That's it. That is
definitely feel for you here because these fights, like obviously those last few pretty straightforward. It was just one team making an awkward play and then followed by another awkward play. But yeah, these fights have been pretty mad. Tofu wants to steal, but I don't think it's happening.
Has seen the Twitch chat and he wants to live up to the dream, but there's the fate sealed, and that's exactly where Tofu will be. Fate is sealed.
Yeah, he chops that big tree down, does Selfish, and they do pick up the Baron. So the first, it feels like real advantage in this game has been fought by the members of Era. So this is where they have to stabilize this Baron. This dragon is going to be spawning up right about now, so they can get the mid prio and they can look to contest this objective, which you have to know is going to be in the eyes of both teams as something they can actually fight around. That seems like all they really care about here. Asset looking.
Yeah, that's all they have to do here. I mean, Dream is not even going to worry about it. He's going to go mid. There's not much they can do here. Weapon, the fact that now they're on Soul Point, and you just mentioned it, there's a pretty significant lead now for the team of Era.
Yeah, they are starting to slowly stack up that gold lead. So it's at the point where gold, like thousands of gold, it is slightly less significant, but it is going to mean the difference between a couple of items on those, a key couple of items on those carries. But they do have the Baron, so they can start to force this priority and start to kind of draw the members of Exile in for something other than just a straight up 5v5 team fight that has been kind of absolute madness like we've seen. They can do things like put Selfish on this side lane and just kind of use him as that 4-1 threat in the side lane and hopefully, I'm really hoping, properly push-pull macro here. Please.
I mean, they're just using this Baron right now to really clear this out. Like, they're doing the 4-1, and in theory, Selfish is just going to be able to just free push this because Dynasty's not going to be able to do anything. Look at this tower going down, Weapon. I mean, there's not a whole heap as we do see two members about to go to sleep. The ultimate is getting connected as well. Dream going, no, sorry, Topher going down, Dream going down now. Elder Brother having to jump and splash out. No members of Era going down. Dynasty looking to go down here. Professional being knocked up. Professional going down as well. And I didn't even see Elder Brother go down there. I thought he survived, but obviously not. The asset pumping out some incredible damage. And everyone that put their prediction points into Era losing here looking at themselves lost and confused as we see Era pick up this win.
Yeah, what can I say about this one other than it was a circus for most of it, but the one clear advantage gained by one team was like when someone throws, someone's got to catch it, and Era did. So they managed to drive it home with that one Baron fight. They do manage to kind of put it together. I guess the composition from Exile maybe a little bit harder to execute in the team fights. Kind of touched on the fact that it was a bit like in the fights there was less proactive engage, whereas the Scion kind of just lets you do things. So there is that. I don't know. It was a circus, and I think all we can say is Era are definitely the ringleaders in this case.
Yeah, well, we were talking about it. I mean, Era really needed to step up, and I think that's exactly what they've done. Exile went into that 2-0 after the last 2 weeks, and Era went into that 0-2. So them being able to take that win away is massive for them, as well as the rest of this circuit. And I mean, I thought that game was going to go way different, Weapon, with Dream picking up that early kill. It's very surprising, but nonetheless, congratulations to both teams. We are going to throw to the desk right now for a little bit of a chat and a breakdown before we get into our interviews.
I mean, I'm here. There he is. There he is.
How dare I get betrayed like this?
I thought Midnight and the boys were ready.
No, that was a lie.
Yeah. I was ready. I was on time. Okay, punctual, formal, punctual Nostradamus formal. I think that should be my new name.
All right. Well, lads, I suppose we should talk about Era and Exile, and I suppose I am in the position where I must eat my words, formal, because indeed, Exile. It looked good at the start. It looked phenomenal at the start with the first blood into Dream, with the Ivan shield coming in clutch. Like, it looked like a great start, and then Formal was right. We have to bow our heads.
Yeah. I think, okay, get that out of the way now. But let's actually talk about why I was right, which is just as good. But more importantly, I think a better framework is how Era was able to win this game. And for me, it just felt like a case of, for Exile, their playstyle, their brawliness, their sloppiness, it was eventually going to come back to bite them. And it felt like this was the game where it did. I mean, yes, it's great to be this aggressive team, to always be looking for fights, always finding themselves in the mix of things. But if you're going to be this team fighty, scrappy composition, you need to have that synergy. And it felt like in a lot of these scraps, they were very, very disorganized. None more apparent than the Baron play, where it looked like the choice was to sort of bait the Baron out and then turn into a team fight. Going into that, there was no feast available on the Cho'Gath. No ultimate. Jungler was already dead. There's no reason to keep pressuring on that objective. Yet, they split their priority. They allow that Vayne to absolutely run rampant over the top of them, and that's what cost them the game.
Yeah, the rel engage was good. I must admit, I'm sitting there going, how did these guys get caught? I don't think they should have got caught at that Baron at all. I like the idea of going for the Baron play to bait out of a fight, but when it came to, when it came to the punch out of the blue, Era just had the better engage, the better execution, and that's really what sealed the game going forward. But it wasn't just that overall. I feel Era also had better movement around the map in comparison. They didn't commit in certain places that Exile were committing, which you could see was allowing them to edge out just a little bit more advantages throughout the case going on. And you look at Hyper didn't take as many TPs, didn't do as many roams, and was able to edge out an experience lead because of that. And when you start adding up all these little things, I mean, Dream, was doing so good at the start of it, but then, when you look at what happens at the end, he still had a CS deficit against his laner. It sort of just doesn't make sense to me, some of these things that were happening, where you could see the resources being placed, but the outcomes not being reached for Exile, and really that's what ended up being their downfall towards the very end.
And I think a big reason why we saw some of that, though, was credit to Era in this. Even when Exile was making plays, a lot of times they were paying for it. I think this was very apparent when we look at the mid lane, how, like, if you just go by the eyeball test, it looked like Selfish was having a really rough time, constantly dying. Yes, was getting so close to getting kills, but unable to finish them off. But was still doing enough to make it so that Exile wasn't really able to play off those small advantages, either by forcing the recall while maintaining the CS advantage or finding a kill at the last moment before being burned down. It was situations like this that kept the game at this even state almost. And it was as if Era was waiting for that one moment, waiting for that one catastrophic mistake to come from Exile, something that they've made in the past and not been punished for. But this time they don't get away with it, and Era is able to close out the game.
Yeah, I could not put that any better myself, and it really was going back to how we started this particular segment off the Baron play. That's what ended and sealed the deal here for Exile in this scenario, and then ended up not being able to take the cake.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things happening in the Era versus Exile game, but we have at least one little tidbit before we move on to our third matches. Of course, we do have our player interview. Suho from Era is standing by with Quirky to give us a bit of an inside look at that second game of the night.
Thanks, Ewan. And of course, I'm joined now by Suho. Suho, what a win. You finally get off the mark in the Summoners Invitational circuit. How does it feel as a team?
Look, as a team, it feels great. We were stoked. We were all hyped after going 0-2 when we expected to, I guess, not being 0-2. It's just, it's great that we're finally kind of meshing as a team and finding our way through this tournament.
Yeah, that's great. I happen to guess that you didn't see Exile's tweet earlier today.
No, I did not.
Okay, good. You might want to check it out now. Play some sneaky, because they were going to introduce you guys to their friend Owen. You know Owen?
Yeah, 0-3. We heard in pre-game lobby. But all chat afterwards the game. Yeah, we pulled it up. We let them know that we're not 0-3, so yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, and of course I want to talk about the team a little bit. So, because we've had Selfish, go from the ADC role to the mid lane. How's that been for you guys adapting, especially for you having to adapt to a new lane partner?
With Selfish going to the mid lane, I think the biggest thing is he's an incredibly mechanical player, and he's very good at beating people 1-on-1, 2-on-2. Something he struggles with that he kind of got, I guess, led away with bot lane is he doesn't know how to ward properly at the time, and so that was always my job, and he often will just kind of get clapped by ganks. But if he's left alone, he will often just win any matchup on his own. So it's an interesting change, and trying to get used to a new ADC was a bit different, but Custer and I have gelled quite well recently, and we recently went on a 11-game win streak in solo queue, so we were feeling really well coming into tonight's game.
Yeah, and it obviously showed off there. And of course, just a bit of a personal question. I heard you got a new tattoo recently.
I did. I got Rakan done on my forearm to add to my to my Thresh sleeve.
Ooh, that sounds amazing. Don't know if our cams can pick it up as quickly.
I can try to.
Yeah, try show off the guns is what we're trying to say here.
That's it there, and then Rakan's on my forearm there. And next week I'm getting Zyzz done on my inner arm. So yeah, love my tats, love my league. So I thought, why not? And it's something that'll look cool whether league stays a part of my life for a while or not.
Yeah, it will, of course. Quickly before we hand back to the desk, any shout outs, any people you want to give a quick KO to out there?
Shout out to all the boys who congrats me on getting Masters for the first time. Last season I failed it 10 times in Quick League. So hitting it first time there, I had a lot of support with that, and a lot of support with my solo queue grind, and then a lot of support coming into this game to try and get our first dubs. So just huge thanks to the boys and those that are supporting me.
All right. Thank you, Suho, for that. And of course, good luck to you in your future matches. And of course, we are going to throw it back to Ewan and the boys on the desk.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Quirky and Suho. And I mean, gotta be good coming back in. And it feels like season 11 is like Suho's opening. He's finally gotten into Masters. He's getting, his list of supports, ingrained into him. He's getting a Zyzz soon. Like, He's done. At this point, should he get a rel on his other arm? Considering that
Yeah.
that was damn clean.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely agree. I mean, why not just get the whole roster eventually all over your body? But I also stand by. I feel Suho is just fit to be a good like representative almost of the scene sometimes with these interviews with the champions. It's always great to have him, but played well as well. I mean, he can back it up as we see with this game right here. It was a fantastic performance and really well played by Era. Hopefully for that team, that's going to be the start of their turnaround, and we get to see them continue to fight back up into a playoff position because, again, I highlighted at the start, this team, it's a bit of a shocker to see them 0-2. If they're finally righting the ship, well, we're still in the first half of the season. There's more than enough time to become competitive once more.
And that's what I wanted to see, the edges, the rough edges being sanded down finally. And what happens, because I said Era was just not really in form. Now they're finally getting themselves settled. They're finally getting themselves in position to take the win. Now is actually a good spot because they can use that to sort of sling the shot themselves and actually be in a competitive position to take out this tournament if they do manage to just keep pushing those incremental improvements. And I mean, we're looking at Suho. Suho is definitely one of those players who's been extremely consistent and can definitely help his team really just edge out that a little bit higher. So looking forward to see what these guys can pull out in the future.
Yeah, and of course, I'm worried. I'm so worried about Exile though. From the other side of it, yes, Era played really, really well, and Formal's opinion is, his opinion on Era being a better team than how they've been is fulfilled. But for Exile, that was not the game I was expecting out of them. Like, week one, they came in there. I thought they were really, really clean in week one. But then this week and last week, they've come across as very scrappy, come across as very fight heavy when they don't need to be in points. So I'm getting a bit worried. If Exile continue to play this way, then what was a great start is just going to slowly start coming down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in a round robin format as well. Sometimes people sort of look at the early, like the first few games and think, okay, well, these aren't as important as what happens later. But every single season of this event, it feels like a favorite team has a slow start and get hot towards the tail end, but it's not enough for them. And I worry if we're almost going to see that opposite effect right now. These early games do matter. And these early drops and these early signs, I think it could come back to hurt this Exile team once we get into the mid, once we get into the late season. Every single loss does come back to bite you. And I will be concerned if they can't sort of get back into that week one form. Personally, I think it's going to come from communication. I think it's going to come from a few more scrims and sort of understanding everyone's roles in team fights. Where they're at right now, it just isn't good enough.
I mean, even I was the first one to say as well, I don't think Exile is where they should be at this moment in time. And this seems to be the point in the tournament where the corrections are starting to come into play. And, that's not to say that Exile didn't have moments that actually worked out for them. I mean, you could see what their plan execution was. It was support Dream, get him ahead from there, be able to take down Selfish and do some good work with it. And there was definitely some merit to that particular strategy. Just the execution just wasn't there. It wasn't as clean as it needed to be, and they weren't able to get that usual edge in the lead at the early game that they normally get.
Now, moving on, because we, let's out with the old, in with the new boys, Kraken and Weekend Warriors. Now, we don't have as long to go through it as I'm sure we would love to with our Classico between these two orgs. Weekend Warriors.
It's El Classico, mate. Like you said.
Yeah. We've got our third place team from last year, the split 2 of last year, facing up against Kraken, who did take that first spot. These teams are probably going to be, this is posturing more than anything. Weekend Warriors 2-0, Kraken 1-1. I'm just going to go for it, guys. Who is taking this game?
As much as the Weekend Warriors would love to put Kraken down into a losing record at 1-2, I think today is kind of that day of upsets, the day of rightening the ship, finding that balance, as Mentrix was so happy to put it. And I think that comes true again in our third game. Weekend Warriors falter, Kraken comes out on top.
Yeah, when I look at it, I can't really say who I'm going to pick for it to be the win there, but I just feel like it is going to be the Weekend Warriors in the scenario. I just feel like they're a bit hungrier because they do need to get those points in order to be good for the tournament. And when I take that into account, it means that they will be just a little bit more antsy on that sort of stuff. And then sometimes they go like, well, you don't want to be too nervous going into it. But hey, you know what? Sometimes just having that little bit of extra anxiety gives you clarity in those plays and they make a difference. So I'm expecting for that to come through.
Well, I think I've been quite vocal that I'm a Weekend Warriors fan, so I can't. Surprise, surprise! I'm probably going to go for them in this in this matchup. But I'm worried because every time I've spoken ill of Kraken, they've shut me up.
Yeah,
Like they've told me to sit down. So I'm really worried to say who I go for here.
Ewan, I understand you don't want to get Weekend Warriors mad at you. Their meme game is the best.
Oh, it's
top tier
hot.
meme game.
It's hot.
And I'm probably asking them to
on
come down on
fire.
me hard right now. I already affronted them before with number 2 on my power rankings, and now this. But have some conviction, man. Stand with the team that you believe is going to win, and I'm standing by Kraken.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Weekend. I'm sorry, mate. I love the Twitch chat saying there's a Weekend Warrior meetup at Formal's house. Formal, good luck. Is all I can say to that one there. But so we can, so y'all don't have to watch Formal being goon squatted by the Weekend Warriors on cameras. What we will be doing is throwing it to our casters for our third game of the night.
Thank you, Midnight and the boys. What a absolutely eventful Twitch chat. I've been loving this. Look, my name is Cooper Trooper 117. I'm joined by Weapon once again. This is going to a game 3, and it's been said before, but this is El Clasico. This is the two. Well, how would you describe this, Weapon? The two.
The two premier amateur OCE orgs, I think, is the best way we put it. Two organizations that have been pretty much, they've been around for some of the longest in our SumSoc Invitational circuit. And, they even have really good teams in other games. Like, they've seen success with, particularly the Kraken org. Like, they've done big things in like the semi-pro space and like Rocket League and things like that. Like, it's been awesome to see. And like two teams that feel like they're talent factories. Like the Weekend Warriors, the Jungle Man himself. It didn't have the best of showings in the LCO, but like he's up there, and I think he's going to be someone we're going to be looking at for years to come. Like all these players feel like this. Like it feels like if you're on one of these lineups, you're on the cusp, you're on the way. And I think a lot of these players like play to our highest tiers, and that's why they do place. Like they're usually like 1, 2, and 3 in our tournament. Like they're usually in that upper echelon, and they always deliver on high quality matches.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty excited. I'm almost honoured, Weapon, to be able to do the El Clasico and really take this on. And I love that there's going to be a meet up at Formal's house. And I mean, everyone has said it, but if you haven't already, please go and check out the Weekend Warriors Twitter. It is, if I could say it was anything, it is spicy. It is. It's the Batman tweet. Yeah, it's as spicy as that pizza that Formal's going to get. That pepperoni, baby. It is spicy. And look, I'm happy to not be on the receiving end of that. But look, these two teams, like you said, they're talent machines. They're churning these cogs to get this talent out. And I really hope to see it. Compared to the two games that we've seen, Weapon, what do you think it's going to be more like? Is it going to be an absolute bloodbath fiesta with almost level 2 gank sort of coming out, or is it going to be a little bit more tame?
So I think the main difference that I look at here, like lane by lane, I think these teams match up fairly well. The one lane I'm focusing on here is the mid lane. I think YGX has proven to be like, this is a player who I think has a lot of upside. Like I think there's a lot of potential in this player. I've seen really good things from them in the past, but I think like we've seen great things from this player in the past, but they do kind of jump out to me in most recent games as having a really weird kind of exploitable champion pool, something that like just jumps out at me. Like things like the Ahri, like Ahri is a champion we've been seeing more and more in the LCO, to be fair, but no other region is picking her competitively. And the Nico also jumps out at me as like, this is a very narrow win con champion. You flash forward, that's basically your entire kit. Maybe you fish for some E's. I want to see something that's a little bit more versatile, something that fits the meta a little bit more. Or if the Ahri is going to work, then maybe you play around a little bit more. But like YGX is someone like I do keep my eye on, especially when across the rift from him, it is going to be Refury / Ocean Mid. I don't know if they're the same player. That sometimes happens where like a player will just change name, but like two very strong performances there from like both of those players / the same player. Twitch chat's probably yelling at me right now.
No, not yet.
As we are just sorting our stuff out, OCE Productions. But yeah, like this is like a very strong mid laner, and then the bot lane, of course, Mad Maximo and Banished, two players who, much like previous iterations of the Weekend Warriors bot lane, like we saw the flip and flop, be very willing to play things like the fasting center with the farm Kench. You know, this is a bot lane who's more than happy to play Seraphine, more than happy to just play their role and not necessarily have to be shoehorned into that like AD carry support kind of role that basically has existed for as long as like as long as like season 2 has existed, you know?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting. Look, I've seen. Yeah, I'll say interesting. Look, I've seen Fruitcake play. That's probably the only one I've really seen play. Maybe even Shardblade or a few of them. So I'm not sure where or what sort of champ pools these guys have. I mean, are we going to be seeing another Ivern weapon?
Yeah, I don't know. And also, we're going to have Fruitcake in the game, in lobby. So Fruitcake and Refury are going to be taken to the Rift alongside the normal lineup of Shardblade, Mad Maximum Banished. Do have the confirmation that it is going to be YGX and Swash Sete.
That is a hard name for now.
I don't know if that's Piglet. I like someone in lobby is saying hi Piglet. Yeah, I guess so. Well, let's just assume it's Piglet. Grandmaster account as well, so like pretty sure. Let's say it's Piglet with a new name. I love it when the players do this. Big fans.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. I'm just going to have to call that by champion name, I think.
I think so. Or do we just say Piglet?
I don't want Piglet to come to the chat like, whoa, I'm not even playing.
Whoa, what the hell, man?
Now he's in Twitch chat, so I guess we find out.
Yeah, that's all good. We'll get the big ups, the head ups.
He did say Piglet is fine, so
I didn't know. Thank you, Sabres. I didn't know that League could let you do emojis. I just learned. The trash talk, by the way, is happening.
Yeah. What are these predictions looking like though? We are seeing 99% of this vote is looking at Weekend Warriors with only 220 channel points going to Kraken. So Midnight might be Formal might be eating his words after this game, but I guess we're just going to have to find out with picks and bans kicking it off. What do you hope to see in this game, Weapon?
Yeah, so like I said, I'm mostly curious to see what YGX does pick up, and I also just can't put anything past Mad Maximum Banished. Like, I think they're two players who are more than happy to play weak side. And, Shardblade can be a carry top against Mad Skills, who feels like he's tended towards more of the it's basically just been Gnar all the way. Gnar is a champion who is very, very exploitable by things like the Gragas, which has been banned away. So that's a good takeaway from Shardblade in the top side. One of the few things that Gragas doesn't get to bully a lot of matchups. Like really, like yes, he can harass with his Q, but Gnar is one of those matchups where Gragas gets to Gangplank, the pirate man, not the barrel man, the other barrel guy.
Another barrel guy, yep.
Yeah. Gangplank gets to bully Gnar, is what I am saying. He gets to Q him, and small Gnar feels really, really sad about it. Thresh taken away from Banish, that's a good takeaway. Good Thresh players, we have a lot of them in the SIC. And YGX's Echo is something I expect to see pretty much perma-banned against him, because the very few, I say very few, sounds like a flaming poor guy. The few times we have seen him like Giga Smurf on his opponents, it has been on the Echo. That's the one notable champion that I feel like the guy has, and then pretty much outside of that, we have a lot of question marks. No doubt, very good player, reason he's on the Kraken lineup, but waiting to see the real success from this player. The center takeaway, I think, is just smart. Like, you're up against the Weekend Warriors. They played that stuff. Just get it out of there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you were talking about it earlier, like the fasting center and the farm Kench. So probably don't want to see that.
Or the farm Scion, or the farm Cho'Gath.
Yeah. Yep.
I still maintain the Cho'Gath is the premier center duo. By the way, try it in solo queue. It's disgusting.
I don't even understand how that works, but I'll let you have it.
Sure. Tristana logged in, so I think this is 3 for 3 on Tristana so far.
Yeah, we can see 3 Tristana games.
priority. So Seraphine is going to be left up and picked up by the Weekend Warriors. We know that they do love to put this pretty much in any of those 3 roles in the bot side. So good chance that's a Mad Maximo champion, even as likely to be a Banish champion or even a Refuri champion. But I think Refuri feels like so last year I think it was. Refuri was someone who was splitting time with Lasser, and I like Lasser as a player. I think he's a very good, solid, he's a solid control mage player and is doing very well on the Weeknight Warriors. But I think Refuri looked like the more aggressive of the two, looked like he gave them more of a carry threat when he's in there, so I don't think that's necessarily going to be a Refuri Seraphine. If it is, props to him for showing some extra dimensionality to his play. Karthus is going to be locked in, and I just want to say that I am not a fan of this in the hands of Cerberus. I think it's way too slow for the current meta. It doesn't have the clear speed that it used to have with all the jungle camps getting MR in this season, and Karthus not really getting a whole lot of compensatory buffs. So it clears slow, it's a slow champion, and it gets abused in the jungle by basically everything, and Udyr is one of those champions who can absolutely abuse you, especially with the fact that he builds the chem tank, gets to build the MR, and gets to punch you while you're not getting a lot of chances to punch back. So Cerberus is going to have
quick.
Yeah,
Very
also
quick.
gets to run you down. So
Something
Cerberus,
that Karthus isn't.
Yeah, pretty much. He's going to waddle away and probably die and hope to return the kill with his passive. So yeah, Cerberus is going to be have to be very careful about the way he passes in this game to get the maximum amount of farm out. Nah picked up is going to round out this draft, and that is a Viego hover, which is disabled. It shouldn't be locked in. Don't lock it in. Good.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
Is that going to be a Malphite top lane?
I expect it is probably going to be the Malphite top.
Don't want to see a Seraphine Malphite bot lane. That's the only thing I'm saying.
That sounds gross. That sounds like a lot of engage. But I think the Malphite, it feels like you kind of have to put it top lane. In competitive at least, like you got to build tanky, you got to do something after you get in there. Otherwise, you're pretty much just going to get like, can players above D1 flash your ultimate? The answer is yes, they are above D1. So kind of that's the functionality of the champion gone. The Yasuo is going to get taken away, so I think that's a very heads up ban from the side of Kraken. They are going to recognize that there's a potential Kraken Yasuo composition, which I think they did play at some point on the side of Weekend Warriors. Just checking now. There was a Yone, no Yasuo.
No Yasuo.
Close, no cigar.
I mean, they might have seen the Malphite and were like, well, I don't want that. So
yeah, don't want a Yasuo, and you understand it, especially if you've got a Gnar on your side. I mean, you could even like reverse the roles. I think the big brain draft move here would actually be to put the Yasuo into the Gnar, put the Malphite mid, and just have him play like weak side mid, and then your Yasuo just farms the orange buff all game, and then becomes an ult robot alongside the Malphite, who is also an ult robot, and you just win that game.
I mean, you're also looking at something like a Seraphine there too, so you've just got a heap of ults just smacking people through. I mean, both Yasuo and Yone were pulled out there.
they're just hovering it every time. They're trolling.
Yeah, they are.
Jerks. But the Yone is going to be taken away from the Furious Rue in the mid lane. So no aggressive looks for him there. It's going to be a Galio. So we're looking at a lot of well, we got the go button with the Malphite, but then we have a lot of ability to counterpunch in the Seraphine and the Galio, being able to stuff engages that do decide to come your way from the likes of the Gnar, whatever else they do pick up on the side of Kraken, to kind of allow that engage. But it's looking very threadbare on the engage front. The Alistair is going to bolster that a little bit, but not enough to really make me feel confident this team can start fights on a dime. The Alistair feels like it has to really commit the flash to get things done in fights. You're looking at flash Q, then you're looking to knock someone back into the team with the Musek.
The Musek.
The Musek is what we're going with.
We've got a cannon mid here. The cannon is hovered.
Okay.
We might see it. We are going to see the cannon mid. Well, I don't think we'll see the Gnar mid, but look, I love the Galio here. Again, these are very flexible picks. Like, we could really see any of this. Like, look at the Fizz hover. If this Fizz gets locked in,
ooh, this is spicy. I think it has to be Illusion. Okay, so we're probably looking at the Mad Maximo Seraphine with a Galio Galio support, being your engage/disengage core. So the Seraphine able to fish for the counter engage. Although we are waiting on some swaps.
Yeah.
Could be a Lucian bot. I don't know if I necessarily like it into the Tristana. You get madly outranged, but it's not necessarily super fun into the Kennen either.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
No, you were right. You were right.
Yeah, you're
I
fine.
was really thinking about it. I was like, oh, I could see that. But I do like the Seraphine for Mad Maximo here.
Yeah, so I think the Cannon's definitely actually thinking about it, the Cannon's probably fine into the Lucian. You get to beat up the Lily Yordle for most of the lane until he gets his ultimate, and then your only real concern is I overpushed? Is I overpushed? Says Fury. But yeah, that's really your only concern, and then you are a Lucian who has the mobility get out of that gank, and cleanse can likely be taken. I like, if I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there, I really like what Weekend Warriors have put out here. I think this is a really good draft. It's solid. It has the rock solid engage in the top lane. It's got counter engage and got in basically every other role that you're able to either chain stun or to set up a counter engage, or to actually just move through a follow-up engage from the Malphite. Whereas the Seraphine and the Galio are there to just back up, and the Lucian probably doing the majority of the damage in team fights, looking to go something like a Kraken Slayer and just shred through the fights front to back.
Just everyone.
Yeah, pretty much. So the Weekend Warriors, there are windows of opportunity here. You certainly have a cannon flank that could get in there and really disrupt. And if you kill the Lucian early on, perhaps you do have a chance in this game, and that's probably the target that YGX has in mind. Mad Skills as well, looking to probably scoop up the Lucian and do some big damage with the Tristana jumping in. But it feels like a very narrow window that if you don't blow that target up and have enough DPS to finish the fight against the tankier members, I'm struggling to see it work. So maybe you do look to make this game a little bit bigger, a little bit wider, and maybe open up the map 1-3-1 styles, have the cannon sides, Naren sides. You could potentially do that. You certainly do okay against the Malphite in the side lane. The Lucian is another matter entirely. But I guess what I'm really dancing around is the fact that I don't necessarily know how Kraken win this game based on the draft, but we have a lot of League of Legends here to be played here, Cooper.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot. I mean, I was just going to ask you then, are we going to see the Moonstone build on Seraphine here?
I think absolutely. There's no chance that it's nothing it's anything else. In this particular game as well, you're looking at the way the fights play out. They're either going to be short and sharp with the Malphite going forward, blowing people up, and a Lucian following up with his ultimate, or it's going to be a drawn-out affair where Weekend Warriors are looking to kite back away from probably a major objective fight like a Dragon or a Baron, stuff the Nara engage, and then counterpunch with the Galio, counterpunch with the Seraphine ult, draw them in, and chop them down. So the game plan is very, very clear there, and you obviously do have that additional upside of, we have a Malphite. If they don't jump into us, we just press R on them, and maybe we draw a flash. Maybe the next time they don't have the flash. Great, awesome, sick. Then we post a meme on Twitter.
That's exactly right. Look, as we do say that, this is going to Game 3, the El Clasico of Kraken versus Weekend Warriors. We're going to take a very short break, but please don't go anywhere, I should say. This is going to be a game you do not want to miss.
But we can't always do it right. The rules are meant to be broken. We will never go down without a fight. Never a promise that we can't keep. We'll never rest, we'll never sleep. Hold tight, stick to your guns, 'cause we are the chosen ones. Life goes by, we're fading fast. This is our time, we'll raise our glass.
Welcome back to the Samsock Invitational Circuit. This is the amateur OCE El Clasico of Kraken Esports versus the Weekend Warriors. My name is Trooper117. I'm joined by Weapon here on the desk as well, as we see Fruitcake take a little bit of damage on the ear while he's spamming his taunt. This is going to be a big game, I think, Weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, standings wise, like this is definitely going to be a big one. If Weekend Warriors win this one, they do push themselves out to a 3-0 lead. Whereas on the side of Kraken, they are looking to very much equalize and keep things stable in terms of the standings. I think it would basically be a three-way tie, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure the desk will correct me on that later. But we do see a bit of a line of scrimmage, and I also want to call to your attention now. We were talking about the fact that this is a composition that wants to kite backwards and then re-engage on the side of Weekend Warriors. Mad Maxivo, the absolute mad lad, has gone for phase rush on this Seraphine. So not only it enhance your ability to take and kind of kite out trades in the bot lane, but it does mean that in these team fights you're going to be even more elusive as the Seraphine, this champion, is going to be so pesky just in the backline, just constantly shielding up, throwing out the poke, and then fishing for the re-engage with that ultimate, or even just straight up fishing for the engage if you so does decide.
With phase rush as well, so it's going to be a quick engage.
Yeah, she is a spooty girl.
These bot lanes are
spooty.
I think if Piglet and the Alistair, I'm going to call him Poro, can get in onto them, could be a little bit dire. We've obviously seen how much damage Tristana can do in such a short period of time.
Yeah, 100%. So the microcosm of this lane is going to be, if Galio has his taunt up, you don't get to do stuff. Whereas if you do manage to bait out that cooldown for whatever reason, then Tristana does have the window to jump in there and actually get a decent trade-off and potentially force the Seraphine out of lane. Because right now what you're really looking to do is tax the Seraphine's mana. That they're actually just straight up recalling in their faces. I have no idea what this is. They've just gotten the ward down. They've just reset, just straight up running back for a mana fairy charm. So I guess that kind of leans into what I was talking about. Like right now, you really are just fighting against the Seraphine's blue bar. While she has blue bar, you don't get to do stuff because she just makes the green bar go up. But while the blue bar goes down, then the green bar doesn't get to go up anymore, and Seraphine gets real sad.
This is Weapons 101 on how to play League of Legends.
Yep.
Blue bar go up, green bar go up. Blue bar go down, green bar go down.
Pretty much. But yeah, basically to sum it up, Seraphine likes to heal, and you're basically fighting against that mana pool on the bot side, trying to bait out the Galio ultimate so you can get that trade, because this is basically the window for the side of Kraken. They have a composition that if you're ahead, you get to that point where you can just force the engages with the Gnar, where your Karthus does so much damage that every time you press his R, it's like a tactical nuke, and the cannon ult just blows people up with the. You're looking for that. Who's the top laner who has that amazing cannon play? Why is my brain failing me?
I can't even think about who you're talking about.
It's okay. It was at Worlds. It's all good. Chad is screaming at me right now. But yeah, like you're basically looking to accelerate at least one of these lanes so that their damage threat or what they bring to the fight is so far and above the compositional advantage that I think Weekend Warriors have drafted here. So the problem is that you don't really have a jungler who can really get it done. You don't have this tempo jungler in Saberus on the Karthus, which yeah, I hate to say.
Good little headbutt from that taunt there.
Yeah, it was good headbutt, good disengage. But yeah, so you don't really have a jungler who can get it done. So a lot is going to be like a lot of question marks really in my mind of like, how do you build advantages with this draft from Kraken? And I want to be proven wrong. I want to see him do it because this is the El Clasico. These are two of our premier amateur orgs and some of our best players in the league. So no doubt,
this is the
there's
orgs.
plans. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it is going to be hard. You're right. I mean, like you were saying that Gnar it's a melee into a range, so you're always going to expect, like we said, I think that was game one, Oh, hold on. Fruitcake and Ria Fury looking in the back line. The flash coming out from Udyr and the flash coming out from YGX. It's a trade of flashes, but not too much gained or lost. Sabres in the bot lane could be looking at this dragon.
They could be, but the junglers are very far. Wait, no. So, sorry, I completely missed that. Karthus is right there. So,
yes,
looks like the trade is going to be given up for the early Ocean Drake. So, first Drake, nothing to majorly write home about. It does give one positive thing, which is it does open up something of a Drake win condition for the side of Kraken. Maybe you start to stack up those objectives. Banished wants to stop the back.
Banished stopping both TPs as we do see a teleport coming in. Banish is going to get a two-man taunt there as well. Ria Fury comes out with the culling.
That is heartbreaking.
Almost stopped that, but a double kill going over to Ria Fury as he literally, he must have pressed that before you even teleported because he came out of that teleport with the culling. Absolutely banking those two. The taunt is just going to miss.
So whoever does the socials for Weekend Warriors right now is just trying to find the best meme. Like
they're gonna find one too. They're gonna find a very good meme for that.
Yeah, 100%. Like this composition, if you need to be ahead if you're Kraken.
It's killed.
Decent trade.
Ooh, the ultimate as well. Shardblade
okay,
in trouble here. He's going very low. The unstoppable force available. Shardblade does not want to use it. Does get summoned up again. He knighted him to use it. He's gonna flash the flash again. Does get knocked out. Mad Skills fucking down. And Mad Skills is going to go down. The double flash as well. Mad Maximo just skimming that headbutt pulverize with the hair on his stage. Is that a Seraphine?
I mean, the hair is touching the stage, so it works. Yeah, really heads up flash by Mad Maximo. And great work by Shardblade as well to trade back that kill. Like that was some.
Is that because the unstoppable force went off as the flash went off? Oh, I realized that.
He just buffered the.
Yeah,
it was really clean.
Yes, yeah. That was just Malphite diff.
Pretty much. But we do see, so here Fruitcake can just bother the Karthus throughout his jungle care.
That's just what Udyr does, I guess, into a Karthus. Obviously not having that, I don't want to say dominance, but obviously Udyr can just walk in and walk out.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, as he builds through this game, he is going to get more and more magic resist through that what is probably going to be the chem tank. So his ability to play in the face of Sabres and just deny this very farm hungry champion in the Karthus more and more farm is just going to get worse and worse. And these trade kills, while they look okay to the side of Kraken, you cannot be trading up in this game. Oh, sorry, can't be trading evenly. You can't be trading down. Like the kill there was a dive, so in the top lane, but it didn't result in any farm being handed over. So it really just ends up being like net neutral. No one really gains anything at top lane. You're trading flashes elsewhere. This all plays into the hands of Weekend Warriors. So I'm still looking for who really does manage to step up.
Well, the culling is coming out. Oh, not going to be enough. YGX able to Sparky his way out of there.
Sparky to the rescue.
Sparky to the rescue? I got nothing for it. Just the Sparky.
Yeah, Sparks the Rescue. A good band, I'm told. And yeah, you can kind of see, like, this bot lane, not a lot happening here. Weekend Warriors like this. They just get to catch waves. Tristana is a champion who, while she can dictate the lane pace in terms of, like, she can get priority, because when she kills minions, they explode, that doesn't really lend itself to being able to set up freezes. So Seraphine, as a champion who basically has to insta-clear waves with 2 spells, and has virtually unlimited mana because I'll give you a hint here, Coop.
Yeah.
If you want unlimited mana on League of Legends in 2021, you spend 400 gold and you have unlimited mana. You've done.
I'm following.
Yeah. You buy a tier. You buy any mana mythic, and you're absolutely sorted for the rest of the game. So Seraphine is that champion where she just gets to insta-clear waves and just gets to catch waves non-stop while the Tristana just kind of wails on her, hoping for an opening. And the Galio stands there like a steadfast bodyguard. So,
like an absolute unit. Because, I mean, they're both just free farming in this bot lane right now. And like you said, obviously because of Tristana's passive, she's just going to keep hard pushing. And then as it falls into the tower range, she's, like you said, just going to clear it very nice and quick.
Pretty
We are
much.
seeing the
Just
Rift
keeps
stop
happening over and
mid
over
lane.
again. What it does buy them is going to be priority on this Drake and priority to potentially rotate towards this Rift Herald.
Vanish is in the mid lane now. The Rift Herald is dropped. Oh, the flash engaged by the cannon. The double knock-up as well, but Cerberus and Tristana on the outskirts there. Vanish going to hit one with the Hero's Punch. The Pyro might go down, is not going to. Couple of flashes to get out. YGX looking to re-engage. The teleport from Malphite. We could be looking at Unstoppable Force here, but Rhea Fury is going to have to jump out. The knock-up is going to connect. Cerberus goes down. He's still pumping out the damage. Double kill for Shardblade. Vanish could be going down here. YGX wants this. He will take it. Rhea Fury and Fruitcake are very low right now, but the damage from Shardblade is very, very spooky as Pyro's going to be forced to put back off, and Mad Skills does not want it either.
Yeah, all said a 2-for-1. It was nearly a 2 for nothing if Vanish had managed to get out of there, but had burnt the flash in the earlier engage. And you could see how scared YGX was. He looked like a Kennen player whose arc was broken. Because he flashed forward, everything was there for the engage, and then you could see the moment where it was like, oh my god, I am playing against a Galio. And immediately flash backwards, knowing that ultimate was coming in. It's like they wanted to play 3D chess and just like bait out that cooldown, and that was it. But the play got extended on them by members of Weekend Warriors. But there comes a point where you kind of just have to go, that's my role. Like, I just have to play Kennen.
Oh, the Death Punch is going to get. There's the encore connected with 3 members of Kraken. The Red Fury in the backline. YGX might go down, but down goes the Agarthas and Pros, looking like it will go down as well. Red Fury wants it. He's going to flash for it and take that. Shardblade says, Mad Skills, you were hurting me earlier, but we can brawl right now. That's exactly what they're going to keep doing, as that's 3 members of Kraken down.
Yeah, and look at the item differences across the board. This gold lead, 3k at this point.
Taunt is going to connect. Mad Maximo's there to follow up. The rocket jump is going to bide some time.
I shouldn't have paused there. It's a Seraphine lane. I'm sorry, I baited you. No, the taunt does land. Nicely played by Banish, but let's touch on the item leads. So there is no greater item difference in League of Legends than basically a carry, and we'll look at the carries between, what we assume to be Piglet on a different account, whoever this player is, in the Tristana versus Lucian. A Noon Quiver versus a fully completed Mythic is the single greatest item disparity you can possibly have in League of Legends, and you have that right now.
You're also looking at the Berserker Greaves too. Like, Piglet doesn't have, not even starter boots. No boots of speed. Finish there. Like, there's such a huge item disparity. I mean, even looking at the gold, that's a massive amount of gold. That's almost 2,000. Or over, that is over 2,000.
The difference in your main primary damage dealers in this fight, because the Kennen's not going to be your primary damage dealer, he's there to set up the wombo. Tristana's there to steal the deal, and the difference in your primary damage dealers, if a fight does break out, and we do have a dragon quite a ways off, but the Rift Herald is probably going to be the next objective that draws these two teams together if they do decide to fight. That disparity is going to be absolutely huge, and Tristana is still farming up to get towards that Mythic. She is a long way off. Actually, no, she's going to get it on next back, but I mean, the gold disparity put into AD carries in this match is going to be massive, and it's going to be felt if you do decide to fight.
Yeah, and we've watched Rhea Fury. I mean, I'm not sure if you saw it in that last fight, but he was just in the back line, and YGX really couldn't do anything. He was completely out of that fight, and Rhea Fury was just able to free hit him with no repercussions.
Yeah, and it kind of shows what we're really seeing here is Mad Skills is a dead
the top lane. Look at the unstoppable force that is the Goon Squad jumping on Mad Skills.
Yep, and there's 2 reasons you do that. One is so you can kill yourself. You can pick up the orange buff, pick up the top tower, and you've also got a Rift Herald spawning in about now. So you just get to try and load over and get that and just balloon your gold lead even further. You probably drop that mid lane while members of Kraken fruitlessly throw themselves at the spot lane tower. I mean, who's going to dive here, really?
Oh, the encore is going to miss with the teleport from Rhea Fury's coming out. Look at the damage onto Piglet. Pretty much getting 3 hit there because of the passive, and Cerberus and Poro running their live. A Shardblade just keeps smacking on YGX. Fruitcake coming around the side as well. YGX doesn't see it. Bear Stance activated. but Sparky on his way up. But the taunt is there to meet him. He's taking a heap of damage. Flash not available. Not yet. Anyway, Rio Fury is looking like it's going to go down, but will not. Damage popping off. Double kill for Rio Fury. Now making that a 6-0 Lucian. Fruitcake taunting the Karthus ultimate as well. Fruitcake being very, very saucy right now.
That's yeah, that is big BM. I'm a big fan of it. Representing the team, kind of like, you know, if
representing OTE even weapon.
Yeah, pretty much. But like, you know, it's the Weekend Warriors brand right now, and Fruitcake feels like he's carrying that on from from their Twitter bans to the Rift. It's all one cohesive unit. He does have. Let's touch on the fact that he does have that chem tank completed. So. Finally, with that item in, it's pretty much
Look at Fury. Look at Biglet. The Flash is forced out as well. Not only did the rocket jump come out early, but so did the Flash as well, just to survive.
Yeah, it turns out the Kraken Slayer really good at killing Yordles. Fury has been doing a lot of that this game. Fruitcake going to pick himself up a Rift Herald, nice and free and easy. Pretty much has free perma prio in every lane and winning lanes across the map. Mad Skill's going to fancy himself a bot lane tower, and I don't know if he gets to do this.
Yeah, I'm not
Does
sure
anyone care to respond? I don't think they do.
Rio Fury might. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they're just determined to kill Yordles over and over again.
Well, they also have this dragon coming up in 5 seconds, so I don't think they want to kill him. They're like, well, Yordles are cool, but dragons are pretty cool. I mean, Rio Fury didn't kill that Scuttle Crab, though, and so Sabrus is just going to take that for his own.
So this is the long game. They want them to see it. They want them to watch.
Yeah, this is the banter coming out. This is the harsh BM.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's absolutely no way you get to contest this. What you're looking for is an absolutely miraculous Gnar ultimate. Like, it has to be... I don't even know if the Gnar ult is enough, but I think it's where it has to start.
Yeah, he's there. They're looking for it. Oh, the boomerang to try and steal, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
Fruitcake might even run them down here. He's hoping. He's still almost on. He's the emote as well. As 5 members of the Weekend Warrior team, the Encore is getting connected to 2 people. The people is getting caught, but is getting the Buster shot out. The Hero's Entrance. Look at YGX. Looking for the ultimate Rio Fury. Keeping Mad Skills on the outskirts. Yeah, YGX is going to go down. Horo has to flash the wall, but so does the Galio, the taunt there. Rio Fury's getting stunned up. Rio Fury may go down. He is forced to flash the healing. Look at the healing from Rio Fury being able to just free hit some health back. Saber is stuck between a rock and another rock as we see 5 members of Kraken go down.
So, if you're at a point in a game where your bot lane Seraphine can nearly solo kill anyone, like just 100-0 at any point in the game, you're basically done. We have hit the 10k line. We're pretty much at the point where, like, I think it's good. You know, it's diffy in the draft. Unfortunately, is all I can say. I have it on the point a lot. Kraken put themselves in a hole here, and like, there's not a lot we can do. And the chat, the chat in game is broken down.
Yeah. It is looking rough, Weapon. I'm not going to lie. As you said, 10k gold lead at 18 or almost 19 minutes now. We are looking at 2 Drakes, a couple of towers as well, as we don't see a tower for the side of the Weekend Warriors being down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, and it's really unfortunate because if you had yourself a bit of a playable draft, and I want to call out, like, Sabrus is a very good player, like a very good player. This guy's been former MVP on rosters that, like, where it felt like the reason we gave this guy MVP in previous splits is because he felt like a player who was dragging the desiccated corpse of this team over the line. So Sabrus is a guy that we've seen do really, really good things and be a good shot caller for his team. The Karthus is, I don't think it's it. And I think the desk will probably go into this a lot more than I can. Yeah. But it just feels like there's no proactivity here, and I think you want to put proactivity in the hands of the guy who feels like he's been the right guy to make the calls every time for the team in the past. So that's I'll try not to harp on the draft too much, but we are pretty much, I think, coasting towards the end of this game, and it's a bit of a tough one for us to really call from here, Cooper. Like, you know,
hey, we just have to see it. Look. Can you imagine right now if Kraken can somehow turn this fight, get every one of those those shutdowns off that team and look towards it. I mean, if that happens, we could be looking at a turnaround. I'm being very optimistic, and the chat's probably not loving it, but I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. You know, if we can see a really, really good ultimate into the Cannon ultimate, that would be massive, but we might not see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good. Baron has been picked up pretty much for free at this point. Your only win con at this point is basically if Karthus gets like...
Saber's doing a heap of damage on poor Banish here.
Okay.
Justice Punch is going to come out. There's the taunt, and that's enough as Fruitcake is just literally walking around poor Sabrus with his best answer.
That is BM. Yeah. Like, your win con at this point would be if the game goes for another 40 minutes and Karthus gets 6 items and a lot of Dark Seal stacks, Dark Armor stacks. And Dark Seal stacks, you can still build that item. Why not?
Yeah.
Get yourself a BM book. But, you know, the chances of that happening are pretty much slim to none because the mid lane is being sieged. It's basically just going to be the 5-man unit running around, being big chunky boys in the front and a lady singing behind them, making sure that they're all fit and healthy.
Yeah. Well,
the power of song.
Yeah, Baron's down, Dragon in 50 seconds. It's
it's an Infernal Rift as well, so you know there's that too. That is big suck. If I'm gonna say at this point, if Kraken die, investigate big suck.
Yeah, what can Kraken do here to turn
I'm sorry,
this
Coop,
around?
they didn't warn you.
I just had to walk past it. I actually just checked chat there, Weapon. Have you seen Rio Fury's build?
I have not actually.
Oh, as I say that, Kennen is going in with the ultimate on the backline. Rio Fury is trying to send live calling straight into YGX's face, but does not matter. Spanish is there as well. The Karthus ult is called. Poro is really stuck.
Oh my god.
Rio Fury is actually going to go down though, but Poro is out of luck. Piglet is being chased down though. It's the last surviving member of his team. And I think Fruitcake might... Oh, I was going to say let him go, but he will not as he just dives under the tower. But Fruitcake might go down. And he will not.
Oh, no.
And man, Maximo shows you why Seraphine is massive in the bot lane right now and keeping his team very healthy during that fight.
The chat from Sabrus was, we got him. I'm imagining that in my head as ladies and gentlemen, we got him. They killed Public Enemy number 1.
Yeah. Oh, that's the damage down, but there's the encore connecting with 2 people. Justice Punch in, taking down poor Saberus. Now Poro is stuck there as well. Madskill's doing what he can. Shardblade is just going to be able to get out, but look at the healing from Mad Maximo. Madskill's trying, but is not succeeding. 10 Rio Furies had to teleport in. Down goes Piglet. Down goes Madskill's. Going golden for Rio Fury to make sure that bomb doesn't take his health further than he needs. And that's a triple kill for Rio Fury, putting him a 10 to 1.
Doing it.
And the 2-man dive into the tower to give Rio Fury the ace. I don't think that counts as a triple kill though, but Rio Fury is not going to go down to the tower, and Mad Max are just going to keep him alive.
Yeah, so Fury, I think, is solidly your MVP in this game.
I agree. Oh, there's a colour as well. Sabrus not being able to do a single thing there, unfortunately.
Also, so yeah, the thanks to the chat for pointing it out, he has built a BM book, built the Mage Ice. This means that his W does 357 magic damage. Perfect.
It's almost mind-blowing that he has the time to build that, and the gold, I should say, but still be 12-1.
I actually, so, yes, it's funny, but I feel like if you really want to BM in this situation, you build an Avori Quickblade so you can just play Earth Lucian.
That's true, as we see YGX wanting to take him down again. He still has a 650 gold shutdown, but YGX doesn't know what's coming. We see the Hero's Entrance knock him up. Rio Fury still alive. Double man taunt. Rio Fury's going to be able to free hit in the back line. Banish doing what he does best and keeping them off him, but Madskill's gotten past Rio Fury, pulling back. But Fruitcake says, I've had enough trolling and I want to stop you in your tracks, and that's exactly what happens. He does hit the ultimate. Here's the ultimate from Karthus. Look at that health. Here's the anguish. The anguish. Oh, the
it's so close. So close.
And there's a 3, but he's going to keep him alive.
Yeah.
Red buff that would be.
So 25 stacks on the Magi, by the way. That's,
Yes, yep.
That has happened.
But look,
so
Poro and Sabrus, they're trying to save their carry, but Fruitcake and the Knights are not going to be there. Poro's up for the knock-up. Sabrus is going to get charged up, though. Rear Fury's still alive. Cullen going out, and he will go down to the Poro with the Ignite.
damn it. Okay, so I wanted to check how much damage his W does. I'm going to just rewind it real quick, because that's the kind of game we're in. His W was... Okay. 25 stack Magi's on Illusion. Level rank 3 W. This is the kind of game we're in. He is doing 337 damage. What? That's less.
We're down. Fruitcake is just going to the end here as we see Banish and Shardblade trying to help, but Mad Skills doing what he can to stop poor Fruitcake. The a big Gnar ultimate, not going to be big enough. Maybe Shardblade. A 3-man pulverized. Rear Fury's not available.
Okay,
Shardblade looking very low here. Banish is looking at this. Not so taught available. Poro's still on the back line. Banish is going to go down as well. Rear Fury is still running. Oh, he's just started running from pace. Mad Maximo putting out a bit of damage. Poro with the pulverized headbutt there as well. Mad Skills looking for it, but look how fast Fruitcake is. Mad Maximo taking down poor Sabrus in the back line. Down goes Mad Skills as well. Mad Maximo still alive. Not for long with Poro now with almost the most kills on Kraken's team right now. That's not where you want those kills to be. And YGX just kind of accepting defeat and taking down that ward and just going to walk straight into poor Fruitcake. Think he can take him. There's Rear Fury. Oh, he might be able to get him. He is going to take him down, but where did Piglet go? I didn't even see Piglet take damage just then. Oh, that one last minion.
Okay, yeah, we're done. We're done, for sure.
We are done here. We are done.
Yeah, 100% it is done. We did it.
Yeah, after Rear Fury taking 2 deaths.
Weekend Warriors are a pretty good team at the game of League of Legends.
We have seen that today, yes.
Kraken are not a bad team, but need to pick different characters in the game of League of Legends. That is the analysis we're going to walk away with. I think we'll leave it at that.
I think so. I mean, do we even bother going through damage and things here?
I think we should see at least the Lucian's damage. I think he built a death cap.
Yeah,
he built a death cap. Rear Fury, you madman.
He's still top damage with 29,000 damage. The next person there was Sabrus, not even ticking 20 with the 19k. So Rear Fury, even with a death cap and a 25 stack Magi's at one point in that game, was 10k up from the Kraken's biggest damage dealer. I don't have much to say other than that.
Yeah, I mean, I called out the guy as like,
yeah,
a potential, like I said, it was going to be mid diff. Potentially, like, that's the lane I wanted to look at, and Rear Fury 100% proved me right.
Yeah, 100%. Look, we aren't going to ramble on much more. We're going to let the desk take it away, and I want everyone to really hassle Formal right now. But as I take it away, to Formal and the boys.
Well, dominating the boys, because I'm the one in charge. Thank you very much. I've usurped the desk. Well, lads, that was a game. I don't know where to start. So, I'm thinking I can either start with the disrespect that Rift Fury brought to Summoner's Rift, going a dead cap and 25 stacks on a Soul Stealer in one of the most disrespectful builds I've ever seen, or I could just look at Formal and just judge silently, my friend, how that just didn't work out too well for you, did it? Formal, you're muted, by the way. In case you hadn't realised, Formal, you are muted.
Yeah, I think he muted on purpose.
Oh.
I think he was like, I'm done. I'm not, yeah, that's it. See you later. I'm done for the day.
Oh, he's closing his window.
He's closing up. He's closing up. He's closing up shop. Oh man.
Poor Formal. He's had a rough day.
Now they can't find me. We're safe now. All is right in the world. No, look. Yeah, Weekend Warriors deserve to win this game, and it's a reoccurring thing, I feel like. Whenever you think Weekend Warriors are going to falter, they rise to the occasion, they step up, and they perform. Or at least whenever I feel that's going to happen, everyone else did pick them. They knew more than I, and Rio Fury on that Lucian looked absolutely insane, but I don't really feel Rio was like the only one. Pretty much everyone on the team sort of stepped up and performed, and for me, the biggest sort of question and the biggest contributing factor I just was not a fan of like Kraken's draft at all in this.
Was
I
a
mean,
little
yeah,
bit
you were talking
everywhere.
about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah,
did,
sure.
you didn't like the Carthus, and then
No.
you was in a set bit going like, but Saberus always goes Carthus, and it's like, yeah, but you know,
But
I don't like the
why?
Carthus.
I like
And-
again against an Udyr, I just feel like Karthus is always going to be at that disadvantage unless you're able to take things super late. But everything that the Weekend Warriors were showing from the start of the game, even all the way from that draft, was the Weekend Warriors are not going to let this game go late. Every sort of lane they picked, except for maybe that bot lane, was designed to just like get early advantages and keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. The Udyr Lucian synergy was absolutely suffocating throughout the entire game, and it just felt like Kraken didn't have the tools to fight and get back into this one. So Weekend Warriors 100%, they got an advantage. They closed out quickly. I know the game was extended, but that was extended by their own volition. The game was well and truly done about 5 minutes before the Nexus went down. They won El Clasico yet again, and I do believe that actually puts Weekend Warriors out on top overall.
I mean, look, they had just a clear strategy going into it. We basically want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We're going to throw it straight into Refury, and we're just going to keep putting that pressure just straight onto YGX, just keep hitting every chance they could. Look, Fruitcake pitched a tent, set up his sniper rifle, and just kept shooting. That's basically what he did in the mid lane, and YGX was the target. And it came out spades. You could just see how big Refury was at the end of that. He was an absolute monster. And you guys are there saying, like, oh, he got a death cap and all that sort of stuff. Guys, did you see what his ultimate was doing? That thing scales off AP. Like, there is actually a Lucian AP build out there. So believe me, it still does work. It may seem troll, but it still does damage. And basically, at the very end of it, you could tell Kraken wanted to try and get the game back around that 12-minute mark. They tried to cheat some pressure towards that mid lane, see if they could wrestle that control back. And you know, Weeknight Warrior, also not Weeknight, Weekend Warriors just walked away with it, really. They just said, hey, yeah, you bring your teams, we're still going to win the trade, everyone's going to walk off with a slither of HP, I'll check it out. Looks like our Seraphine's also got basically free reign down that bot lane. Perfect scenario for them. And you could just tell that it was pretty much the pressure coming down directly afterwards.
Yeah. Now, we will be able to have a little bit of a chat with a certain member of the Weekend Warriors. I'm not going to say who for spoilers, but they should be ready to go soon. So before we do have a quick chat with them, I want to have one more sort of round of looking at this game because, as we talked about, we're not a fan of the draft. We're not a fan of the Carthus. Nope. I know I'm not. And the Kennon's build path was, I think calling it suboptimal is probably being a little bit on the generous side, given the cull.
You love Call You, and it's your favorite item.
I love the cull when it is used appropriately. Now, used appropriately is not buying it like 11 minutes into the game because you can. That's not the most ideal scenario of a cull. And trust me, I buy a cull.
I got my hand up here, Ewan. I need.
Okay.
I need to hit you with some of that high elo logic. Okay.
Yeah. So as my silver brain shall obey.
All right. So if you've got a late game team, and you know for a fact that the only way you're going to win this is taking it to late game, you got to double down on that, right? So he probably couldn't afford any particular power spike item at that time. So he says, you know what? I'll buy the cull. If we're going to win this, it's going to be in the late game, and this is the best way for me to prepare for it. So even though it may not be the most suboptimal purchase in that time, it was the win condition purchase, and he was trying to play for that. So I can understand where you're coming from. It doesn't really make sense. But if you go 4-head, 5-head, 7-head, basically he was just looking at it in a sense of maybe this is the best. Well, not really, but it was the best way to win. We managed to hold them off, and I can get that gold and use that effectively.
Yeah, well, they weren't able to hold it off there. And of course, as I mentioned before, we do have a member of the Weekend Warriors that's standing by for a little bit of a chat there. So, Quirky, who have you got, and how disrespectful are they?
Well, Ewan, I've got somebody, but that's not as disrespectful as your haircut. It is Refury. And thanks, Refury, for joining me for this interview. And now you guys are 3-0 in this circuit. How are you guys feeling going undefeated so far?
You know, ever since I was a little child, I was dreaming about this moment. When I was on the team Weekend Warriors, it was a dream. And now I'm here, and we're winning, and that's all I gotta say.
I mean, you are living the dream right now. I wish I could have Can being my father, but fortunately I just have to stick with my parents for now. But now with that Lucian pick, of course, we all got to ask, what was with the Magi's there?
I've been theory crafting something. I was playing bots. I was in Turo bots, and I was playing. I was like, oh my goodness, they killed me twice, but I pulled out the Magi's, killed them 3 times. We surrendered. Then I was like, all right, let's pull it out in game. I had no idea what I was doing. I looked at my Lucian W, and I was like, wow, that does AP scaling. And I was like, yep, might as well build it. I was going to go into more of a Zhonya's build, but then we're full AP, so I was like, all right, Death Cap. That's when we chillin'. We chillin'.
Yeah. But yeah, of course, and I mean, we don't want to get too harsh into it, but YGX, what were you thinking when you saw YGX on that cannon there?
Look, I respect him as a player. He's given me honor, respect, dignity. I love this guy. But look, unluck.
Well, now, of course, you guys are playing against you guys are playing against Exile next week. Who just came off their first win, and you guys going to be doing anything special for them?
All right, don't tell anyone, but I got the draft right here.
Oh,
so we're kind of confident, so I'm going to release. So we're going to do an Ivan top, then we're going to do a Cho'Gath mid full AP. My best Cho'Gath, I'm telling you, freak of nature. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take, I don't care about the other 3 picks, I don't even know what we're picking, but only those 2. What we're going to do is we're going to start bush, we're going to put it, the dragon pit? Yeah, forget about that. We're going Baron pit, put that bush in there, Cho'Gath Q over the wall, pray someone's in there, no one's in there? Alright, we FF.
I mean, I love it, absolutely. I mean, I can see, the cogs turning there from your coach. That is absolutely brilliant. But before we head it back to the desk, is there any shout outs that you want to do?
Yeah, look, my jungler, Fruitcake, he likes fruit. Yeah, my support, Banished. Yeah, he's good at Galio. And my ADC Maxi, oh my god. I just, love that guy. And that Shardblade, he's rocking. Ha ha ha. You know what?
Yeah.
In the end of everything, I think everyone tried their best. And as long as we strive for improvement, dedication, anything's possible. Knowledge is power, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Well, I'm just going to jump in real quick before you go, Ryu. Sorry to cut you off, Quirky. Just because of things that happened and transpired before the game started, I would like to apologize to yourself and the rest of the Weekend Warriors for doubting you today. Okay, Weekend Warriors were the better team. I just need to say it. I need to get it off my chest. I apologize. GG's, well done.
You know what, Formal? I appreciate that. Thanks, man.
All right, thank you for that. But another quick question before I go. I just remembered it just then. What is it like actually replacing Man Maxima as the ADC in the mid lane?
Yeah, look. I think ADC is the hardest role in the game, and I think it needs to be buffed. That role is so difficult to play. I was playing it today, and I didn't know what I was doing. Everything, dude, the enemy is just running at me, and I'm just screaming my ass off. I'm like, I'm running, I'm running, and they're just like, and man, that role's like, oh. Look, I probably won't pull out another ADC mid, I'm gonna be honest.
All right, well, thank you, Refury, and thank you to the Weekend Warriors for providing him with such a marvelous talent.
Yeah.
But for now, we are going to head it back to you and Midnight. I got a bad haircut, Reed, and the boys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Quirky and Refury, for what has got to be that has to go down in history as probably one of the most ridiculous interviews I've ever heard in my life. I'm kind of in love with Refury now. I was already a Weekend Warrior fan, and then I hear that. How can I not?
I think we're all Weekend Warrior fans deep down inside. They are great representatives of the Oceanic region, and Rio Fury, I think, is allowed to feel quite confident at the end of that. I mean, that was a very Oceanic game as well.
Oh, he was dropping knowledge bombs, boys. Like the playbooks for all the teams going forward is going to be off the charts. We're going to see some amazing plays. I'm hoping that I see some people just basically running it straight down mid for some crazy stuff. It's going to be good.
Yeah. Well, that is game number 3 done and dusted, with game number 4 of MCOM versus the Weeknight Warriors coming out. But guys, do not go anywhere, because next coming on will be Formal and Menjits casting for you for games 4 and 5. So guys, don't go anywhere.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes up. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is all the feeling. Let's take control.
Halfway through week number 3, and it's time to shake things up a bit. It's a battle more towards the bottom of the table, but that doesn't mean this game is any less significant than what we've seen thus far. MCOM have pulled off one major upset in the past. Can they do it again against the winless Weeknight Warriors? My name is Formal. Joining me is Mendrix, and we've already been on the disc all day, so you should know that by now. Either way, I am keen to actually be back where I belong and casting these games.
Do you feel more comfortable casting, or do you feel more comfortable? You honestly feel more comfortable casting instead of on the desk? Because I don't know, I'm pretty good either way. I don't mind the desk. You sit back, relax, watch the games, get to throw a few bombs that no one hears. It's not too bad.
I mean, I was feeling comfortable and confident until that last game happened, and then all of a sudden my my high came crashing down. But look, I'm not afraid to say it. I doubted the Weeknight, or I doubted the Weekend Warriors. I say I'm not going to doubt the Weeknight Warriors in this one. Just real quick, if I'm going to go a prediction, it's going to be going to the red side. But perhaps MCOM can prove us wrong. We're into our picks and bans, and straight away, Galio is not going to be allowed in this one.
Understandable. Galio just has such good macro pressure around the map. He can be flexed pretty much anywhere you want him to go. I mean, he can play top, mid, and support in most cases. But what I actually want to discuss is that idea of, you know what, I think if there is going to be an opportunity for Weeknight to finally get a win on the board, it will be against MCOM. I'm right there with you as well. I'd love to be proven wrong, MCOM. Show me what you're made of. But if I had to put my money on something, it's going to be the Weeknight Warriors this time around.
Yeah, and the thing too is, like, with the Weeknight Warriors, they haven't performed poorly in their 2 defeats. Like, they've actually gone toe-to-toe with some of the best teams already in this. They were so close in our first week to actually beating the Weekend Warriors, who we saw kind of come out on top before, and it looks like we might have had a little bit of a hiccup right there. Either way, we should be able to get back into it soon. But the point I want to make, when you look at this Weeknight Warrior squad, you look at Lycia, you look at Vendrick, UKN, and this bot lane, and they are all super, super strong laners. In fact, they are some of the better ones in this event. And when you look at, MCOM, they're very much a team that kind of takes what's given to them and then will try to throw it back around. That's how they got their one win before. I just don't think they're going to be given that much to work with.
Look, it's definitely good to have that reactive play style. I think it's something that you can see Zyzz plays to great effect. They're happy to pick those hyperscalers, say, throw what you got at us, and then basically from there we'll see what we can make of it. And that works really well for Zyzz because they have some pretty amazing players, and that's something that we've really yet to see from MCOM. I mean, Zyzz has got the history, MCOM doesn't really have that just yet, so if they're really going to be able to show themselves to have that capability, we need to see them get a few more wins under their belt, and very, I guess, decisively, which is what we haven't seen in the past just so yet.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are definitely still looking for that first real decisive win. I mean, I'm always excited watching MCOM because this is, as we've mentioned before, a new team, realistically, learning about them as we go. Thus far, they've had some rough ones, but at the same time, we really shouldn't discount their victory against Zyzz that much. Yes, Zyzz was having an uncharacteristically off day, but to beat one of the favorites of the events in your debut match, it definitely does turn some heads, and they can do so again, I feel, with another win. If they can finish the first third of the season sitting 2-1 in a playoff position and sort of fighting off would-be challengers upcoming, like, just a picture MCOM ahead of a team like Kraken in the standings at the end of week 3. It would be monumental for this squad, and they're going to be opening up with the Hecarim pick, and we haven't seen much Hecarim yet. I actually really like this jungler right now.
I do as well. I think a lot of players have been putting a bit more emphasis on Udyr recently, and I mean, don't get me wrong, Udyr is still effective. We could see what Fruitcake did with him in the previous game, but yeah, I honestly believe the horse is just a bit stronger, and this is coming from a person who's an Udyr main, by the way. I love my Udyr. He's been pretty powerful throughout this thing. He's been hit with a nerf bat, but he's still damn effective in that jungle. And I think the horse actually just has a bit more to it. He brings more engage. He still has relatively the same amount of clear. I think you just have more options with it, which is why I think he's a stronger jungle.
That said, though, if you want to talk options, I mean, Gragas has already shown to be a bit of a flex pick, although the mystery's not going to last too long. If we see this Lilia get locked in right now, it could be players picking for roles right now on the Weeknight side. Gragas and Lilia, that's a lot of crowd control. That's a lot of damage as well. A good little 1-2 punch for the top half of the map.
Yeah, what I like about Lilia, she does have, I think her clear is that little bit quicker than Hecarim's, which means she can just beat him to the punch in most cases. He's got better gank potential in terms of what happens. Lilia have to be very well set up to make something happen. But Hecarim on the flip side will be able to actually just be matched out if she's able to run around, get some wards, and make something happen there. But that's an interesting pickup there. The Riven into the Gragas, I believe, actually does work out. She's a little bit more mobile, which means she can run around and dodge most of that damage that Gragas likes to dish out with those initial, when he goes for his drink.
And also now we're really seeing why that Galio ban was so important, I feel, for the MCOM side. They are committing to the dive by the looks of things. They want to get in their opponent's face, and I wanted to see some disengage get locked in from this side of Weeknight, but instead they're going to opt for the Vayne, which is a little bit surprising, considering we don't really have, that beefy frontline tank. You have a champion, while mobile, though, needs to be up close and personal as well. It's almost as if instead of playing that disengage run away, Weeknight are saying, no, we're willing to brawl with you. We're going to lock in the Vayne. What do you got for us?
Well, it really is just a response to that Kai'Sa as well. I mean, if you had to say that there was going to be an ADC that can go pound for pound in a fight, it would definitely be the Vayne against the Kai'Sa in this scenario, both of them being those super hyper carries into getting to that late game. And when I look at it, you were talking about that disengage. Yeah, Gragas has great engage, but he also can use that and double as a disengage as well. So they do have the ability to say, you know what, let's just stop what's happening right now, just reset the team fight, and let's come back again in a minute's time when everything is a bit better. Reset that chessboard.
I do agree with that. That is something that will come into play definitely mid and later in the game, but it could be the early game where we start to worry about with what exactly Weeknight is putting together. The Gragas explosive caskets, great, but that's only post level 6. That's only if he's willing to teleport down to that bot half of the map. And that's why when I'm looking towards the support right now for the Weeknight side, I want to see something akin to a Thresh perhaps with that flay and being able to run away, something to provide a little bit more utility and a little bit more protection. Support looking to be the last pick right now as Vendrick's kind of going through those mid laners. Curious to see if we're going to get a roamer, if we're going to get a bit of an assassin, a bit of a flank, a bit of a supporty mage to go with the Vayne, and kind of cycling through them all. And it's going to be the assassin Kiana. Nope, the assassin Zed that gets locked in.
Well, I kind of expected it to be something a little bit more bursty, a little bit mobile. You'd see that already there was that idea of let's get rid of the Lucian. We don't want Lycia to be running around with that. We can saw what Roof Fury was able to do previously. I'd say, you know what, he's pretty hot pick at the moment. Let's get rid of him and off the board. And that way we can sort of control what's going to be happening to pick. But Sylas, definitely an interesting move to go into as well. And I think I do like the Sylas pickup here purely because with the HP available to him, it's going to be hard for Zed to actually close the door when it comes to using his Death March.
I'm just like a little bit horrified if we get another double death mark situation akin to old school Faker and Ryu. I mean, it can happen. We now have the tools to see it thanks to the inclusion of Sylas in League of Legends. There's the Thresh being hovered. It's not going to get locked in. Instead, they're going to go with the Lulu. And finally, a champion that's not looking to dive in, but that wild growth with pretty much anyone on this team right now could be devastating in turning the tides of a fight. Last pick being hovered right now. I expect it to be the support, and I doubt it's going to be a Lee Sin. Instead, it will be the Karma.
I really do like it because the Lulu does have that ability to push out. Kai'Sa as well can definitely push out as well. Vayne struggles a little bit with it, but the Karma having a little bit extra over the Lulu means that sort of evens out the lane priorities in the bot lane. So the choice for Karma purely for that lane priority makes sense going forward. As well, at the same time, you do have two hyper carries. You want to have those utility supports in their pockets, or those enchanters, keeping them alive and keeping them strong. The big thing is Lulu being spoilt for choice when it comes to actually using her ultimate on whoever she wants to in these scenarios is pretty big. I mean, Sylas would love it. Kai'Sa as well. In most cases, a shield on top of shield can really confuse Zed, basically put him through the ringer and force him to basically overcommit and die early. Riven is another great target. All these people that you go through is literally who's ever under threat or the first person to pull the trigger on that engage. So really good decision making coming here from MCOM just purely in that draft. And I like the draft from both these teams. I've had to really put everything down. I mean, it's a little bit out there. I didn't expect to see the Zed. I didn't expect to see the Lulu or the Silas, but mind you, everything just makes sense.
Yeah, this is actually shaping up to be a very, very exciting game for both these sides. I can't even remember the last time I've seen a Zed in a higher elo stream at this stage. So Lyseer, definitely going to be looking to throw down that gauntlet. I'm a bit worried that wild growth could be quite devastating for some of those death marks, and if he's unable to find those correct targets, it could explode in their face. I also don't want to overlook the Lilia and the impact that we could see on these dives. I mean, there are so many tools from each of these teams and the ability to turn around a lot of these crazy team fights late. I only hope that we get to a stage where these teams are each still even in the late game. I'm still kind of worried for the Weeknight Warriors and their ability to get there. But if we do get an even game at the 20-25 minute mark, we're going to see some true fireworks on the Rift.
Oh, it's going to be explosive, mate. I mean, looking at everything that's going to be happening, I do worry for the Zed, because I'm just trying to think now, who is the target that you want to, like, sort of delete from the map pretty much consistently every single time? It's going to be the Lulu, but if the Lulu manages to get the wild growth out, put a shield, put a little bit of damage, that's her job done in the team fight. Even if the Zed assassinates her, it's all good. I guess the next clear target would, of course, be the Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa is one of the few ADCs that can actually itemize into the Zhonya's Hourglass and not really get punished too much for it. So I really do expect to see that come out purely just to deal with the Zed's death mark.
Yeah, it's definitely shaped up to be a uphill climb perhaps for Lyseer, but the rest of the team might be able to help him do it. We're going to throw it to a break to wait out the rest of the spectator delay, but when we come back, we're going to be on the Rift for our 4th game of the evening, so don't go too far. It's going to be an absolute barn burner when we return.
The mind is like a muscle. And if you want it to be really powerful, you gotta work it out. Each new fact gives you another choice. Each new idea builds another muscle. And it's those muscles that are gonna make you really strong. Those are your weapons.
Welcome back, everybody. We're on the Rift Live. In blue, it is MCOM. In red, the Weeknight Warriors, who, I guess, you know, this joke's been made before, Mendrix, but it's a Monday. It's not a weeknight. Are they going to be full strength? Well, I think the bigger concern might be Lyseer and being able to find targets for those Zyzz. A lot of problems on this red side yet. If they can pull it off, it will be a great first win indeed.
It was a concern that we were discussing, and the more I think about it through, I'm like, it's just who's the target? Who's the person who's killed? It's going to be the Lulu. Lulu's not really the best target you want to get to. You possibly could kill the Riven, but she's got shield for days. The horse is going to be tanky. The sustain available for Silas is enough to keep him up. Unless he just gets absolutely out of control, like Lycee just basically snowballs out of this map. Basically, a giant avalanche just runs over Summoner's Rift and it's Lycee's name all over it. I don't really see him being too effective this game. So it's going to be really looking at Vendrick, looking at UKN to sort of like pull this game ahead when it does get to those later stages, and Lycee just being that bridge to get them there.
So another thing that I'm noticing that I kind of am hoping you can explain, there's been a recent trend going around where it's no longer the junglers who are getting sweeper, but it's actually the bot laner who has been opting to ward and then switch to sweeper. And I was wondering if you can kind of explain to us why that actually is.
We've been seeing more supports roam early, basically just take advantage of it. The other thing to take into account is junglers also need to get at least one more extra camp since the changes. So that means that their ganks are actually delayed. So they actually have a better opportunity in the early game to actually ward up their own jungle, use that ward early, and then allow for themselves to actually just clear out a little bit more safely and understanding what's going on. That means that when the supports go roaming and do the clearing for them, they're able to then have a free reign going into the map afterwards. It's just, if they were able to gank that a little bit earlier, you'd probably see them opt in for that sweep because they want to make sure they clear when they jump into the gank.
Yeah, I think it's important to distinguish this is the reason why we're seeing it, not because we're going to see some crazy bot lane or roams happening. As fun as that would be to see Vayne start running down river to get to mid, instead we're going to see Vayne kind of roll right into CO2 and try to get some chip damage down. It looks to be a trade going slightly in favor of the Weeknight Warriors right here. CO2 still trying to get some poke down. Very aggressive bot laners in this early stage.
Yeah, 3-5's doing a great job of the shielding there. You can really see Pixis helping out, helping CO2 just push out that little bit of extra damage. But it's all about UKN just trying to get the actual forces out, forcing out or shoving out the wave, so that way it allows Vendrick to actually farm safely. And you're trying to also get a little bit of harass in the process of doing that. And of course, because they had the Lilia who decided to path down from up, they're actually protective of the shove. But right now, it's just a fight for that lane priority.
Yeah, it is. And it's kind of happening, I would say, across the Rift. Like, all three lanes just kind of fighting for lane priority. Each jungler's kind of racing each other to see who can get through that clear faster. Currently, Entropic a little bit ahead of negative win rate, but it all comes down to where we see those first ganks when whether or not that pace is going to be kept. And it looks like Entropic doesn't even want to bother recalling, going straight down to bot right now. 3-5 might be the target. Here comes the engage. In fact, that's going to be flash for flash, and Root is in place. Entropix going over the wall. That gets the teleport, but UKN is already dead as CO2 was able to find that Karma and take her out of the equation. Vendrick still wanting to fight, gets a double kill before falling, courtesy of a Jerry, who also teleported to the scene. Entropic and Jerry now going to go at it, but you've got to be careful. They did not know where negative win rate was, and that means no chase through the jungle.
Yeah, I really do like what actually happened there from Jerry to use that TP to come down and sort of even things out there. Basically because they had the 3v2, even though it was UKN to fall first, the damage had been done and Vendrick was able to pick up 2 kills. And when it's all said and done, even though it's 2 for 2, the gold's on the Vayne. That's the big thing you have to take into account. And that acceleration could mean that there might be some problems for CO2 and 3-5 in the near future.
And this could lead to something that I've had many a debate about in the past, this notion that Vayne is only a late game champion. I stand by, whenever you see a snowball happen that ends a game in under 20 minutes, it's because of either a Vayne or a Draven has been happened to get a bunch of early kills and just take a game over. Vayne's one of those ADCs, yes, is stronger late, but you can accelerate that in situations like this. And if we look to see the Weeknight Warriors continue to harass this bot lane, continue to try to accelerate this Vayne, it could lead to some devastating effects in the future. However, I do believe MCOM is aware. That's why negative win rate is here. And for UKN, it's a bad time. Polymorphed and trampled. Down he goes. CO2 getting his second kill of this. And now Vendrick may have stuck around a little too long. Give another one over, perhaps. Not quite. Barely able to escape is the Vayne. Up top is going to be the focus of a return form of aggression. Big Butch is going to try to get there. Do we see the flash body slam? Not quite. Is able to walk away.
Yeah, I was going to be very disappointed with Vendrick there if he actually fell down. He basically had UCAM going like, I give my life for you at this exact moment in time, and Vendrick just walks back in. I can just see him a moment like UCAM going, what are you doing? Just get away. There's no chance that you could possibly make something happen at the end of this. Luckily, he does get away. He does manage to, I guess you could say, sort of eke out a little bit of an overextension. But the big thing is that, of course, Negative Green Wave finds the kill, and on the top side, they're unable to find it. So no big trade there, and that helps even things up just that little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking to be so much action happening in this bot lane, and we were expecting an action-heavy game. Perhaps not this early. I do welcome it, but I also am worrying a little bit more for the Weeknight side. They are starting to fall a little bit behind, and being unable to return that kill up top is actually starting to really set himself up very nicely. Has the lane kind of held in a good position. Unfortunately, it looks like it will crash, but with that level advantage on Zyzz ultimate available, how much can Big Butch actually get here?
Well, at this point, he's extremely safe, and it does become a very big issue for IZH in this scenario because Lycia's starting to push up. He's got his level 6. He could actually look to start to make something happen as well, but Jerry's been pretty damn oppressive against him this entire time. I mean, the fact of the matter is that he was able to use his TP before down because he was being aggressive against an Ignite Zed, which is something you don't really see too often. So that is a pretty big play coming out of Jerry. He seems to be manhandling Lycia at the moment, and I wasn't expecting that.
No, what we do see, though, is an early Crowd Drake attempt. It's already taken quite low, but 3-5 is going to try to run Disruption. Entropic should have the smite for the Dragon, and they will be able to get it and get away. MCOM a little bit too slow to the party.
Yeah, that was a bit of an on-flow effect of Negative Green Wave going for the gank before. They had pushed up, they had to back immediately afterwards, and then when the pushback came through, they opened up a bit of tempo that allowed the Weeknight Warriors to jump in and grab that dragon for themselves. So basically, like you said, they may be losing it in that gold at the moment, but at least they're picking up objectives around the map.
Yeah, and it's keeping the game close enough, that is for sure. Again, small goal. We want to see this game stay as close for as long as possible so we can get some of these chaotic team fights it is built to scene. However, just with some of the posturing and some of the positioning we're seeing, especially on the Weeknight side and Vendrick, going back to that play that happened before, Vendrick stepping back in, trying to look for those kills, it kind of tells me that a lot of the plan for this red side is going to revolve around this Vayne, and perhaps there's a little bit of extra pressure for Vendrick to get as far ahead as possible early, yet it's hard with negative win rate constantly in the bot lane.
Yeah, JoJo's also looking to make a move here as well, and he's also got the ultimate of Zed, and this is typically what you want Zed to be doing, so doing his best impression, he's coming in.
He's coming in, but he can't connect with the chain. Still gets the flash out of UKN. Deathmark still available if they want to use it. Instead, they're going to hold on, get a fair few plates down. Lycia trying to rush, trying to make the save, but won't be able to find anything on any sort of counterplay. You'd almost want that Zed to go down mid and try to get a plate back in return.
Yeah, that's exactly what you expect to happen. I think Lycia is trying to see if he could actually come back and maybe pick up a little bit of overextension in the end, and that indecision means he ends up just losing out on plates, losing out on a bit of pressure. He should have actually got something back for it. Jerry here doing a fantastic job. Does lose a bit of CS, but in terms of what he's given as a net benefit to the rest of the team, absolutely worth.
As we do see, Weeknight Warriors off to a rougher start. MCOM, this is actually the cleanest start I feel like we've seen from them. Even in their victory, it was kind of sloppy at times, but MCOM looking quite good, and now they're actually looking for a bit more. Negative win rate doesn't like the looks of Lycia, instead switches to Entropic, but now it's super deep, and it's fully committing for this. This is actually very dangerous. Put asleep in the enemy jungle. Deathmark is going to be dropped, but Jerry arrives for the save. Deathmark not going to be used in return. Either way, gentleman's agreement. Let's walk away safe.
Yeah, not enough damage there onto Negative Green Wave to actually get the pop to finish off the horse and send him to the glue factory, but I mean, I really do like the idea. They were trying to force it. They did get the flash out of Entropic. They got the Ghost was used in return, but it's really just them saying, you know, we have pressure around the map. We're going to force this to happen in the end. Ignite Flash now used here for Lycia. That puts Jerry in an excellent position to continue handling him. And I realize now why he's been able to do it. Has actually opted in for that fleet footwork in his rune set, which means his sustain is just through the roof. And it's going to take a while for Lycia to even pull him down. Look at how he's just able to just take those trades. The tower doesn't care. Straight to the face. Tower hit. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to sustain with my W and, of course, with my fleet.
And this is an absolute nightmare for Lycia on the Zed. Really needs to be able to get Jerry into a kill threshold in order to have any sort of lane prowess. That is the strength of Zed, that ability to sort of one-tap you at any moment, establish your lane pressure, and then look for the roams. But it's happening the other way as Jerry gets the solo kill under the tower.
Lycia even manages to miss like the abscond on the back of that. It doesn't matter. Jerry just too far ahead at this point, and they continue in the fight. Nice!
That explosive casket nearly turned into a disaster for negative win rate right there. Well played by 420 Big Butch.
Oh, that was an excellent play. I really loved it because even you see my reaction, I was like, nice. I wasn't expecting it to be such a nice cast, but he does need to get out of there. He's got no mana. He's still susceptible to dying at this point, so I'd say, you know what, you've overstayed your welcome. Just let them get the play, but no, they're backing off. I guess they're scared about Entropic.
Yeah, and possibly for good reason. Entropic did just make himself known to negative win rate, and that's going to force some recalls and perhaps a little bit of breathing room, much needed for the side of the Weeknight Warriors, who have just been really in a bit of a roughie so far in this. I mean, down nearly 2k gold at this stage, and a couple of these skirmishes not going their way. The solo kill in mid lane just adding to it. 2-0 Silas, 2 and 1 CO2. And if they don't right this ship soon, this could start to turn into an MCOM affair.
It definitely has been in a bit of a pinch. You can just sort of see the on-flow effect from Jerry. Jerry was able to actually even out the initial fight in the the start of the game. He was then able to come down again, force him out, basically put his mid lane into a really good spot, and still able to come back because negative win rates basically had free range to just clear his jungle, look for ganks, and that's what has allowed him as well to give the advantage for Jerry to just take it and win from it. He's playing out of his mind at this moment.
There are some lights, though, on the side of the Weeknight Warriors. In particular, those neutral objective game. You can see down below, Rift Herald was picked up by Entropic, as well as that first dragon. Second one about to spawn in already. Entropic is in the area. So map control still all right for this red side. It's just been the lanes that have been working against them at this stage. Kind of a typical story in Summoner's Rift. Are you winning the lanes? Or are you winning the map? Who comes out on top at the end? Well, it looks to be another fight setting itself up actually down at the Dragon Pit as 420 Big Butch looks for the solo play down below. This is where the action is. That is a sleeping pony, but it might not matter because Entropic is just being run down, is able to blast to safety, and that leaves Lycia in a rough spot. Jerry will get his third kill of the game, and that should be Dragon as well going to the blue side.
And it always seems to be that initial engage, the reliable engage coming out of negative win rate to start the fight, puts Weeknight Warriors straight away on the back foot, and they're able to get the pick, and now they're the ones beginning to work their way through the objective gain as well. But Big Butch, he's trying to get IZH.
Oh, that is a very low Riven right now. The hunt is on, and with the flash and the body slam, it's going to go in favor of 420 Big Butch.
Yeah, absolutely knew exactly what he needed to do there. Was expecting IZH to possibly flash away at that scenario. He said, you know what, I'm not going to give you the opportunity. I'm just going to, obviously, you start my body slam, flash into you. You've got no opportunity to escape yourself. And really well played there, which basically biding his time, understanding when he needed to go for that play, and coming up basically being a bit of a shining light here for the Weeknight Warriors.
As it looks to be some use out of the Rift Herald at the tail end of it all. Entropic going to get some much needed gold. Bit unfortunate that they couldn't get it to the electrocute Zed that is currently 0-2 and falling further and further behind. This is a near worst case scenario for Lycia because while his team is finding little bits and bobs elsewhere on the map, this Zed, if doesn't get going soon, going to be quite almost useless in the mid and late game. As getting jumped on again. Yeah, not going to see a follow through though.
Yeah, I reckon that would have been the case. He basically just wanted to jump in and get some extra damage. I mean, he used the flash, put in the fear of God. He's just about sending a message formal. That's really the scenario there. And I just want to go back to what we're talking about. The idea of, hey, this Lycia needs to pop off early because he's not really going to have too many targets. It's going to be hard for him to really kill anyone. If he decides to jump anyone but 3-5, of course, the Wild Growth will be there to save him. They'll probably have enough innate techness to survive what's going to come through. And 3-5 himself can just hold himself this problem. But he becomes a horse.
Yeah, native win rate looking forward, but for the second time, might get denied on top. Orizzi actually going for that re-engage. Entropic is going to be the target. Flash used to safety. Negative win rate keeps coming up top, not finding anything. And speaking of not finding your mark, Lycia way too late in order to join the party.
Yeah, you wanted to jump in, but unfortunately the party was already over. Everyone had packed up their stuff. The beer was gone. It was, of course, Gragas who drank everything and drank it dry. But I just think when everything, is there said and done, it still seems to be the top side here in the favor of the Weeknight Warriors. Every single time they put resources up there, they don't really seem to find the mark. Lycia, of course, it came up as well when that was their cue to leave, but really I don't like it. But negative win rate trying again.
Yeah, this is like the third or fourth time we've seen win rate go after Entropic. However, Lycia is the one who gets wrapped up in the chains of Jerry. Lycia will retreat back to the safety of the tower. Just real quick, though, I want to go back to the flash used by Jerry before, and this could be a little bit conspiracy theory for me, or maybe the biggest brain strategy ever. Lycia is starting to get desperate and needing to get himself involved in the game. You blow the flash to make yourself look like that juicy target, and then you set up the counter gank. Is that, huh? Big brain?
Well, I mean, look, if that's Jerry's big brain there, okay, let's just say that is his opinion of it. I disagree with it being a good plan. You want to have that flash at all points in time. You can literally just overextend slightly and then force the engage anyway, and then you got your flash to look flashy on your way out, if you know what I mean.
No,
There are better ways than using your flash willy nilly.
Well, you know what? Big Butch likes unconventional strategies, freezing the lane, doing a little dance while doing it, and at the same time give
Get
up
down tonight.
Rift Herald.
Get down tonight. You know what? It kind of sucks for him to do it though, because he's got Frostfire and of course the Bramble Vest. So it's kind of hard for him to freeze at this point because they're just going to be killing themselves on it.
Yeah, it is. The attempt was made, but you know, I guess it's a way of not being able to do anything but still pushing your lane. To me, that seems like a dream scenario for a man of Gragas' stature. He doesn't want to work for his push. He doesn't want to work for his farm. He just wants to stand there and dance. Let him do that. Speaking of speed, negative win rate's got to go fast, and Vendrick's feeling the brunt of this. Flash might not matter. His Killer Instinct is going to be used to help bring Vendrick down. Tower is low, and now under threat of the minions. You do have support coming for the the Weeknight Warriors, I should say, but with Shelly being dropped, this tower is not long for the world. Entropic looking, scouting, not going to find it, and the tower does fall.
Yeah, I mean, there really wasn't too much more you could do there. You could see they even actually managed to knock negative win rate out of his ulti. So I really liked, the little micro interactions that happened in that initial fight. But negative win rate popped his speed, jumped in there straight away, was able to make the fight work. And of course, with the added bonus of having the wild growth, giving that extra tankiness for negative win rate just to get underneath the Tara, make sure there was really no safe haven available for Vendrick and UKN. And that was just really easy. They're just continuing to extend this lead now.
And I'm loving the kill distribution that's happening for MCOM at the same time. 3 kills on Jerry, 3 kills on CO2. These are the exact 2 characters you want to start pushing their advantage, getting themselves further and further ahead. And as we approach this mid game now in this next Dragon, I'm not sure if MCOM's going to be in position to fight this, but if they do get there, the damage output is going to be very heavily in favor of the blue side.
I mean, the thing is, they are coming around at the moment. They still have plenty of extra warding around there. You can see it's being set up here now by the Weeknight Warriors, and they're just trying to get their hands on it. But I'd say they're going to be forced off. They can't really just keep going for this. If they go for it, they're going to lose far more than what they could have possibly gained. And
they've committed, and here comes win rate. Teleports are being dropped. Win rate's already in the pit, though, and it's taken by Entropic at the last second. But what will be the cost? Because everyone's running in fear of this pony. At least so Entropic does return the favor, but a big play from Zyzz turns the team fight back inside for MCOM. That is a double on the ribbon. Kill mark was dropped, but it's not going to be enough. Zyzz stays alive. Another kill for CO2. In fact, give him a double, as Vendrick is the last man left standing. Will get run down. Give the ace to the support. Everyone gets a bit of love, and a big team fight goes MCOM's way.
But at what cost? And that's exactly the scenario here. They end up losing their jungler, but it's completely worth that they managed to pick up 5 members, because now look at the amount of map pressure that's going to be happening here. They should be able to at least pick up, of course, the mid lane here. That opens up the rest of the map for the rest of the Dragons, and also opens up the Baron for the... And with that extra gold influx coming into it, it's going to be even harder for them to contest these next Dragons. Maybe the Dragon Soul will be a win condition coming forward here for the Weeknight Warriors, but now it's going to be damn oppressive every team fight going forward.
We had questions about whether or not MCOM would be able to complete a clean game and get a victory. So far, it looks like they are answering those questions, and very resoundly in this situation. They have a lead, they're picking correct fights, they're getting these advantages, and they're extending them. This is looking like a very clean team, so of course, the second I bring it up, Jerry might be getting found out, has to burn flash, but it leads to a re-engage. Entropic nearly gets instantly popped, will get put to sleep, but the explosive casket sends Jerry to his doom. Phil picked up by Vendrick. Negative win rate will be next. A double kill for the Spain, and the Weekend Warriors, now the Weeknight Warriors, I should say, that B team, they're back in it.
Yeah, the Weeknight Warriors, they just knew exactly what they needed to do, just continue to play the game straight up. We're just going to basically look for a mistake in the scenario, and that's exactly what MCOM did. They overextended. They tried to jump into a jungle that they had no vision for. That was definitely going to be under the control. I mean, the next big objective is going to be, of course, that Baron up in the next 25 seconds. So they want to make sure they've got some control over it and make sure there's going to be any sneaky business. When I look at it, there is, of course, Kai'Sa available here on the side of MCOM, so they could possibly opt in for a 20-minute Baron. And so that does mean that they do want to just have that control, and they thought they could jump in there, make something happen in the end. They actually give you back a little bit of consolation gold. And I mean, 4K is still pretty hard for them to get from, but it's going to be nice to have that little bit of an extra gold influx.
Yeah, it's the little things to try and get Vendrick activated as soon as possible. Still, as an individual, 2K down against the likes of CO2, and even on a Kaisa, that is a very large difference. I mean, almost more so on a Kaisa than some other AD carries. So when it comes to the Weeknight Warriors, they have to be very careful on the fights that they pick or the fights that they wind up getting caught up in, as negative win rate looking to evade. Entropick really wants that buff, gets it, but again, it could come at a devastating cost as CO2 picks up yet another kill.
And this time they do the invade correctly. They set up the vision. They know when the time is coming into. They've got the rest of their teammates, and they know generally where the rest of Weeknight Warriors are. And that's exactly what they should have done the previous time, is take that extra 20 seconds, do that little bit of extra diligence, and that's how you start closing out these games.
So now we can add adaptability, perhaps, to the list of MCOM and their repertoire on what they bring to the table. This is a fantastic game, and why not try to top it off with the Baron? Well, 420 Big Butch is going to try to run Disruption UKN on the other side, but what can these two do? Entropick is all the way back in the fountain. They don't have Smite, they don't have a 50-50, and they also might not have a Fat Man as well, as 420 Big Butch is just getting run down by the entirety of the MCOM side.
You can tell right now they're just trying to buy time to bring Entropick up and possibly go for another steal if they do go in for this Baron.
That's
Here we go. Whoa!
And
I see
into
it.
a wild growth, and that's what we were afraid of.
Yeah, that's not a good time for Lysu. You can tell he was trying to find the assassination, but it's just too hard at this moment in time, especially with the fact that you're roughly the same level as the AD. That's not what you want to be in, and that wild growth shield meant that no damage went down, no kill went into it, and now here we are back again, another engage onto the Baron.
Yeah, Entropick trying to find any way in, does not have flash available, so really won't be able to get into a smite fight, especially with two defenders in his way. That's going to be Baron secured for MCOM, and they are looking to continue this snowball.
Well, with a power play of that extra AK as well, the things just went from bad to worse. I'm trying to think if there's any possible way for the Weeknight Warriors to get back into it. Their pick potential just doesn't seem to have enough bite to it. They don't have any real big catch aside from Entropick, and even then, it's a slow-moving ability that most of these players are very mobile and can dodge anyway. I don't really see a way for them to get a good pick here. They need to have excellent vision on this next objective. It's going to be, of course, the Dragon up in the next 10 seconds, and here we go. You can already see that I got MCOM already making their way, or making that beeline to be there to contest.
Yeah, but I like what the Weeknight Warriors are doing. They're looking to actually set themselves up in mid lane and try to dissuade MCOM by putting pressure elsewhere on the map, and MCOM's not really falling for the bait. They're willing to give up towers for this second Dragon. An interesting trade, to say the least. It could turn into a base race situation. Dragon is secured. Do they go for the fight now? Do they recall? Do they try to pinch out their opponents? Well, it's going to be a race to the jungle for the Weeknight Warriors, and it looks like they might be able to get away. Negative win rate still has his eyes set on the flank. So too does CO2. Voidseeker, if that connects, we might see the killer instinct. Not pulling the trigger just yet. Win rate actually is looking to pull off, and that is a very cheeky escape for this red side.
Yeah, really smart play. I love the macro mover. You know what? Let's set up around the Dragon, make them think that we're going to go for it. As soon as they rock up for it, do a quick swap, and actually just pick up some objectives in the mid lane. And you just got to trade for it, but another trap has been set.
Yeah, now they're going to go for the fight, but I wonder if this is actually wise. 420 Big Push, probably not the target you want, and it's only Windrate and Iza who is ready for it. The rest of the team was pushing in mid. Now they join in the fray, and they might have him caught. That's the killer instinct, but it's into a 1v4 situation. Finally, the rest of the team will back the team up as Jerry uses the explosive pass against 420 Big Push and gets that kill. Vendrick cannot escape those missiles as well. Give another kill to CO2. Lyseer does get the pick on the back line at the cost of his own lights. A double kill for the likes of Jerry. As over the wall we go to find the fourth kill in favor of MCOM. They come out on top.
They're just too far ahead at this point. You can see, even though the trap was to try and cut them off before they could actually make their way in and get the safe recall. I mean, they did that in between turrets there. The top tower is still available. Probably going to fall down now to those minions. But at the end of the day, that extra ability to jump in, Lulu does fall down, but she does her job. She gets the wild growth out. She puts the damage in. Who cares if Lysiga gets the kill on that? Doesn't matter. He loses his life and probably going to be the game in the scenario.
So here's the crazy thing. I'm so critical of that fight to begin with. There was a chance for MCOM to sort of take these two mid towers for free. However, by winning the fight and winning it that dramatically, they actually get a bit more. And perhaps this is why these are our amateur players, or in some cases, you know, semi-professional or professional players in this event. They are able to read the situation, turn it around, and get away with what in my eyes is a little bit of murder. And that small lead they had before is now an extended large lead. I always say the good teams know how to end, and they also know how to sidestep attacks. Entropicto's not going to let Zyzz get away with this. We'll put the Riven to sleep. 3-5 is actually going to try to make the save. Wild Growth keeps Zyzz alive, but with that teleport and without a top laner, this is such a risky play. Negative win rate is looking for the flank, but 3-5 is already taken out of commission. That is negative win rate trying to engage, gets condemned to the wall and gets burst down. 2 kills now for the Weeknight Warriors, and with the death mark being placed on the CO2, they might get the AD as well. Explosive Cascade buys the space, but CO2 is able to jump to safety. 3-5 from over the wall. Little health still keeping that AD carry alive as Jerry finds the re-engage, gets the kill, and looks to death mark escape over the top of Ventric, gets himself the double, as back on the other side, Jerry and CO2 are unleashed in the 3v5. They turn it around, and it is the Weeknight Warriors running for the hills.
Yeah, Weeknight Warriors had the great idea going into it. Let's continue the fight. They realized that they wasted the ultimate and most of the cooldowns available for 3-5, trying to actually save ICH, who was just dead for the cause in this scenario. Jerry does come in for this rescue, but if he was just a little bit late there, this could have been completely different. But now they finally have what they need to put a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that's actually going to be the game by the looks of things. Death Timer's going to come back for Ventric and UKN, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop the 4 members of MCOM. They answer the questions of the doubters. Is this team legit? Do they belong here? Well, with a clean victory like this, knowing how to close like this, I say they belong, and then some. MCOM will advance to 2-1.
Yeah, that was just a commanding victory, and I think I was sitting there going, yeah, I think pretty sure Weeknight's got this. MCOM proved me wrong with aces and spades. These guys had a royal flush pulled out from their hand immediately, and I said, you know what, I'm liking the draft. I'm liking what the Hats examined, and it's like, except I'm thinking about it, that Zyzz just didn't feel right, and you could really tell Jerry was just an absolute driving force throughout the rest of that game. Well done by MCOM.
And I mean, not just Jerry as well, but you have to look at the bot lane and how they perform. CO2 and 3-5. It was a bloody bot lane. It was chaotic all the time. Negative win rate. Spent a lot of time either in those bot lane bushes or at least in the bot side jungle, and it paid dividends. It allowed this Kai'Sa to get that lead. CO2 did wind up doing the most damage in this game, and 8-1 on the bot laner, or sorry, 8-1 on Jerry in the mid lane, 10-1 on the bot laner. I mean, this is storylines that you want to see from a competent, well-organized, put-together team. And MCOM, they looked shaky in the past, not today. And now we might have to reevaluate where we sort of put this team. Are they actual contenders to go far in this event?
I honestly believe yes at this moment. I mean, you can really see into it. Weeknight have always been a team that has, sit around that middle of the pack, and you would expect them to perform pretty well. And there was definitely opportunity for them to make something happen, but it was just a little bit too late. Those missed executions early just hit too hard, and MCOM really showed us that they know how to close it out, how to get a lead, how to do everything, and all they need to do is just keep doing that for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, a very exciting show of force for MCOM, and I'm excited to see where they go next. But where we're going next is over to that analyst desk. Ewan, please take us away.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm still here. I am joined with 2 hopefully familiar faces of Cooper and Weapon joining us for the last bit of the game. And boys, that was a hell of a game there. Weeknight Warriors, they fought well, but they just couldn't get the game back in their grasp.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna give mad props. Like, if there's an ace of this game, it was definitely Big Butch. The absolute weak side monster, like, turned so many plays in the head, turned solo kills where they shouldn't have happened. Just like insane weak side play, like completely off the charts. Unfortunately, just the rest of the team couldn't step up. The Zyzz in the mid lane seemed a little bit wonky in this draft. Zyzz's a good player. Like, he's a great player. Like, just not the Zyzz game. Not the Zyzz game, in my opinion. Especially so Zyzz worked back when like shields weren't as much of a thing and healing wasn't such a thing, and like Kai'Sa didn't exist. Kai'Sa is a champion who, as an AD carry, gets to just press one button and be like, nah, I got a big shield, bro. So like Zyzz was great back when that didn't happen. Now a little bit harder. And even then, if you are a Zyzz in this game, I don't think he ended up building the Reaver, which is like, that's the answer to your shielded AD carry woes. So maybe that next time, but I still don't think the Zyzz was the pick here.
Yeah, a little bit rough in that situation, but I like the attempt, right? Like, you look at the composition and it's a little bit over the place. It's a little bit all over the place, but you've got generally a pretty decent team fight with, the Gragas, set up, the Lilia for the engage, and then Karma to look after the Vayne. So it's not a disastrous composition in theory, but it just wasn't able to do much a lot early. And then compare that to how MCOM was going, and negative win rate on that goddamn Hecarim. Like that was ridiculous. Like that man was challenging Sonic for the level of speed he was going at. Like, wasn't he, Cupid? It was ridiculous.
He just didn't stop. There were so many times, and obviously we were chatting about it and watching the game, and it was just like, oh, he didn't stop. He's still going. Oh, what? So it was just constantly. But you guys did touch on that. Yeah, obviously, Lysayers on the Z didn't have too much ability there, but there was we can't just talk bad about the man. There was a heap of really good plays there that we did get to see. Obviously, there was one early on. I mean, I know he still died, but he dodged the chains from Silas under tower to almost completely outplay poor Jerry. But yeah, it was nice. I mean, that's probably the one thing that I was thinking about when I was like, oh, you didn't get that bad on, but that's what we did see.
A lot of fighting there from the Weeknight Warriors, but unfortunately it was not enough. And as courtesy, we will be having a quick chat with a member of the side of MCOM, because of course they are winning, therefore they get their little post-game interview. And I think that the best part of what this interview is going to be, of course held by Quirky, is that Quirky was the one member of Samsok who was quite vocal with the fact that MCOM was going to win this game. So this interview, I feel like, is going to be insulting to the rest of us. So Quirky, how are things going on with the sideline with Pingu?
Well, Ewan, it is because, I am the superior caster as always, and, that's why I got relegated to the interview desk, because, you guys couldn't handle it. But anyway, I am, of course, here with the one member who didn't actually play today. It's Pingu. Pingu, how you going?
I'm doing great today. Thanks, mate.
So obviously you were involved a lot with the team. So how was the team's preparation going into this game this week?
So the team's preparation this time wasn't too many scrim games this week, so that was a bit of a letdown. But we decided to bench M4 this game because last time his Kindred performance wasn't too good. So as it sees, it pays off.
Yeah. So obviously, this is your second win of the circuit so far with week 3 going on. You guys are facing off against so look at the thing. Desire next week. How are you guys feeling about that?
Desire, I don't think we're too concerned about their roster. We should come out on top of that one, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, you're looking at... so how did you think CO2's performance went, with yourself, not necessarily playing this week?
Yeah. So, Mr. Doinby, he did pretty well, to be honest. I'm quite happy with how he did. I'm happy we gave him some game time, and he's done well. He just did the job. No major misplays or anything. It was good.
All right. Well, of course, as we are, before we throw it back towards the desk, any shout-outs that you guys that you want to do towards anybody?
Not really, mate. Not really.
All right. Well, thank you, Pingu, for that, and we'll throw it back to the inferior analyst desk to break down that match even further.
Thank you very much, Quirky. I feel like Quirky is just using the interviews as a way to insult me. That's what's happened for the last 3 interviews. He's found a way to insult me.
Just slip that little shit, man.
Yeah, if you can't insult Midnight on an interview, are you really having an interview?
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, I suppose I'll do a quick more talk about MCOM and Weeknight Warriors. Again, maybe it's just for me, but I was not expecting MCOM to come out ahead here. And I think part of the reason why, and this is going to sound super, super toxic, but the Weeknight Warriors, to me, did not perform the way I would have expected them to. And specifically, I do want to quickly talk about Lysaya. It's very weird to see him on a Z, because from what I know, that's not his style typically. He was quite a Syndra player last year. And now suddenly he's rocking the Z in a meta where Z just doesn't work. It feels a little bit weird, the way that the Weeknight Warriors drafted their composition.
Yeah, I mean,
600 of my Substock channel points would agree with you there, Midnight. Sorry, go on.
I'll let you take this one. You got the
No,
points on the
that's all
line.
right. Yeah, no, they're gone. They're not on the line anymore. They're gone. Lysair took them from me and spat them on the ground.
What a jerk. No, we like Lysair. He's a good lad, but yeah, you're right. Control mage player for the most part. I kind of like when players step out a little bit outside of their comfort zone on competitive games like this and try and show that they have a little bit more than what we tend to try to put them into little boxes because they fit into our narrative. But if a player can break out of that and show us more, then that's more power to them for sure. Like, you know, if you can say I am a control mage player, but hey, I had this one pop-off game on Zyzz, great, awesome. The Zyzz is definitely the one bit that, you know, that said, it just doesn't quite fit the rest of the composition. I think something, you know, you can see the obvious, like, you're looking for an AD mid laner, and maybe Lysair just doesn't have things like the Yasuo or the Yone in his pool, which probably would have been the next kind of best step. Maybe something like a Kiana, I think, is pretty decent. She just got buffed on this patch, so that's an option. I also want to shout out, we talked about Big Butch before. I think Vendrick completely smorfed some of these fights. Like, he was nuts. His kiting and his like aggression backed up by UKN on the Karma, like, this guy looked dirty. And I think, like, probably could have won the fights if they had, like, maybe a couple thousand more gold alongside Big Butch just setting up the plays. Like, they came real close. There were some good fights in there. So, like, they didn't look awful, but unfortunately they are still a 0-3 team, and we're still looking for a winning formula from this team, and Zyzz ain't it.
Yeah. A little bit of a roughie there. Now, moving on to what will be our fifth and final game of the night. DIssonance versus QUT. Now, on paper, this should be a bit of a one-way fight. I mean, DIssonance sitting at 0-3, QUT undefeated so far, and have done just really dominant performances in the two games we have. All the games we've seen out of QUT so far. So, I suppose, Cooper, looking at this from your eyes, how do you see this fifth game playing itself out here?
So, Midnight, you did just say it's going to be a one-way fight, and that's obviously a little bit of an ode to, that is, QUT Tigers 2-0 coming into this game, and obviously DIssonance being a 0-2. But we have already seen one of these fights today. We watched Exile fall to ERA today. We watched that happen. So you say it's going to be a one-way fight, and Formal touched on this a couple of games ago, that tonight is the night for upsets, and we didn't see it from the El Clasico. But what's stopping us from seeing it tonight?
Weapon, save me.
So Tron is a monster. Nightfaller is completely insane. And the rest of the roster just feels like they kind of fall in line. DIssonance is a roster that in previous iterations of the circuit we would call stacked, but unfortunately they just feel like they're either not gelling well or they're just a little bit outclassed individually. And it's hard to really see the upside for this team at the moment. We've got the Burgers lads. I think Lanson is probably, I think, the closest thing to a shining light on this team. Like, where are they sitting at, actually? Are they completely winless? Yeah, so just checking. So DIssonance, they are completely winless, and that's a little bit that strikes me as a little bit strange, because I think Lanson is a really good mid laner and something you can definitely look to play around. You know, pick something that scales and look to execute in team fights. Maybe you can go for that. But yeah, it is a bit of an uphill battle, and we'll have to see what direction they take in draft and how they attack what's going to be a really strong opponent in QUT, who feel like they kind of just win lane by lane.
How do you see this going, Midnight, though? What do you see? Like, we know that Tron is, like Weapon said, a freak. What do you...
Man, I'm conflicted, because I said at the start of the day, and I still stand by it, I believe DIssonance shouldn't be 0-3. Not because of the way they've played, but just on paper, I think that they're a strong team. Like, I think that they've got the firepower to do well, but it just is not working out. So I feel like there is a chance for them to bounce back from what has been a rough first couple of weeks. Is this the game that it happens? No. I want DIssonance to do well, but I lost my 4. I just don't think that this.
That said, I will just quickly say, like, this will 100% be the game where they just turn it on and suddenly we look
they
like
will. They
idiots.
absolutely
Like,
will.
we're gonna look so stupid. QT are just gonna crumble and like,
Yeah.
like
But
it's
yeah,
100% gonna happen.
Yeah, I want DIssonance to do well, but just everything I've seen tells me that QUT will be the team that comes out ahead. Assuming, again, so much of this is based on assuming they play like they've played the last 2 weeks, which has just been phenomenal. So I'm conflicted, but I have high hopes.
I was just gonna say, I think we should see how many channel points can go into the DIssonance team as we go into this. I mean, if I would love to see some support behind it. I mean, if they needed something, this surely has to be it.
Anyone, throw some points in for DIssonance.
I don't have any more. I don't have any more because Lysos took mine, but I'll put the 160 that I've got on DIssonance.
All right. Well, as said, the poll is now just confirmed. So there you go. Make your predictions, Cooper. You can live by the sword and die by the sword, as it does look like we are ready to get into our 5th and final game, guys. So it is my great honor to reintroduce for our final game of the night, Formal and Mendrix. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Ewan. Yeah, that's right. It's time for our final game of the evening. It's a bit of a battle between the top and the bottom of the ladder and of those projections. However, you know, this could be an opening for DIssonance. A couple subs coming in quite late for QUT. It's not that same lineup. But before we get into that, Ewan, I just want to say, you know what? I like the style. Pearl on the head's pretty good. But it's not good enough. I'm sorry. It's a disgusting habit, and that's why I get rid of it. Either way, we're kicking this one off. Mendrix, how are you feeling about it? I think Mendrix might be muted. I believe Mendrix is muted. So,
I'm not muted. I'm back. Okay. I was just blown away by how much QUT Tigers are winning the prediction at the moment that my voice left me. Just ridiculous to the side here. 100% for QUT. Come on, DIssonance, get some love. Come on, guys, give DIssonance some love. I can't even vote to give him some love at this moment in time.
No, I mean, it's going to be a tough ask for them for sure. I'm not as harsh with this lineup as perhaps some others might be, but I do feel like they could be in a bit of strife right here. Their best bet, though, is going to come through, who in my eyes are going to be their best 2 players. Boss and Lanzin are going to need a big game in this one. 2 subs coming in for QUT, Flick in the jungle, Chirp in the mid lane, but they're not typically the threats that you think of on the QUT side regardless. Tron the Palm still playing in top lane. Bobby, Olgun, and Rusty down below. These are the threats. It's the side lanes from QUT you got to be worried about, and they might take this game over.
Absolutely, and it's not too hard to say, you know what, we got a few substitutes in here. Let's just put them on basically a very straightforward champion, make something work from that. They're basically someone who's got nice utility, a little bit of, I guess you could say, a bit of brunt force to them, and they'll be able to jump in and make something happen going straight forward. But DIssonance, I'd like to see them pull off the offset here. I said it before, I thought Weeknight Warriors were the ones going to win. MCOM showed me, so you know what, guys, DIssonance, show me once again, prove me wrong, take it out against QUT Tigers.
Yeah, as we are getting into those picks and bans. Just you keep going for a second, because I'm sure you all saw that cat in the background while she's starting to scratch up the carpet. So I'm just going to quickly take care of that, and you just go for a bit.
Look, absolutely. So we can see here Hecarim immediately going to be the pick up there, and we can expect it to be the case. I mean, I said it myself, Hecarim is probably one of the strongest picks out there at the moment, even though Udi has been banned away. So that's going to be something that Bose can definitely use to great utility on the side of it. And if there is anyone that can really make things happen, it will be Bose. I mean, he was an absolute monster last week on the OLAF, or I believe it was a few games ago, he was an absolute monster on the OLAF. So I'm expecting him to do some great things for it. And if he's able to really activate Lantern, who knows what's going to happen from that side there. Rel, obviously on Rusty, definitely a nice pick up there. So I expect Rusty to be roaming around the map, making some plays happen, and Rel's definitely the person to do it on. So I mean, everything seems to be going now. Flick mentioned Renekton to me before that he was going to do a Renekton jungle, but he's trolled me and he's gone for the Skarner, and this is what I was talking about. Nice, straightforward champion who's going to be nice support for the whole team and basically just get in there with a bit of blunt force. Blunt force trauma does the job every single time.
And it's comfort right now being set up for the QUT side. Just real quick, I didn't even see. I want to point out, I didn't even see when the cat got in there. I only noticed she was in my room when I saw, like, in the back of the camera, her kind of sniffing around. That was little ninja. That cat is. QUT, though, they're not playing any ninjas. They're playing comfort picks. Rel and Rusty go together, you know, like a fish in water. And it's going to be putting more pressure, I feel like, with that Skarner as well. I am thinking, though, if you are on this opposite side of Dissonance, you are kind of getting what you want. I mean, we've seen a lot of strong Seraphines. We haven't seen many Zillions, and I don't think we're seeing one here. Karma, the more conventional pick, will get locked in.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if you actually see that actually go towards the bot lane. ZQ picking up the Seraphine and Chicken Soup on the Karma. That's some insane pushing potential, and that will actually allow Hecarim to really run amok towards that bottom side of the map. So that's something I would really like to see coming across here from, of course, Dissonance. But back on the flip side here, I mean, the team have to wait to see what the response is going to be. Kaiser, understandable as well. Basically looking for that late game. You basically have what you need. The bridging forces, of course, will be Rel and Skarner to get Kaiser there. So really do like it. And Bobby's done some pretty amazing things.
Yeah, Bobby on Kaisa, it's another strong comfort pick. I remember seeing Bobby absolutely tear apart UQ Union in the show matches that happened earlier this year. Similarly, was a case of Rusty on Rel. This is why I kind of lean towards this team. I know what they can do against other previous OCS caliber members and teams. At the moment, though, we still have a few more picks to go, and I want to bring attention back to Dissonance a bit more. I kind of said, you know, this jungle mid synergy is going to be important, and we have that first part. Hecarim, fast clear, can get that mid pressure early, can kind of pick a lane, set up the camp, and constantly keep that lane down. We saw a lot of it in our previous game. What sort of mid laner do you want to see Lanston take to kind of synergize with the Hecarim at this stage?
I mean, in terms of everything, I was really expecting it to probably be possibly a Lucian coming into this mix here. I reckon, like I said, you could flex that Seraphine into the bot lane with the Karma. As you can see, it'd be pretty effective against most of the picks coming into the mid lane at the moment. But they've actually banned away most of the picks that you expect to see into the Lucian here. So probably throwing everything a little bit off. And I really do expect there's going to be a top tank top lane, because I've gotten rid of two of the biggest top lane destroyers, the Camille and the Fiora. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Junior Burgers rocking someone with a little bit of a extra meat behind them.
Yeah, as we did go through, the Aurelia was locked in, and I'm curious if that's going to be going to Tron or if we're going to see it on Chirp instead. Tron's typically a bit more team fighty, I have found in the past, so that could be a mid lane Aurelia. Vayne, meanwhile, is going to get locked in for that bot lane, so it's actually Seraphine who's going to be running it in mid lane, and that has me a little bit caught off guard.
It could be Karma still. They could still flex it around if they want to. Seraphine can follow it into. They'll have that utility Karma instead, and that way they got something that can really buff up the Vayne here. So few things still up in the air here in terms of what's going to happen. So I'm interested to see. And well, there goes the tank right out the window there, but actually a decent pick going into the Aurelia is going to have a decent force early.
Assuming that Aurelia isn't going mid right now, with the Karma that could be going there, or the Seraphine, you think that Aurelia might be able to still get some sort of lane presence. So flex at the moment. Curious what this last pick will be for UQ. The world is their oyster. Do you pick for Chirp? Do you pick for Tron? Do you pick at all? As time is starting to run down, Rusty, you gotta lock in someone. It's the Vlad, the Tron Classic. That is the mid Aurelia, and that could be a rough time for Aatrox.
Yeah, it's going to be our super rough time. He's not going to be able to get in range. If he does, he basically just turn to a pool, walk away. I'm basically just a bit of blood. Don't worry about me as I get on out of here. So both of these guys will have excellent sustained topside, but Vladimir will eventually edge out Aatrox. It's just a matter of time.
And again, it's also, sometimes you got to associate players with certain champions, and Tron and Vladimir have been so strong. Like, this is an almost worst case scenario, I feel like, in terms of letting your opponents get their comfort pick. If I were to pick Tron's strongest champion, I'd say Vlad. Yeah. Bobby's strongest champion, I'd say Kaisa. And Rusty's strongest champion, I'd say Rel. All three of them get through. All three of them get locked in. Skarner has also been a constant pick, as well as typically Lilia for the QUT side. So they get one of the team's constant junglers. The only one that I'm kind of questioning right now is the Chirp on Aurelia. But you have, what in my opinion is, a strong matchup against the Seraphine. This is looking a little bit dire right now for Dissonance.
Yeah, well, they've got enough tanky force with Flick on the Skarner, right? So you can easily opt in for two carries in the solo lanes. And Vladimir being around that top side does mean that you do also get your item trap So you do have to worry for the fact that, hey, you know, we can't just build purely armor or build purely magic resistance. We have to also account for the two different carries in the solo lane. So a lot of different stuff is going to be happening going forward. I mean, that being said, the end game potential that's still available will be there, of course, coming across here for DIssonance. And I'm looking specifically at that Vayne and Karma. She's going to have plenty of protection from the Seraphine with that double utilities coming into it there. So everything really is going to be sort of being planted on ZQ remaining alive, and hey, Vayne's got a fantastic front line. We've seen what Hecarim can do in the previous game. Aatrox just still get in the thick of things and really basically mess up any possible sort of idea of there being semblance of control. So I imagine there's still very much a possibility for DIssonance to make something work here. It's all really going to come down to that early lane and seeing who actually, well, really looking at these junglers here, who actually gets the pressure forward and who makes those team fights happen early. Those skirmishes will probably decide this.
I have to agree, especially it could be really troublesome if Flick gets himself ahead, because not only will you have the advantage, but I also see a world where you are then keeping the DIssonance side further back because ZQ will be forced to pay that QSS tax. Considering it's all the eggs in that basket, you want to keep it safe. If your opponents get the lead, it almost becomes doubly so when a Skarner is in play. We're going to throw it to a break right now, though. When we come back, it is our 5th and final game. DIssonance taking on QUT when we return.
Like a wildfire in a dark
We are back, everybody. Apologies for the slight delay. Had a little bit of a bathroom break happen on the Rift, but everyone is here. Everyone is in, and everyone is right in that death bush, actually, for the QUT side. They're looking to hopefully get a pick against a Dissonance squad that is looking to find their first win, I believe, and they haven't been able to find it yet, but they are going to find 4 members of QUT invading into their jungle. Mendrix, do you approve of this invade?
Absolutely. You can tell the whole reason is obviously just to get some control and figure out where the rest of the team is. You can tell they're just going to do it on the other side of the map. When you see that much invading in, it's like, yeah, well, we'll get it down as well, get the exact same amount of information. And it also lets them get a little bit of control here in the river. So that way, as you can see, he's going to try and get control of the crystal. He's going to back off straight away, so probably just do that. And I think he's going to do the old tactic, which is swap out your ward directly afterwards.
So this is interesting, though, because I expected to see the same thing come from Dissonance, but instead, they're setting up a death bush looking to possibly catch Flick. What they don't realize is Flick is going the other side. Now, this might lead to some horizontal jungling, which QUT should be able to find out because they did get that ward down on the opposing red buff. Jungle pathing just got very interesting, though, after these first camps are cleared.
Yeah, I would expect both these junglers to know what's up at this moment in time, so they're probably just going to cross the jungle. So I expect to see this kind of head down into that red, and it really is going to be on the bottom lane pushing out. Whoever gets the lane priority is going to be allowed to run out and actually defend against the invade directly afterwards. So I really do expect there to be some heavy pushing coming out of the QUT side down the bot lane.
And the other thing that is worth taking note, Tron the Palm may have picked a top laner, may have registered as a top laner, but it is a lane swap. Chirp actually going up top with the Aurelia. It will be Tron playing Vlad in mid. And I'm a little bit surprised by that because I feel like the Vlad into Aatrox matchup is one that you look for if you're QUT.
Yeah, I would expect that as well, but I guess they must have something else in their mind. I imagine Chirp is very confident going into the Aatrox. You are able to bounce around most of his attacks, so that does allow you to actually make some pretty good plays. And this is what I was talking about, that quick push and to try and stop the play afterwards. He's been collapsed on.
Yeah, that he is, and it's going to be a pretty easy pick. First blood does go to Chicken Soup as a bit of a misstep from Flick, you know, pushing in without the protection gives him up one first blood.
You could tell he knew exactly what was happening. That idea of Bose is probably in that top side of the map. I need to make a move towards this jungle if I'm going to actually keep up at this point. But, you know, the lanes just weren't there. The pushing power isn't going to be available for Vladimir until he gets to roughly about level 4, an extra item under his belt. And same on the bot side. I mean, you can't really push against that Karma. Karma's going to be able to shove out pretty easily. And that was just a nice, quick, easy textbook lapse coming out of Dissonance. And we were talking about that being a win that they need to have as well. And Chirp, he's happy to jump in with a little bit of damage as well.
I mean, and this is also, like, this first blood is going to have devastating effects for QUT, specifically for Flick, who is now incredibly behind. I mean, that gives Bose control over 3 quadrants of the jungle, essentially, with one pick right there, because he'd already taken the top red side. He still has his own bot blue side, or top blue side, I should say. For him, he gets the bot blue side as well. And a kill or an assist, at least this time on top of it, although he didn't even get the assist. The assist actually came courtesy of Lanson, so very much a massive advantage going over to Dissonance, and Junior Burgers with a massive wave on his side, happy to take these trades. Chirp needs to be a little bit cautious here.
As you can see, he's doing well still. He's actually managed to keep up with it, but the fact that he's obviously trading some of his mana, which is something that Junior Burgers doesn't need to worry about. Yep, that's good. He's going to force him in and get the free back here, I imagine, in this case, because he doesn't want to really risk, of course, Skarner coming in. Skarner, of course, is at that bottom side of the map, trying to, like, eke out whatever he can. If he's able to actually deny a little bit more from Bose and come back, he won't be too hard done by the fact that he got 3 buffed.
As we do have a little bit more sense of normalcy kind of establishing in the matchup. I'm not sure if Flick learned the lesson with that first play and actually went straight back to the invade at this stage, though. Flick is really just trying to pick up the scraps and grab what they can. Was spotted by a ward down bot, so both ZQ and Chicken Soup should be quite safe. Should Flick try to make the move. Wave crashes, so if Flick is going to stick around, is really going to have to bide that time and needs to be careful because Bose is also looking down bot as well.
Yeah, there we go. You can see Bose really reading the play here, and I think this is going to be an absolutely devastating for Flick. He's been clapped on again.
Yes, second time Flick gets caught in the enemy jungle, does flash over the wall to escape, but doesn't get away with his life. Meanwhile, though, Bobby actually nearly gets down Bose, gets it with his dying breath, and that just leaves Rusty stuck in no man's land. Going to flash over the wall and try to escape. 2 collapses onto the Skarner, 3 kills, and a lead in favor of DIssonance.
Yeah, DIssonance is just reading the play so well. At the moment, it just really feels like QUT is an absolute book, and they're just opening them from page from like back to finish at this point in time. And you can really see it reflected, of course, in the lead, the gold leads going forward. And the fact that, of course, that Boast is going to be an absolute monster with all these extra availabilities to him. I mean, he's 4-3 at this moment in time. Camps will be coming back up shortly. I mean, yeah, you could see that Flick was able to actually get some from it. I'd say he's going to be 5-3 very shortly, and that's going to be a very explosive skirmish hitting around that 8-minute mark, where it's going to be a level 6 Bose, probably a level 5 Flick.
So, but here are a couple things, though, which, in like the effect this is going to have, or at least the direction I see the things going. We said before, if Skarner can get that lead, that would force ZQ to get and invest in the QSS tax. At this stage, I don't think ZQ needs to invest in that QSS tax just because of how far behind the Skarner has been put. And that means a more accelerated game for ZQ, and as sooner this Bane, which is going to be looking to carry the hopes and dreams of DIssonance, can get activated. However,
yeah,
I'm going to hold this thought because Boast is going to be trying to make a play on Chirp right now. It's going to turn to a 2v1 for this Aurelia, who does have Vanguard's Edge, has the stun as well, gets a good chunk of damage onto Boast, and with those minions, should be quite safe. Burger still wants to fight, and I'm not sure Burger wants this one. Tries to flash, tries to get away, but one more auto will do it. Flash secures the kill.
I can tell Chirp didn't want to use the flash, but you know what, it was absolutely worth it, and Chirp really turning that one around. The fact of the matter is that Aurelia, all she needs is, of course, that second item, that power spike's already been hit. And the big thing, I mean, the second component here, that's the big thing here. With that extra minion wave underneath the belt, they was able to actually build up, of course, all those stacks with the Q heal. I think they just didn't plan that out when this is absolutely huge. It's exactly what QUT needed to keep themselves in the game. They've got someone to play around that top lane, and now the power spike has well and truly been completed. She managed to get herself that Vamp Scepter.
And I want to go back to the point I was trying to make previously, where yes, it looks like things were going really great for DIssonance, but when you look at the gold, and while QUT is behind, DIssonance has the lead, the gold lead is on Karma and on Chicken Soup. Bobby Olgun is actually ahead of ZQ right now in gold because all the kills happen to fall into Karma's laps, and this gold lead is actually a little bit deceptive as a result. I mean, that isn't going to have a very large effect on the later outcomes of this game. So it looked like a great start for DIssonance. They were making the correct reads, making the correct plays, but they didn't actually get that much for it.
Yeah, you can tell as well, Chicken Soup's pushing out. Doesn't really have any extra AP, but just more cooldown reductions to that build. So really those Mantra hits or those Mantra Qs aren't going to be hitting to the same degree that you kind of see with a Karma that is building AP. So not really going to be affected, but as you can tell, they've actually managed to get some extra lane priority, and that should turn into some objectives for them.
Yeah, and you can see it already. First Dragon's down, but the trap still is sprung. Fight happening, and despite being levels down, Rusty and Flick are just holding both accountable for his actions. He will be the first to fall. Chicken Soup looks next in line as Rusty, Tron, and Flick absolutely devastate the side of DIssonance.
Yeah, the roam up from Lanston was actually a little bit questionable. I would have much rather he came sit there with the rest of his team. That would have allowed them to actually take that fight a little bit more convincingly, actually maybe get something back as well as the Dragon. But by choosing to go up towards that top side, see if they could force something as well, spreading the entire team just a little bit too thin, and all of a sudden QUT are managing to wrest back that control. Actually, they're in the lead when it comes to gold.
As we do see a bit of a fight again happening, not for a third time. Flick this time has the speed and is looking to escape, but you can't outrun a Hecarim. Well, unless the Hecarim gets distracted by the shiny ward in the bush right there. Very fortunate Flick gets out alive.
Yeah, well, Flick did, of course, have his Spire, so he's got a little bit of extra movement speed available to him, so set up for it. But I was sitting there going like, no, not again. Not like this Flick in the end there, but him getting out probably is a pretty good thing there, and Chirp going in again from Junior Burgers.
Yeah, Junior Burgers in a world of hurt, or rather in the world of the Vanguard's Edge. Either way, you do not come out alive. Chirp gets a solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually ridiculous there. That Vamp Scepter power spike just absolutely huge coming across for Chirp there. And Chirp just really putting the stamp on that lane at this point in time. And I can understand it. I mean, look at the fact that he's managed to get that extra kill. He's up in CS, and that extra bounciness. If nothing lands, if there's no critical hits here for the Aatrox, he's just in for a bad time.
Absolutely, and it's starting to look like DIssonance might be starting to fall into a bit of a bad time as well. Yes, it's a 3-5 scoreline, but those 3 kills sitting on Chicken Soup, the support Karma, whereas when you look at their opponents, 2 kills on Tron the Palm, who is 2-0-0, 2 kills on Chirp, who is 2-0-0, and a top side strength being established for QUT.
Oh, I think he actually has the ability to 2v1 at the moment. Like, he's actually just being an absolute monster. He's going in again.
Yeah, the proxy farm just really trying to shut Burgers down. Has backup from Rusty, but at the expense of the mid lane as Tron the Pawn's getting jumped on by not 2, but possibly 3 members back up above. That's where the rest of QT is. And they've got Junior Burgers dead at 2 rights. The tower does not matter because he's getting dragged well and truly up the lane. Flick gets out alive, and another kill for QUT.
Yeah, Dem absolutely calculated that, and it really is rough. You can see that the allocation of resources coming here from QT just seems to be that little bit better. Them saying, you know what, we can cheat a little pressure here, make some moves up there, get the dive here, really take advantage of the fact that Chirp is so powerful at the moment, just keep on nailing through this one area of the map, and that will be our key to victory. And you can see there was a little bit of a response coming out of DIssonance, but it really was a lukewarm at the same time. Look at this, he's just going on Lancer like he's nothing.
Yeah, although that's a nice little use of the Encore right there, and Chirp might need to be a little bit cautious, but Lanson steps too far forward, and Chirp gets Lanson quite low, not enough to bring him down either way. I mean, just showing how far ahead Chirp actually is.
Yeah, the respect is huge. You can see Lanson says, you know what, let's just do a lane swap in this scenario. That way we can actually get Junior Burgers in a bit of a position. Otherwise, this Aurelia is going to get out of control, but it's a little bit too late.
And is it really a better position to go up against Tron's Vladimir in mid lane? Is that the lesser of two evils right now? Because if that's the case, I am very worried for DIssonance.
I mean, the big thing here is that the burst isn't as insane coming out of it. It's probably a little bit easier for Burgers to sit back and just clear the waves, whereas the Aurelia has got that all-in potential that the Vladimir just doesn't have the same thing for us. I can see the logic behind it, but at the end of the day, it is, you know, again, the lesser of two evils, and both of them are pretty damn nasty regardless.
Yeah, as the game looking to continue right now, Tron just going to keep wailing away on that tower, continue to farm gold up for himself. Does have the most gold in the game currently, the first one to reach that 5K mark. As even Chirp with the big lead he's been able to get up top is not actually matching pace with the mid laner Vladimir. Does make some sense, and when you're looking at DIssonance, when you're looking like how are they going to fight their way back in, I guess they got one Mountain Drake, but even at this point, getting any further dragons just seems like such a stretch.
And again, that dragon really is what costed them this big lead as well. They send 3 members to go and take it. The trap is easily sprung coming across from Q2. You say, you know what? I know you sent Seraphine top. We're going to be able to jump in and basically kill you immediately after it goes down. As soon as they saw that dragon get pinged as going in favor of the blue team, they just jump over the ledge and kill them. That was cold-blooded murder at that point. And it all comes down to the fact that they're trying to, like, you know, DIssonance we've got a lead right now, but let's stretch that little bit more, and they just lose it immediately.
As we do see the pings coming down, QUT looking to have a little look at this second dragon, and they might get a bit more than they may initially bargain for because you got 3 members of DIssonance already in the area. They are standing on those wards though, so QUT should be aware. The question is, do they spring the trap? Do they go for the play? Bobby gets chipped a bit, but avoids a lot of the crowd control. Speaking of which, ZQ is immediately jumped upon. Killer Instinct from Bobby, and he keeps himself safe as well. Action continuing along back up top as Junior Burgers will fall to Chirp. Over on the other side, the Encore only gets flicked. Lanson so low, Boast running away, but there is nothing that DIssonance can do. Dragged to his doom. Chicken soup's on the menu tonight, boys. Goes well with Cloud Drake as QUT dominate this game thus far.
They really are just cats playing with their food at the moment. They did the exact same thing again. They said, hey, you know what? They'll go for the dragon again. We'll just jump them when that happens. What happens in this scenario? There's the dragon. They jump them once again, and immediately they take this lead from what was initially like 3K up to that 5K. Look at all this extra control around the map. They've also got themselves a pretty decent Drake for Vladimir off the back of this as well. And Rusty's setting up again.
Yeah, he wants more, and Slanson actually is able to sidestep the engage. Very fortunate, and now the other horse on the Rift Boast could be looking to try and force something. Not going to get too much. That said, the recalls will be disrupted. More of an annoyance than anything else. QUT, it was a slow start. It was a rough start with Flick getting caught out twice in the enemy jungle, but it's safe to say they've recovered quite nicely.
Yeah, DIssonance just knew exactly how to play from behind, and that's exactly what you want to see in a team that we've seen is like the dominating force at this moment in time. Every single time we've sort of seen it, QUT's been typically up and ahead. This time they're actually behind, and they're bringing it back like it was nothing. And really, it was more like a speed bump on their journey, if anything, where, you know what, the suspension took a little bit of damage, but who cares? It's fine. Nothing that we haven't been through before. We can actually, you know, be our own mechanics in this scenario and fix everything right back up.
Yeah, look, it doesn't matter if you're slow out of the gates. If you're driving a Mercedes against a Williams, you're probably going to come out on top. And that's what we're looking like in this matchup right here, as Chicken Soup gonna try and get a bit more poke down right now, but Chirp and Rusty, they're starting to move together. The synergy between, you know, the apparently top lane and support right now looking pretty key, and anyone who steps up against these two will find themselves falling quite quickly.
You know what? It's not just Yumi. All the supports love to go to top laners around this point in the game. They just so they're going like, "Who's the big top laner? You are. Let me just sit around with you, get you a little bit bigger, and then I'll come back to my ADC once he's a little bit more leveled up."
Yeah, and that you can see is why Bobby has actually moved towards that mid lane to try and accelerate those levels onto the Kai'Sa. Help Bobby catch up to her. Both Tron and Chirp are at this stage. A relatively clean macro game coming from QUT, really putting that tertiary education to good use as they continue to suffocate and keep down their opponents.
Yeah, everything there is just all planned as well. It's not just a matter of them saying, you know what, we're going to set up wards here for this objective. We're setting up wards for the trap here, then we'll go for the objective afterwards. So Tron the Pump's coming in, but Bose is there for support. Let's see how this plays out.
Oh, 2v1 against Tron's Vlad. Can he pull it off? That's a quite early segment pool. I think he's looking for the blast cone, and I'm not sure he's going to get it. Has to flash, and then sees no plant available for the escape. That's going to be a kill going over to Boss, but it might come at the cost of that mid tower. No, it survives, and Rusty might not, as that health bar is under 100. Flick going to do the self-sacrificial move and actually try to grab one Lanson to turn things around. Not going to happen, as all 5 members of DIssonance are there. Bobby Olgun, the next target, does get knocked up, but with the flash should stay safe. Rusty, however, might get trampled down. Both really wants it, but he is 2 towers deep. Gets the kill, but at the cost of his own life. Another 1-for-1 trade. It is only one Bobby left standing, and he's trying to play behind the tower, trying to find maybe something to keep this structure alive. Won't be able to. Mid-tower falls.
Yeah, this is exactly what DIssonance needed. They needed to find a few kills, get a few shutdowns, get something underneath their belts while they're at it as well. At least, you know, say to these guys at QT, we're not just going to be rolled over just that simply. That being said, of course, the trade from Chirp, just as big as well. So he's able to get basically every piece of the infrastructure except for something inside the base in that bottom lane. And as you can see, just continuing to suck away those resources. Junior Burgers, you want none of that. Get away. That's it.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Yeah, Junior Burgers, you know, doesn't want to cook himself up just yet. I'm just going to say right now, I love, you know, the food theme coming from DIssonance right now. You got burgers, you got some chicken soup. I mean, you got some horse meat for the dog, I suppose. Like, it's just looking great right now from their side, making me hungry.
Well, I mean, remember, you do get that pizza from Deco, so...
True, yeah, exactly. I'm waiting for it. It hasn't arrived yet. I think the Weekend Warriors are bringing it when they're going to come and visit in a few moments, I'm sure.
Should I talk about that idea that I mentioned before about you getting cakes from the players?
Ooh, that sounds nice as well. I'm okay with that.
All right, guys, listen up, all right? So, if you get 0 kills as a player, you have to bake a cake for Formal, right? And Formal has to eat it. Now, that being said, if you're horrible at baking cakes, doesn't matter. Just bake him a horrible cake and we'll see how that goes down.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried right now because it looks to be coming from the DIssonance side, and I don't know how strong Burgers, Lanson, or ZQ
it's gonna be. I mean, you got like 3 cakes coming from ZQ. You know, you got one coming from Lanson, and you got one coming from Junior Burgers. So, not too bad. That's 3 cakes if if the players agree to this.
I mean, I think I'm always down for cake. I mean, why not?
Exactly. Cake's also one of those items that, you know, is not really that perishable, right? You can bake the cake, send it away, you know, in a piece of Tupperware. So you actually can get it delivered to you, and you can actually give it a try.
That would be something if cake ever gets sent to me. I would worry what a League of Legends player puts into a cake, knowing that they don't have to eat it. That does frighten me a little bit. As too does this lead that QUT is continuing to establish right now. They get themselves that Rift Herald. Now they got their eyes set on mid lane as well. I imagine they're going to be keen to drop that one soon. It's only just over a 5k gold lead, yet with the way how QUT is playing, it feels like so much more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at everything here now, and it is an absolute uphill battle for DIssonance. I think Chicken Soup was a bit angry that Lanson took his ward. That's, you know, seriously, it's a big deal for supports when when they're strapped for gold. Normally the wards is the only thing that they can get from it.
But he's not strapped for gold. He got the first 3 kills. He should not be complaining. He's got all the gold he needs. With the first 3 kills, you give up the rest of the wards for the game.
Old habits die hard. Speaking of old habits dying hard, please coming in.
Oh no, Lanson. That could not have gone any worse.
I mean, he tried. That's all that matters, is that he tried there. But that was 4 members. He had no real chance of getting out here. And here's the final nails of the coffin coming in here. There really needs to be a miracle coming out of DIssonance to make something happen here.
Those aren't nails, that is Shelly, and that is Rusty over the wall as well. Bobby Olgan already is able to find ZQ amidst the chaos, gets rid of the tower, and now is looking for chicken soup as well. Eventually does get trampled by Boast, but the damage may have already been done because Tron the Palm is arriving to the scene as well as a teleport, bringing a long run chirp up through the jungle. Boast tries to escape, but Flick is staying with them. That said, as we've established, 4 legs are faster than 6. And Boast should be able to outrun Flick, but is actually going to be unable to do so initially. Chase still on, and Tron realizing, hold on, I'm a vampire. I can't keep up with these two. I'll let them sort their own differences out. Flick comes out on top in the affair, and more kills, more lead going to QUT.
Yeah, that sticking power coming out from Flick is just damn too hard to get away. He's also got himself underneath his belt the phase rush as well, so as long as he gets those hits on, he's able to keep that stick on, and even though that horse is very fast, that is definitely one fast Scorpion. So it's good that they managed to pick up the kill there. I'm a bit unfortunate because I honestly thought if they managed to get that kill, it just pick up the Baron. Nice easy finish off the end there, but because the chase went so long, to Boast's credit, he's actually able to buy a bit of time and stop that easy, quick Baron from coming through directly after that team fight.
You know, I want to see a proper race now because I'm starting to wonder who wins, Flick or Boast. Just a race up and down the river.
In a proper race, I mean, I reckon Boast.
Yeah.
Because Boast can pop, pop the ghost, pop the E, and there's nothing really that.
Oh, he does have the ghost advantage. That is true.
Yeah, like Flick in this scenario, he's just gonna stick on you. That's what he does. Like he's fast, right? But as long as he gets his claw on you, then he's able to keep up.
I mean, they're each incredibly fast. We've seen a couple high-speed chases already in this game. It's kind of 1 for 1 if I'm going to be picking who has been going faster, because Boast had the speed before, but chose not to keep the chase on. That time, Flick was able to catch up. So, third race is the charm, and maybe they'll have a gentleman's agreement at some stage to go against each other, assuming the game continues to last that long, because as we pass that 22-minute mark, things are definitely looking rough for the side of DIssonance.
Well, right now, DIssonance just needs to be on damage control. They need to sit back, hopefully, I guess you could say, just let the next dragon go. Try to pick up as much gold as possible. And here we go, Chirp.
Chirp could be in trouble. That's a great flash, but it might not be enough. Does get the stun down on the boat, but that still is going to buy time. Vanguard's edge, as well as the Killer Instinct and Rusty's arrival, turns the fight around. Chirp stays alive as Tron the Palm arrives just to help secure things down. All right, Flick's dead. Who really cares, though? That is a 4 for 1, and QUT pull off the rescue mission of the century.
Yeah, Chirp was just absolutely unstoppable at that point in time. He's just too far ahead. Level 15 at the moment. I mean, I don't really see who's the next closest for us here for DIssonance, and they had the right idea. Unfortunately, if they were unable to get him on the initial hit because he flashed, if they managed to catch him before the flash, then they should have been able to keep on going. But at that point, they thought they had him dead to rights. They were wrong. If they didn't, they should have just backed off after the flash didn't land, and then from there just allowed for the next team fight and build up. But now, I don't really see a way for them to get back into it. The Baron's gone down. They've got everything that they need to just push through and close this out. There needs to be a miracle here on DIssonance because they need to hold out for at least another 15 minutes to catch up. And at that point, there's going to be a Dragon Soul. There's going to be an Elder Drake. It's just going to be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, and I feel like it already is too much for them to handle, to be quite honest. You have an over 10k lead. Bobby, who before was trailing behind Tron and Chirp, has now caught up and then some after these past couple scraps and is sitting mighty healthy. Even picked up a QSS himself to pay a little bit of that tax just to make sure that any encores won't stop him from being able to follow through on those dives. And this is going to be a tough hole to climb out of if you're on that DIssonance side. I dare say near impossible, especially with QUT about to Hex Flash their way in. Here comes Bobby opening with the Killer Instinct and gets out untouched before being forced to flash into the bush. I mean, where was the backup in that instance?
I'm not too sure there. I think they had the right idea, but at the same time, it's like, you know what? Between two towers, don't have our jungler. Yeah, let's just back out of here. I mean, flashed the wall, yes, and got out of it, but still, oh, here we go.
No, I mean, Bobby Olgun, a Hex Flash into the wall. That's how come the follow-up wasn't there. Meanwhile, Junior Burger's caught in the Vanguard's head. Will fall. Boast may have gone too deep, but is able to jump to safety. Still, with that pick, it's a numbers advantage for QUT. Oh, Chirp. Oh, no, he's going to turn it around. He actually goes after ZQ instead after being held in place. Another route this time is going to connect onto Tron the Palm, but the rest of QUT, they're looking at that mid lane. They are trying to utilize this Baron to its utmost potential.
Yeah, they're pushing it out at this moment in time. They got the right idea, but I really feel like they're just, as a unit now, they're just so strong. They could have done this already, and finally they're going for the play now.
Yeah, as you can see, I mean, well spaced by DIssonance, actually. They get a good chunk of damage down on the Flick. That said, the tower is gone, and that could open the floodgates for the attack. DIssonance, aware of the situation, immediately back away. They only want damage if it's for free, not if they're going to be traded back against. And as a result, they do lose that inhibitor.
Yeah, and as well at the same time, you do see they're thinking 2 steps ahead. Chep's been pulling up that bottom wave. Here comes the next fight. Will they back off or will they try to engage? And it looks like they're going to be choosing to fight at those Nexus turrets.
Yeah, as we can see, this could be that next big fight. Looking for the flank is Boast. He tries to go to Boast, but instead goes after Chirp. Instead, who goes golden, stays alive, but gets shut down by who else? Chicken Soup. A nice 2-man encore, though, opens the door for DIssonance, and they're going to take this fight. Flick and Bobby Olgun on the back line. Tron dead in the front. Flick is actually able to pull Boast away from the rest of the team, and they do get one in return. The hunt is still on, but there is no mana available for Bobby Olgun. And if he gets caught, he probably goes down. ZQ leading that charge, wants it and then some, but with the placement of the ward, with those autos, it actually slows DIssonance down, and that could provide the avenue for Bobby to escape. But here comes Chicken Soup, trying to help his team with the mantra. Is it enough? Not with the blast going right there. Bobby Olgun continuing to try and run. ZQ may have actually caught to him. Last auto secures the kill.
All right, there we go. This is the first step of the comeback. They've taken their first step to making something happen. They've got plenty of gold now onto ZQ. Managed to get the shutdown, of course, onto Chirp as well. A bit of an overextension from QUT, but they have managed to absolutely ransack the base here. 2 inhibitors down. There isn't any real objectives here for them as well to take advantage of. I mean, looking at that Baron, still 2.5 minutes away. Same on that next Drake as well. And that is going to be sole point for QUT. So I think they were actually quite happy to, actually sacrifice themselves to get that extra pressure, because it just sets up for what will be what they consider to be the final coffin. But there is some pretty big gold pickups here available, and that Vayne has done some amazing things before in the past. So to be expected at this point in time, but Flick might have caught Bose. Nope.
Oh,
that's good. He's going for it.
Yeah, I mean, Bose and Junior Burgers are probably the 2 members the furthest behind right now on that DIssonance side, and if you get rid of Bose, that could open the doorway. Bose trying to escape, trying to gallop for his life, and now with that encore, it only connects onto one. Chirp's going to use that to re-engage and just immediately gets manhandled by the entirety of the DIssonance side, and although that is a pick, you also have to take note, Super Minions currently in the base of DIssonance.
As you can see, they're immediately running back as well to make something happen. Again, there is nothing for them to really benefit from this. They have to do all this maintenance in their base to make sure that the towers don't go down, and it's going to be an open nexus for the QUT side to just ransack directly afterwards. They need to take into account all this ward control that's also being lost at this moment in time, and it's really going to be them just setting up now to pick up these last few things. Get the Dragon Soul, get the Baron, come in once again. But I'm liking what's happening with DIssonance at the moment. They're picking up gold on members that need to get it as well, and the fact that they're able to actually hold on this a little bit means that maybe they can make something happen at that Eldra Drake, make something happen at that 3rd Baron. Who knows what's going to happen now?
Yeah, exactly. They are slowly, very slowly, kind of clawing their way back in, but it does look like they might get themselves into that position where both those inhibitors will respawn. Unfortunately for them, 2 major neutral objectives are about to spawn on the Rift, one at Baron, the other at Dragon. Soul or Baron buff, each of these would be monumental for the QUT side, but the question is, can they manage these resources against a desperate DIssonance side, or will Rusty nearly get picked off right there? Fortunately, no one wants to fight just yet, not with so much about to be put on the table.
So one of the cool things that QUT can do now is go, you know what, they need to actually go for this Dragon Point and actually stop it from happening. This opens up a free Baron for us. They could also take the riskier play, which is try to spread themselves out just a little bit. Flick, though, trying to find Bose. He's been stunned down. Let's see if this is a pick.
Yeah, that is a very, very premature use of, the Impale right there. And Flick, I guess, trying to make amends for it, tried to go for that stun, but instead just these 4 members of DIssonance forced to use the Blasting Cone to escape. Now you do have Dragon about to spawn, and maybe DIssonance is thinking, no Impale, we have the fight, but it's a 3-man engage from Rusty, followed from Tron. That's going to be so much damage just from those 2 alone, and that opens the doorway for Bobby Olgun out of the back, Chirp in the front, and there is your ace, there is your game. QUT, get the win.
Rusty is an absolute monster. You can really see everything. They put everything in place. Their flick seems to have baited everyone in. They said, you know what, now's the time to go. We've got an ulti down on the jungler. We've got some bit of momentum to come in from the side here, but Rusty knew exactly what they were thinking at that point in time. Absolutely mind-gained them and went in for that massive stun, and it was basically handing the entire distance on a silver platter to the rest of the QT team. Flick, he's trying to do the Baron at this moment in time. I don't think he's going to have the ability to do so, but it's not going to matter.
No,
What a
I mean, they're not
finish.
even going to, his team's not even going to let him embarrass himself by falling to the Baron. It's like, guy, look. You've already been caught out twice in your enemy jungle, okay?
Yep.
That was bad enough. We had to help dig you out. And you know what? You did your part. Some of those impales were great. Great job. But for your own good, we're just going to end the game before you get eaten alive by Mr. Nasher. Either way, the result's the same. QUT remain undefeated. DIssonance remains winless. And I mean, between QUT and now I would say the Weekend Warriors, these two teams are definitely shaping up to be two of the best we have seen in a good long while.
Yeah, that was definitely a David and Goliath match, and we can definitely know who's the Goliath in this sense. QUT, definitely going to be my favorite picks going forward. I mean, we're talking about you having a bit of bias. Well, my bias has come right in. I'm right there with the QUT Tigers when it comes to winning and taking out this whole thing, and they did that with substitutes. Imagine when they were a full man roster.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the strength of the 10-man, I suppose. And look, I have favorites, yes, but to be quite honest, I love every team that participates and gives them all. I am a friend of all right? I do admit it. Sometimes I pick teams to win, to lose, but that just comes from the analytical side. That said, speaking of analytics, we're going to be throwing to the desk for the last time tonight. It's been a lot of fun. That has been Medrix. I am Formal, and this now is when you and Midnight read.
I think you're a little bit preemptive there, old Formal. I don't think Midnight's ready yet, but
I
it
heard
looks like-
people jumping into our chat, and I assumed.
Here we
I
go.
assumed the best. There he is. All right, now
Yes,
what
there he
you
is.
and Midnight read.
There he
Hi
is.
guys. All right, so sorry that I was trying to sort out a few behind the stuff scenes. All right, welcome back. Me and Weapon and Cooper are here for after the fifth and final game, Distance versus QUT. Now, boys, it started good for Dissonance, and I think we kind of have to address it here. Flick had a few problems.
Yeah, like, so there's not really, like, sometimes this stuff happens. Like, you've got a composition that isn't really super proactive pre-6. You've got a Skarner in the jungle, so that's pretty clear. Like, you don't get to do stuff early on. If you do manage to gank a side lane and it works, then, like, that's on them, not on you. So, yeah, there was a couple of moments where like the Skarner just kind of like wandered up into the side lane, into bot lane, got condemned and got murdered. So a couple of whoopsies and late game, but overall like this is pretty much the start to finish, like just QT doing good stuff. That rel was completely monstrous. Like you don't often get to like face up engage on rel, so the team found a lot of really cool like good opportunities to like the blast cone engage with dragon fight. Completely nuts. Like that was awesome. That's exactly the kind of plays you need to do if you want to be proactive on rel.
I feel like we chatted about obviously giving Rusty. Well, I'm not sure if we chatted about it, but I know Formal chatted about it pre-game that if I want to say Rusty's best champion was Rel, I think is what he said, and giving that was a bad move, I think was the words that he used. And I mean, if there was one game that was going to show us that, it would have to be that one.
And from that, though, again, I want to briefly look at top lane. Because Dissonance top lane of Burger on the Aatrox. How do we put this nicely? He got bullied. He got bullied quite a bit in that game. I'm talking about dives. I'm talking about just being harassed all game. So is this a way of Dissonance? Again, they started looking good, but then it just really started to fall behind. And I think the Aatrox was a bit of... I'm not going to say the Aatrox was the problem, but more so, Dissonance, once Burger started to fall behind, they didn't really seem to support him. They just said, okay, cool, you're Aatrox who needs to get ahead, and we're just going to sort of let you be Owen. I think 0-5 at one point he was.
Yeah,
which was a little bit heartbreaking.
Like, so yeah, the Aatrox wasn't the problem, but it also kind of, if we are going to break it fully down, the Aatrox didn't do a lot in this draft. Like, this is a very clear, like, you're building around the core of, like, your Vayne is going to be your hyper carry, your Seraphim's going to protect them, and your Hecarim's going to build Chemtank, and Engage. So the question kind of remains like, what is the Aatrox doing in this comp? And it just kind of like I think it was last picked if I'm reading this correctly, and that doesn't do well into Aurelia, and it like the Vladimir followed it for sure. So you can't really draft around that possibility, but it's not a good pick into the Aurelia. It gets beat up by the Vladimir, which it ended up like laning against. So, or did it not get? No, it didn't lane against. Did it? Tron went mid. But
Yeah.
either way, like it's a bad matchup either way. And it's just a champion that I think has really not a lot of place in this draft, unfortunately. And yeah, kind of showed it.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate with the Aatrox there, but we do, of course, have our post-game interview where we will have Quirky sitting down with the, I want to say top laner of QT, although technically he was hiding in the mid lane there. So Quirky, how are things going over with you and Tron?
Thanks, Ewan. Well, unfortunately, I'm not balancing a stuffed animal on my head, but what I am balancing is a great player that we've seen so far in our circuit. Is of course, Tron the Pom, joining me on the interview desk here. Tron, you guys, you're undefeated so far in the Summoners Invitational circuit. First time the team has come out for a split, and you're already starting to be a bit of a force to reckon with. How are you guys feeling?
I mean, we're feeling pretty confident. Everyone already knew what the outcome of this game was. Like, I already claimed that we're not going to win a game. I mean, not win a game. Not going to lose a game in some sock. And I still stand by that.
I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, we unfortunately won't see you guys against the Weekend Warriors until week 8, but until then, we won't know who is going to be, who's still going to be undefeated. Maybe a couple of upsets. But yourself, you win the top lane this game. You're in the mid lane. How did that transition feel to you?
I mean, quite normal. I was like a Vlad mid one trick for a few seasons prior to this, so I was just chilling.
Now, of course, speaking of the Vlad, you were like pretty much, I think, like 15-0 at one point. But the whole team, especially Rusty on that rel, definitely set up quite a few fights. How well is that team synergy going at the moment?
Well, in the mid game, we kind of got like really bored because Rusty was like playing Minecraft at the same time. And so like, I don't know, we kind of like didn't play mid game properly, but then we decided to get our act together and end the game.
I mean, of course, the faster the faster you leave the game, the faster you can go back to playing your other games.
Yeah.
But of course, speaking of, the Weekend Warriors, are you guys, fearful of facing off against them at the moment?
Not remotely. Not remotely, man. We're gonna destroy
Not
them.
remotely. I mean, not even after the Fury, basically just came out and said, they're not really afraid of you.
Nah, bro.
Huh? Wow.
Why would I be afraid of them?
I mean, after that performance, why not? But before we go back to the analyst desk, is there any shout outs you want to give to anybody?
I mean, I know my brother watching, I guess. That's my one shout out.
And shout out to your brother as well. That's always good to have family supporting you. But for now, we're going back to our own family. We are going to head back to the analyst desk with our own Father Midnight and Papa Weapon and Mama Cooper. That's it.
Thank you very much, Quirky, and of course, Tron, congratulations on the win. Now, there is so much in that interview that I want to take a look at. I can't decide if I want to talk about the fact that QT are coming in confident that they're not going to lose anyone, or the fact that one of their players, their support, is playing Minecraft in the middle of an invitational match. Like, that's a flex, Jesus.
I don't know if that was serious. I mean, like, that would be impressive. Like, yeah, it's been a long day. But like, man, I don't know what to say. Like that, they're clearly like they're not phased to be like against any of the teams in this circuit, and like after performance like that, like they really do feel like they've yet to be tested. I'm kind of actually curious, who are they playing up against next? What's our roster? Let's see. QUT against Distance. Okay, Yep. All right. Then they face Kraken. Okay. Yep. Cool. So
I think the roster we have is to be updated, so
Okay.
that will be a little bit of love.
Okay, so as things stand, we can assume that if things stay the same, then they're going to be tested in week 5 against Error.
Well, that's such a subtle jab at the boys over at Kraken. Oh my goodness.
I said like multiple times during that cast, I really rate the players on Kraken, but until they tidy up their drafts, I'm not really backing them, unfortunately. And I want to be proven wrong. Like I absolutely do. Like I love love the players on the team. Great organization. Want to see them do well. But right now, the weird cast's priority isn't serving them. Completely, it's not a team that I think will go particularly well.
Yeah.
Well, I think Quirky touched on it there. Obviously, we are going to see the two guys that are currently undefeated in week 8. So I mean, if that's what it takes, can we go like the next 4 or 5 weeks with both these teams, Weekend Warriors and the QUT Tigers, being undefeated until we see an absolute clash of gods?
That's the question. Like, I'm checking the strength of schedule, and I think it's there for QUT, like, pretty much all the way. Yeah, like, it's pretty good. The only, like, the big test they have is Zyzz the week before that. And we're still waiting to see what kind of form Zyzz level out into. Like, this is the team that, like, it feels like they've gone back onto their winning formula, which is just grind out macro, lane better, and, like, just win slowly and then explode into like one big team fight, end the game. But like, we still have question marks, like whether they continue to experiment with different play styles. I would like them to. I think in the end they're going to be a better team for it, but they might drop a few games here and there for it. But yeah, like they're going to be a big test. And then on the other side, like what have we got? We're looking at Weekend Warriors. So that they take on Exile, which is potentially going to be tough in week 4. And then, damn, why is my ring not working? MCOM, which could be a challenge. And then, wait, no, I've got QUT in week 6, so that's obviously wrong.
Yeah, the roster. Yeah, I think our copy needs a little bit of love.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. So we'll need to update those, but yeah. I mean, there's definitely teams that can challenge either of those teams before then. Like, I think that's unquestionable. But yeah, that would be absolutely hype if we do get to that point where these two teams face off. And undefeated clashes, top of the table clash.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we do have at the end of the night here an updated copy of the standings for everyone to take a quick look at. So, as we're talking about undefeated so far at the end of week 3 is QUT Tigers and the Weekend Warriors sitting at a clean 3-0. Second place is a 3-way knife fight between Team Zyzz, MCOM, and Exile, happily sitting at that 2-1 style. Kraken, Desire, and Era are in third place on 1 win and 2 losses. And unfortunately, leading up the pack from the back is going to be DIssonance and the Weeknight Warriors, both sitting at 0 wins and 3 losses coming into the end of our third week here at the Invitational. Now, coming into week 4, the scheduling is a little bit changeable, so we can't easily talk about the teams, what matchup we really want to take a look at next week. So I think it's a good question then. I asked earlier in the day, what team seems to be overrated or underrated? I'll quickly ask that one more time. Weapon, which team is over or underrated in your opinion currently?
I think that's a tough one.
It's a bit of a loaded one, ain't it?
That's a loaded one.
No, that one came out of nowhere. Overrated team. I think I want to say it's Exile. Like, hang on, where are our teams? What are they doing?
Yeah. Weapon does that. Cooper. Weapon refuses to blink on stream. Cooper, what about you? What team do you think is over or underrated right now?
Well, I'll give you a little bit of both. I mean, I think like Weapon has it probably on the head there, and I'm only going to say Exile as well because they fell to Era today. Like, we watched the top of the leaderboard fall to the bottom, and that's the only reason I'm going to call that. Not because of how either team played, but because of that simple fact that if you're at the top, it's normally you don't fall to the bottom. So being overrated there, and underrated, I'm really hoping Zyzz just pulls through and can start smashing this, because watching that game today was a heap of fun, and I would love to see them just skyrocket to the top.
Yeah. So I've got my thoughts together, and this is actually going to be an interesting one. So I'm going to back Exile with overrated, because I think like this team came in with a lot of hype. We knew XOCS players, OPL players, whatever, like former Sing Gaming players in there. We expected big things. Their drafts have been wonky. Their gameplay's been a bit off. Just lots of strange decisions. And interestingly, I think my underrated team is on the other side of the bracket. I think Era, this is a team where we look at the players on paper, and we were like, yeah, this is sick. They've got Selfish in the mid lane, great. Keister, good player. Suho in the bot lane, like all the pieces are there. And over the past couple of weeks, we've been like, ooh, maybe not too sure about this team. They pull it out this week against Exile. Maybe you could argue about the strength of that team, but I think as this team levels up throughout the split, I'm really excited to see like what the final form of this Era squad is, because I think they are on the rise.
It's very, very interesting to see how it goes, because of course week number 4 should be an absolute banger. But unfortunately, guys, that is going to be it for week number 3 here. So that will be our farewells. Please do not forget to follow Summoner Society on our various forms of social media, which is of course Facebook, Twitter, Discord, as well as take a look at the store. As we mentioned before, any purchases you make on the store will go towards the Invitational's prize pool. So again, if you want to support these players, it's your best way to do it. Of course, we want to thank everyone who came in to help out the players and the teams, and of course you guys, the viewers, for hanging out with us for the last 5-something hours now. And on that final note, guys, take care of yourselves out there, and have a great week ahead of you.
week 4 schedule.
Yeah, because the schedule's being reworked.
Oh, okay.
Because something's happening. I don't know what's going on, but something's again. I think I know what's happened, but I'm waiting to be confirmed by Charms until I know what the hell's happening with the roster.
Are we allowed to know what's happening?